Hello, everybody, and welcome to Huskins Field for this presentation of NESCAC baseball. We have got a game today between the Tufts University Jumbos and the Colby Mules. I'm your
Because I sure am. We've seen the Colby Mules a lot this season. If you're a fan of the Jumbos, this will be another weekend, another set of games. When we were here last week, we saw great pitching from the Jumbos. That's what I'm most looking forward to. I believe we're getting at least a similar matchup to start from a pitching standpoint, with Plutter going for the Mules and Volgande for the Jumbos. That game was a pitcher's duel for the first 4 or 5 innings. I'd be interested to see if the same happens today. If we do see the Jumbos or on the other side the Mules get a better read on their respective opponents, having faced them once before. It'll be interesting to see, especially with this first game, where things go.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, this is a rematch of the first game. Just to give you the format, it'll be back-to-back doubleheaders. So today's a doubleheader here at Tufts. Tomorrow there'll be a doubleheader at Colby. And the same pair of doubleheaders occurred last weekend between these two teams. So yeah, just some stats from last week. Volhende, a really great outing in the first appearance. 6 innings pitched, just 2 hits, no earned runs, and 8 strikeouts. So we'll see if he'll be able to keep that up. And it looks like, I think we're just about getting ready. I think we'll switch into the national anthem in a few seconds. I will also say that because of all the changes with COVID, this is actually the first NESCAC official games for these two teams, even though they have played each other last week and they are two NESCAC teams. These are the games that will actually count towards the NESCAC standings, and the winner of the NESCAC East, which includes these two teams, as well as just 2 others, will head onto the NESCAC tournament in, I believe, 3 weeks from now. So these will be very important games, looking to get off to a good start in the conference play. Well, if we have a little bit of time, I guess. I can't decide if I should go into the starting lineups or not, or wait till we start taking the field. We'll just wait for now. But hey, it's not quite as nice as it was last weekend out here, Scott. But at least it has stopped raining. So for now, it looks like we'll have a decent weather for baseball at least.
Yeah, you can almost see the sun poking through a little bit. Of course, last week was, I believe, close to 70 and sunny, and today is 43 or so, cloudy, coming off snow.
Yeah, there's a little snow on the ground, which is pretty crazy to think about.
The one interesting thing I am a little interested to see is if the conditions are affected in any way. There's a substantial amount of rainfall. You can see, at least on the warning track, especially by the benches, you can see some puddles. It looks like they've done a pretty good job getting the field ready for play, but of course it's always hard to get water out of grass.
Yeah.
So I'll be interested to see if that maybe slows any balls down in the infield or anything like that.
Yeah, definitely. Slick grass will change things up a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I think the forecast looks good. I'm hoping that we'll stay dry for the rest of the game. We're out here outside, and certainly happy to be here.
Of course, for both teams, coming off last weekend, of course, we here at JumboCast covered the first 2 games. It's a really interesting breakdown where we had the first 2 games. The Jumbos won a pitcher's duel in the first game, and then really blew out the Mules in the second game, both dominating them offensively and defensively. Not so the one game the Mules won, the final game of the second doubleheader, where the Mules won with a score of 13-9. kind of roughed up the Jumbos a bit there. Finally got their bats going. Again, something to keep in mind is that the Mules need, they know that they need to put runs on the board to be able to win this game. And obviously they were unable to do so for the entire set of games here at Huskins last week. I think they need to come out with a different mindset of getting runners on base and getting runs early in the game to try to rattle the Jumbos pitching. We'll see if they are able to do that. That's obviously another really interesting storyline to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and you know so in those first two games were actually final scores 4-0 and 10-0 for Tufts. So no runs scored in either of the two games that were played here at Huskins Field last week for Colby, and that's really to credit the two starting pitchers, Volgendi and Mayer, who started those two games. And we'll see, as we mentioned earlier, Volgendi will be back out on the mound today. I don't know about the second game. I would bet that there's a good chance that we'll see Mayer again, since probably just basically going through the rotation. But yeah, and you know, Colby, let's see, I have a few stats on them. They have managed to put up, they've played actually a few games. Tufts has only played 4 games, the games against Colby last week, but Colby has actually played a few earlier games as well against some out-of-conference teams in Maine. And they've put up five runs a game, you know. So they have the offense. They're batting as a team 245, which is really not bad. And you know, they have the shown capabilities, but really it's just up against these star pitchers for the Jumbos. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and on that note, on the Mules, they've really been carried by their 3 best hitters. You have Patrick McConnell, Cabot Maher, and Brady O'Brien, all hitting over 400. All 3 have double-digit hits in the 10 games they've played. They're really driving the offense right now. The problem for Colby has been production outside of those 3 guys, and obviously, baseball when we have a 9-man lineup, you're going to need more than 3 people to perform, and look for some key players that can really get the offense going outside of those 3, like Tommy McGee and Caleb Jung, both in the starting lineup. And if you can get, obviously, the difference between 3 players consistently hitting, 5 players consistently hitting, can go a long way, especially when it comes to stringing hits together.
Yeah, we see. Let's see. So in those first 2 games, it was just. So you know, even though we mentioned that Colby didn't score any runs in those first 2 games, for a large percentage of the game, the Jumbos were also having difficulty on offense. Even though the scoreline of that second game was 10-0, 9 of those runs, I believe, came in the first, and that was really just. They managed to get on the starter of Colby really early and put up a ton of runs. But after that, they only managed 1 run, and that was largely in part to Thompson, who came in as a long reliever. And so, you know, even though it seems like they were very dominant for those 2 games, it was really, I think, you know, 2 innings, like 1 inning in the first game and then 1 inning in the second game where they really showed it. So you'll have to think about, you know, putting together a perhaps more complete game across the 7 innings.
Yeah, and for those of us those of you who were with us last week, that's something we tried to mention a lot, which is the key point from the coaches was win every inning. And if you do look up and down the scoreboard, the Jumbos won maybe 3 or 4 of those 14 innings, and obviously they won those innings so much that the games didn't end up being too much in question, the outcomes of that. But if you obviously from a Tufts perspective, they want consistency, obviously, because say you don't have that 1 inning, all of a sudden it's a tie game 0-0, and anything can happen, right? You want to feel confident if you're a Jumbo that this team could go out any given inning and put up 1 or 2 runs, 3 runs, versus a hit or miss big inning, because at the end of the day, consistency is what wins you ball games.
Yep, that is the randomness in baseball. It's a game of inches. You know, a fraction of a second delay in your reaction time is the difference between, a foul ball or maybe a home run. And it looks like we are getting started just a few minutes delayed. The coaches are coming back from their discussion with the umpires. So I believe we'll be getting underway very shortly. Meanwhile, we got a busy day here at JumboCast and around these fields here at Tufts. Jumbo's baseball playing a doubleheader right here. Game 1 about to start. Softball, same time, playing a doubleheader against Bowdoin, just a couple hundred yards away. And lacrosse will also be playing in about an hour. That game will start. Women's lacrosse. So very busy day here for the Jumbos and for us here at JumboCast. So is there gonna? Yes. Okay. So we will be playing the national anthem as the Tufts takes the field. All right, and let's play ball. So we will start. I'll give you the starting lineup for the Colby Mules. Batting first for the Mules is going to be number 17 center fielder Patrick McConnell. Next, number 8, playing second base Brady O'Brien. Batting third, the DH, number 24 Cabot Marr. Batting fourth, cleanup third baseman number 4 Andrew Russell. Batting fifth, first baseman number 10 Jonah Katz. Batting sixth, the right fielder number 22 Tommy McGee. Batting seventh, the shortstop number 12 Caleb Jung. Batting eighth, catching number 9 Cole Palmieri. And rounding out the lineup will be the left fielder number 7 Marcus Forrester. And we see now on the mound for the Jumbos, we see Michael Volgendi is out. He will be starting for the Jumbos.
Yeah, and Volgendi was dominant last time we saw him, pitching 6 shutout innings, giving up only 2 hits, 1 walk, with 8 strikeouts in those 6 innings. And just to give you a sense of how dominant the Jumbos were on the mound, Cameron Mayer, who started the second game, had an identical stat line besides going 1 less inning, but he also gave up only 2 hits, 1 walk, and 8 strikeouts. The Mules only got 6 runners on base outside of any errors in the entire set of 2 games here. So, of course, the Jumbos will be looking to continue that dominance on the mound and defensively.
All right, and here we go. Batting first, Patrick McConnell, number 17. He's been one of the star hitters for the Jumbos, batting actually .462 in a small sample size of games. But hey, that's why he's your leadoff hitter.
Absolutely, with 12 hits in those 8 games. 6 runs scored as well. He's getting on base, and when the Mules are able to generate offense, he seems to always be involved. An on base percentage of over .500.
And the first pitch from from Volgendi to McConnell will be a ball. And that'll be the first game we see. Both benches very excited. Everyone's up, ready, excited for this first NESCAC play game. Second pitch will get by the catcher, but just a bit outside. Volgendi's still looking to get into a rhythm, but that'll be now 2-0. Good hitters count for now for McConnell. Wind up from Fulgendi. There it is. There's his first strike right there at the knees.
Yeah, and that's where we saw both Fulgendi and Mayer live last game out at the knees, those low and away strikes.
That one will be outside, and yeah, they really like to keep it low, really try to induce all those ground balls. And we saw that a lot in the last game, or last weekend's game. Not many fly balls, and you know, those are less dangerous if you keep them in the infield. 3-1 is going to be fouled back. That'll go over our heads into the parking lot. Don't think it hit a car this time. But so this first at-bat will be now full for McConnell. Jenny takes the extra second. Wind up now. Swung on, that'll go out to short right field. Coming in is Brandon Bay, and he will make the catch for the first out of the inning and of the afternoon here.
Yeah, good pitch. That wasn't actually that elevated, so even though it was in the air, like we said, normally Volgendi thrives with ground balls. Because it was still fairly low, wasn't able to generate a lot of power on it. Looked a little out in front of it and just popped it up. One away.
First pitch now to O'Brien will be in the dirt for ball one. That one just a bit low maybe, or outside.
I'm guessing outside. Looked like it had the right elevation. Definitely above the knees, so I'm guessing it was a little outside. That'll be tight if they're gonna get squeezed on the outside corner.
Yep, and the same sequence again. Volgendi falls back 2-0, but brings it in for the first strike. Now 2-1 to O'Brien. Now swung on second base. That's a tough one, but a nice pickup there. A high throw, but the jump from Cortez at first will pick up the. And there's an error as they throw it around. But hey, you got the out. That's all that counts.
You've seen errors / drops on plays that don't matter. You've seen two drops by the catcher on balls that don't matter. You've seen a throwaway on a throw around the diamond. Hey, as long as they can keep the errors confined to those and make the plays, I think the Jumbos will take it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little scary. Easy throw there for Burgess at second. Just sailed it a bit high, but had plenty of time, so still records the out. And the first pitch will be a swing and a miss to Marr.
Great off-speed there. Previous two batters, he started with fastballs. This one, he throws a great off-speed pitch. Of course, Marr is clearly up there looking to make some contact. Wasn't able to do so, and he got him again.
Yeah.
I like the change of pace. He had thrown mostly fastballs to the first two hitters. Maher comes up and he's number 3 hitter, the cleanup, hitting .406.
Now swung, that'll go to right center. That's going to fall into the gap. That should be at least a double.
Yeah.
And will be standing up at second will be Cabot Marr. First hit of the day for the Mules.
Correct me if I'm wrong, that looked like it might have been another off-speed pitch. I think it might have gone a little too fancy. They were dealing with Marr. He's a really good hitter, of course. Hitting .406 going into this. Now hitting obviously a little higher than that. And I think hitting with the third straight off-speed pitch, Maher was able to get a good eye on it.
Yep, and now we'll see the first lefty for the Mules. It'll be Russell, third baseman, trying to score the first run for the Mules. First pitch from Volgendi is going to be a ball. And that last at-bat, it was the first time that Volgendi really got ahead. You know, 2 strikes, brought him down 0-2, but just a really good fight from Marr. Just go with the pitch and knock it into the gap for a double. Pitch is going to go back to Burgess at second. This one is going to pick up. A little bit scared of the throw, but that one will be caught by Cortez, and that one
throws. Both were able to be covered over there by the first baseman, but something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, but so a lot of balls in play there, and 1 hit for the Mules, but no runs and no errors will bring us to the bottom half of the first inning. All right, we'll be back in just a second with the bottom half of the first. And welcome back. Right before we do the lineups for the Jumbos, just a quick anecdote about this Jumbos team. Earlier this year, Carol Rosen, wife of Tufts assistant coach Barry Rosen, passed away. And as just a sign for last week after the 2 wins here at Huskins Field, the team gave Coach Rosen the game ball, and it was just a really nice symbol from them.
Of course, and on behalf of all of JumboCast, we want to extend our condolences to the Rosen family, and we're so sorry to hear of their loss. But like Dana was saying, it's a really great anecdote about this Jumbos team, about how they're able to come together and have that little extra motivation. That's something to play for their coach.
Yeah, and there's certainly a lot of support among the teammates, and you hear it among the crowd. A very big team. And with that, we will head back to the game. The lineup for the Jumbos, I'll get to in just a sec. But first up for the Jumbos is going to be number 4, Miles Reed, playing center field. And his first pitch, you'll watch a strike come in from Pletter.
Yeah, Reed hitting .429. He has 6 hits in his 14 at-bats, including a home run.
That'll be another strike. And just quickly, I'll go through a bit of the lineup. Batting second will be Cal Cortez, first baseman. Then third, Peter DiMaria, the DH. Cleanup will be Ryan Dawes at third. Batting fifth, left fielder Duffy. Batting sixth, the right fielder Ben Bay. Batting seventh, second baseman Will Burgess. Batting eighth, Bowman, the catcher, number 20. And rounding out the lineup will be the shortstop, Bozzella. Oh, and a big swing on a big off-speed pitch from Pletter, and that'll be first strikeout of the day for Pletter and for Miles Reed.
That was a great pitch. Start him off with 2 fastballs and then throw that nasty breaking down, unhittable. And on Pletter, seeing him again this week, he started 3 games. He's an ERA of 4.26, very respectable. And he's only given up 6 earned runs in those 3 games. So all in all, he's been a pretty good pitcher out there for the Mules. And of course, the Jumbos were held scoreless by him for the first 4 innings last day until they got to him.
Yeah, and that'll be a second pitch to Cortez will be up high. That'll bring it to 1-1. Cortez has been a very big part of this Jumbos offense early in the season. A couple home runs last weekend. He's actually got, he also had 7 home runs in the last season he played, which is 2019. So
yeah,
he's got quite the power.
He's got 3 hits on the season. He has 1 triple and 2 home runs. So he is a power hitter, at least so far this season. If the Jumbos ever need to create instant offense, look to him to be the guy.
1-2 pitch will be fouled back, and he'll keep the at-bat alive.
Another good off-speed pitch there. Trying to keep the Jumbos guessing. And so far, Pletter's been able to do so.
Another 1-2 from Pletter. That one's again gonna sail high.
Yeah, that is actually one of the more concerning things. If you're hanging off speed pitches like that, that one was high enough that it wasn't really hittable or appetizing, but that's a recipe for disaster.
Wind up now in the 2-2. That one's gonna be popped up very high. I think it'll stay in the infield. Underneath it is going to be the shortstop Jung, and he will make the second out of the inning for the Mules.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was a really good sequence by Pletter. Even though he missed with those curveballs, what he was able to do is he threw 2 straight. It's harder for the batter to catch up then with the fastball. And that's exactly what he threw. You saw that with Cortese. He was a little behind on it, a little under it, and looks like we have, I'm not sure if it's a injury or an equipment issue with the catcher.
Yeah, quick pause. Umpires and Palmieri, the catcher, is going out to talk to his coach here.
And it looks like it does appear to be some sort of injury.
Yeah, it looks like
maybe in the
one of the
arm
trainers
or
coming out. Yeah.
arm or hand. Hopefully nothing too serious. It looks like it might just be bandaging something up. Maybe it's a little cut.
Yeah, hopefully Palmieri will be able to get back behind the plate. I think he will. Yeah, he looks all right. As coming up to bat will be Peter DiMaria, the star of this Jumbos team. As a freshman, he was batting like over 400, I believe, last season, or 2 years ago, but the last season. So he is an integral part of this Jumbos offense.
Still looking for his first home run of the season. He is hitting .364, however.
And he'll watch the first pitch come in low for ball number 1.
And good to see that Palmieri is okay, and he's only a freshman back there. But he is a stout defensive catcher. He's not committed an error. The good arm, he's caught 3 of 8 base runners trying to steal on him. And as I say that, a pass ball.
Yeah. Now just skips off the glove. But yeah, it did come in as a strike, I believe. And umpire's giving some words to the Jumbo's bench, and Coach Casey not too happy about that. I think because they called that one the strike despite it getting past the catcher there. But regardless. Oh, and more words now from the umpire towards this Jumbo's bench. Interesting to see how that will play out. But regardless, it is now 1-2 to DiMaria.
Again, right into it. Inning 1, game 1.
Pletter with the pitch now. Now it's off speed and right in there. Caught him looking. And more words from the Jumbo's bench towards the umpire, but a great first inning there from Pletter. Gets out with 2 strikeouts, 3 up, 3 down.
And you almost hate to see that reward. I mean, frankly, that wasn't that good of a pitch. I mean, when you have that off-speed pitch and it starts almost right around the letters and dropping, it doesn't drop that much. I mean, that is really hittable if it's in the strike zone. That is, I believe, at least the second time that inning that you saw some issues with Pletter with locating that pitch. You usually want it lower in the strike zone, or at least outside of the strike zone, if it's going to be that elevated. So maybe the Jumbos can pick up on that going forward, as the sun has finally broken through the clouds. First time I think Huskins Field has seen sun in at least probably 36 hours.
Yeah. But I'm glad to see it. Maybe I won't need to break out my hand warmers. That'll be good. As we will see coming up to bat for the Mules in this half inning will be Katz, McGee, and Jung.
And
Leading off the second for Colby, number
with
10,
Caleb
JumboCast.
Jung, like I was talking about at the beginning of the game, he really can be a catalyst. He sparked the comeback for Colby in their lone win against Tufts with a home run in the 4th inning of the final game last weekend.
First was me slapped on the third base line, but just fell.
The pitcher, you hate to see that solid contact, but you will live. I mean, I think that is the end goal here. Just get the ball, keep the balls on the ground. That was a constant theme last week with pitch location, and we see that again. Keep the balls on the ground, and the Jumbos can live with it.
Second pitch now to Cats. Now on a good pitch, but it'll be called just low for a ball.
And I don't believe Coach Casey is overly thrilled with the umpiring behind the plate so far.
The 1-1, that one's going to be grounded to short. Picked up there by Bazell. A high throw again, but the nice play from Cortez at first will get the tag for the out. And
Good.
it looks very clumsy here early in the infield for the Jumbos.
And you again have to wonder if that's a combination of the ball probably hitting the infield grass, which is definitely wet, picking up the ball wet, temperature's not that warm, harder to get a grip. Obviously, all those factors go into play. You've seen, thankfully, the throws have been controlled wild, meaning that Cortez has been able to make a good play on all of them, but you're not going to always get so lucky, especially that was a little close at first there.
Yep, on a close play, as this is going to be first pitch strike to number 22 McGee for the Mules.
That's a little low, right below the knees. And McGee struggled a bit from the plate so far this year. He's only hitting 130 with 3 hits in his 23 plate appearances.
That one's going to be in the dirt, bringing it to 2-1. And yeah, this is what we were mentioning earlier, what you were talking about, Scott, that this bottom half of the lineup just hasn't really been giving the Mules production that they need. So we'll see if they can put something together in this game.
There's a pitch, yeah.
Great pitch there, right down the middle for strike 2 to McGee. The 2-2 from Volgendi. Swung
good
and
catch.
missed. And on the foul tip, picked up there by Bowman behind the plate to record the out. First strikeout of the day for Volgendi.
Great pitch, just blew it by him, and we love to see Bowman behind there, able to catch that foul tip. Makes a huge play. And
Number 12,
just to follow up,
Caleb
Dan, like you were
Jung.
mentioning, you look up and down the Colby lineup and you see 3 hitters hitting over 400, McConnell, Maher, and O'Brien, and no one else with more than 3 plate appearances is over 300. Great pitch right there.
Yep, and now you can see that a bit. I feel like the past two, the batters have just looked a bit behind on Volgendi's pitches. The fastballs are coming in just a bit fast for them.
Oh,
This one's going to be called a ball, but
That
still a very nice pitch.
that might have been a little outside. That was a great location. That's what you'd call a good miss right there. You can live with that all day.
Yep. The 1-1. Jammed him in third base. Will be able to pick it up. Quick throw, but Cortez makes the out at first, and that will end the inning. So a quick inning there for the Jumbos. Really hitting his stride is Volgendi. With the strikeout, no runs, no hits, and no errors.
Really solid inning. Little cleaner defensively towards the end there. Some foul tip caught, and then a good throw. And obviously that bad throw there. That was the first real close play where you say, okay, any of the bad throws there, and he's probably going to get in there. So good time for a good throw.
Yeah, it's a nice play there from Dawes at third. Just need to charge it because it really just barely clipped the bat and straight into the ground.
As we see Coach Casey not very civil, but a little conversation as he walks to hand replacement balls to the umpire.
Yeah, we'll see some words. We'll see if that progresses at all. Hopefully we don't see any ejections, but I'm getting ahead of myself. You don't know.
Slow roll there, Daniel.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, for the Jumbos, coming up in this bottom half of the second inning will be the 4-5-6 with Ryan Dawes, number 8, leading off this inning, followed by Jackson Duffy, and third will be Brandon Bay.
And we saw Dawes play a pivotal role in the Jumbos games last week. In his 4 games, he only does have 10 plate appearances, but he's been able to convert on those. He has 3 hits, but with 3 RBIs, as well as 3 walks. So even though he actually, I believe, leads the team in strikeouts with 4, he's still working the count. He's seeing the ball well, and that's given him an on-base percentage of .500 on the young season.
First pitch to Dawes will be outside, and he'll take that for ball number 1.
Another pitch that's missed up. We've seen it in the field. The same can be said for pitchers. Sometimes it's harder to get that grip and keep that ball down on colder days. Another miss up. This is something that is becoming a pattern for Pletter. And of course, the higher you miss, if you miss consistently up, those can be turned on and driven for power.
Yep, the 2-0 now from Pletter. That one will find the strike zone. And it looks like Dawes will take that one all the way, bring it now to 2-1.
Well, it makes sense when you miss twice, well above where you need to go. Definitely want to see one, especially when you're the leadoff hitter. Make him throw a strike.
That off speed looks pretty good and bring it to 2-2. Well done from Pletter to bring it back in this at bat. The 2-2 now. Swung on and missed. What a pitch. That's the second one, same pitch I think from Pletter that's picked up the swing and a miss on the Jumbo side, and that's already his 3rd strikeout of the day. Just 4 outs into his appearance.
Well, that's a constant theme we've seen from Pletter. When he's able to locate that off-speed pitch down and away with 2 strikes, he's putting the Jumbos to bed. It's all about location for Pletter right now. If he's able to locate, he seems to be on his game. It's when he's missing that's becoming the problem.
Yeah, and we've seen quite a few now as that one ends up in the dirt. They're just bad misses, but yeah, like you say, when he's on, he is really doing well against this Jumbo's lineup. That one's going to be popped up. I think it'll stay in fair territory. Underneath it is the 3rd baseman, Russell. He'll pick up the 2nd out of the inning.
Yeah, and I mean, remember, if you're the Jumbos, this is pretty similar to what happened last game where you had 4 scoreless innings go by. Pletter was able to keep them down, and then home run kind of broke the game open, and then 3 more runs in the 6th, and in the 7th. In the 6th, but similar trend so far as Pletter seems to be in control right now, and he's doing what he wants with the Jumbos when he's able to locate.
That one's going to be a bit low on the off speed, and you know, this inning is even going the same, that the only balls in play have been pop flies in the infield. You haven't seen any good contact yet from the Jumbos. Pletter has done very good to prevent that, as that one will be high and move to 2-0.
Look, Palmieri is really stout defensively, like I said. Still, that's the 3rd, I believe, if not 4, I believe 3 balls that he has dropped so far. That can make a difference when you have runners on base. I mean, obviously you would think he might be a little more locked in when there are runners on base. Nevertheless, something to keep an eye on.
2-0 now from Pletter. That one's going to be outside and move it to 3-0 for Bay.
Wouldn't be shocked to see Bay take one here. Obviously, with no runners on, you're not looking, unless you get a home run, you're not creating offense yourself necessarily. And the Jumbos have struggled to have base runners so far, so wouldn't be surprised to see him take one here. And
Yep, taking that one all the way.
Yeah.
That one's just right in there. First strike, but I mean, you'll take this. Still a good count here for Bay, but now looking to maybe turn on one.
Absolutely, he still needs to make some pitches here.
He swings, and that'll go down the right field line, but it will go foul over the bullpen there in right field. And that'll bring it to a full count.
Sadly enough, even though that tailed so far foul, best contact for the Jumbos so far on the day. A little late on it, still put a decent swing on it.
This one's going to be driven into the ground and picked up at 3rd base by Russell. A stretch there at first from Katz, but he will record the out. and the Mules will get out of the inning with no damage done.
Something just to keep an eye on is we saw this last game is over at that third base that when the ball hits the lip of the grass, the edge of the grass, it can eat up third baseman. We saw it almost there where it actually got pretty far in on the body of the third baseman there, forcing him to rush that throw. And we saw a couple errors or misplays on wild bounces over there. So something to keep an eye on again is, especially with this wet grass, uncertain playing conditions, look for some balls over by that third base line to maybe take some crazy hops, or any ball, frankly, that hits the lip of the grass.
Yeah, it's always something to keep an eye on, and we're just going to keep mentioning it. We're seeing the similarities to last week's game. Also, just the speed of play. I mean, this game has gone by so quickly, already through 2 full innings, and the game was delayed a little bit at the start, but it's still only been about half an hour. We didn't mention this earlier, since this is a doubleheader, there will be, both games will be only 7-inning games instead of the regular 9. So it's a shorter game than usual. And after this first game, there will be about a half-hour break before the second game starts.
And not sure if you're able to hear the Jumbo's bench yell it out there, but 8-9 and top for Colby. Obviously, good. I always think a good rule of thumb is you don't want to see the leadoff batter come up again until the third inning. Because that means you're going through the lineup, you minimize damage. That's what you see exactly. Only 1 base runner on that gap shot for a double in the first inning so far. But last inning, we really saw Volgende settle in, get them down 1, 2, 3.
Yep, and so that 8-hitter will be Cole Palmieri, the catcher, up for his first at-bat of the afternoon. Big swing and a miss as Volgende just blows it right by him. Oh, 1 now. Again, right there, and Volgende is feeling it. You also see, I think Palmieri is really far back in the box, just trying to, he feels a bit behind on the ball, trying to give himself as much time as he can. But now the 0-2. Thought about it, but good take there.
And that's generally what you see towards the end of the lineup with hitters like Palmieri. He's only hitting 227, where pitchers feel more confident that they can just blow it by you with your best fastball. As you see right there for strike 3.
And he will ring him up. That'll be strikeout number 2 for Volgende.
And Volgende has clearly settled in a bit. 5 straight outs now.
Number 7, Marcus
Setting him down on 4 pitches. And Palmieri, frankly, didn't look like he had that much of a chance up there. Like you mentioned, standing back in the batter's box, unsure of himself. Now let's see if he can keep that rolling with Forrester up to bat. Oh.
First pitch, Bowman was holding it there for quite a bit, looking for the call, but didn't get it.
Yeah, that looked like it came in. I thought that was at the bottom of the zone, but apparently not. Ooh,
I think that shouldn't be just a line drive into right field, a little base knock, and that'll be the second base runner already for Colby. Now man on first and bring up the top of the order with McConnell.
Really a solid piece of hitting by Forrester there. He was only hitting just over 100. This will actually increase his batting average to 200 on the season. But yeah, that's a solid piece of hitting. Takes that fastball, drives it to the opposite field for a solid single.
And as a 9-hitter, that's really what you need to do. Just make a little bit, get on base, and bring up your big 3 batters with McConnell, O'Brien, Marr, trying to break this game open, perhaps.
Also, I believe in the last set of games, we didn't actually see any stolen bases or even stolen base attempts. Wonder if that'll change, as the Colby Mules are notoriously aggressive on the base path. Forrester himself has attempted and stolen 3 bases, despite being on base only a handful of times with that 1 hit and 2 walks beforehand. So unless he's reached on an error or hit by a pitch, he's essentially stealing almost every time he gets on base. And there he goes.
There he goes. Swing and a miss, but the throw down from Bowman, not in time. So the strike will come in.
Oh, I think they just called batter. I think they called batter interference.
Really? That is interesting. So Forrester will return to first.
Wow.
And McConnell is out.
And
That is
Wow.
quite an interesting turn of events. I mean,
yeah.
between being man on second, one out, and
To-
runner on
yeah.
first with two, that's quite the turn. I didn't quite see what
No,
happened
I
there.
didn't
But
either. And especially when you see like a solid throw. I mean, it was a little off, just off towards third base, but it was a pretty solid throw. And usually when you have batter's interference, you see a little more interference on the throw. But
yeah. And the first pitch now to O'Brien is going to be a strike. I don't even know how to put that into my scorecard here. Yeah, it looks like there's a miscommunication. Yeah, okay. Now it does say 2 outs up here on the electronic scoreboard here. And another pickoff attempt from Volgendi. So I mean now of course we talked about it. I'm sure the Jumbos were ready for Forrester to run. Of course now you've seen him.
yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it was well done by Volgendi holding him on. I think a good throw might have actually gotten him there. As you see, Volgendi is picking up the pace, the intensity of those pickoffs. He's really trying to keep him close. And again, I think, I mean, not to say that the throw was terrible from Bowman behind the plate, but a solid, good throw there might have gotten him at second. And he's off again.
Yep, and again the throw down from Bowman. This one's going to be a bit short and take a bounce. And no extra calls. Forrester does eventually make it to second base.
Yeah, I think we both instinctively took a long look at the home plate umpire there, waiting to see what he would do. That's always tough. I mean, everyone on this field knows he's stealing, and he still can't throw him out. Impressive work. He's clearly really fast out there.
Yeah, you can't teach speed.
No, you cannot.
Volgendi now the 1-1. Oh, he wanted that pitch. That'll bring to 2-1. Of course, he does have 2 outs, so you can try to just keep your mind on O'Brien here at the plate. Try not to worry too much about Volgendi, but now a single could not get a run.
Yeah, and the outfielders are playing about normal depth, though. A single could definitely do that.
There's a strike at the knees, bring it to 2-2.
Wonder if the home plate umpire's mission this inning is to make sure everyone hates him equally. I guess that's a good rule of thumb. Maybe if he's doing something right, if everyone hates him equally, because you've seen some chatter back and forth between both benches on a couple of calls this inning.
Jenny taking a long look back at Forrester, but the pitch and a swing and a miss way behind is O'Brien, and Volgendi will make it out of the inning with another strikeout.
He just blew it right by him there, wound, and great pitch.
All right, and we've seen Colby. They've had some chances here. They've made it difficult for Volgendi there on the mound, but
yeah,
already equaled the number of hits that they put up against them last week in half as many innings. So
yeah,
that's a good sign.
I think we saw something similar, at least in the first inning last time around, which was we had a not so much, but we had a threat from Colby, I believe, based on I want to say error, I believe, in that first inning, or maybe there was a hit, but and then what it took was just a couple of outs, like we saw Volgendi getting into a rhythm, and basically sending everyone else down. Still a solid inning. I mean, he gave up 1 single. I mean, a stolen base. What are you gonna do? I mean, that's not necessarily the pitcher's fault. So he's really only given up 1 solid piece of contact since that double. So still feeling pretty good if you're Volgendi out there, especially when you know you can blow.
I'd say he's 5 for 5. I mean, he ran the first time. But yeah, but Colby as a team, they do like to run. They've taken, they're averaging 2.5 stolen bases per game. So they certainly like to run whenever they get the chance.
Yeah, and they really don't get thrown out much. Just looking down, they've only been thrown out 3 times, I believe, on the base paths. So given how many times they're stealing, I mean, that is impressive. It's kind of reminiscent of your older school small ball days.
Yep, and the first pitch now from Pletter is going to be swung on, go
well.
deep to left
That's
field.
it well.
If it stays fair,
I think it's foul.
Just barely foul. Right on the warning track is Burgess. Wow.
Burgess did not look confident out there. I gotta say, I think something about the way that was hit surprised him. You saw him almost take a kind of turn the Jets on. So lucky for him that was foul. Still a great piece of contact, though. A couple feet to the right, a couple feet further, and we're talking about a 1-0 lead.
Yep, very close there from Will Burgess. But after all that, it's just going to be the same as a strike, so you'll face an 0-1. Some off-speed will be called a ball. I think a bit outside there from Platter. That one is going to be low in the dirt.
And yeah, everything matters when you're out there. Even if that was just a foul, seems like a harmless foul ball. Now he's shown, hey, I can turn on this fastball, and I can turn it. And there you go again, another good solid piece of contact up the middle.
Up the middle, nice range there. Oh, couldn't get the pick, Cats. It'll bounce over him. It was a good attempt there from Jung at short. He had nice range to pick up the ball. It was right back up the middle, but unfortunately couldn't make the throw. And so that'll give a leadoff runner for the Jumbos. We'll see if, I think they'll...
I'm guessing they'll mark that a hit. Maybe.
No, I guess not. That'll be an error, yeah. So I guess mainly on the throw.
Well, yeah. I think what it came down to is stumbled a bit. He wasn't smooth with his delivery. Ended up kind of rushing the throw. All of a sudden now, the Jumbos have a runner on base.
Yeah, their first runner is the leadoff for Burgess, as we have now the catcher Connor Bowman at the plate, taking his first at-bat of the day. He's only hasn't played too much. He's only had 4 at-bats so far this season in the 2 games that he's played.
Burgess does have a stolen base on the season.
That one's going to be to
third.
Great play. Nice play. He's going to send it to second.
Safe, I think.
But too slow. And a really nice diving play there from Russell at third, but unfortunately couldn't make either play. He went for the shorter throw. I don't know. That's a tough decision there. I mean,
well, I think what you saw is the way he ended up lying, the way he dived, he ended up facing second base. By the time he's able to reorient himself, probably get to his feet to be able to make that throw all the way to first base, I don't think he has a chance. I think he did make the right decision. He kind of got cursed. I think Burgess was relatively fast out there and wasn't able to convert. Still a good play and really actually a good pick over there at second base. It was a good attempt all around.
Yeah, and I think that will go down as a fielder's choice for Bowman, so he doesn't actually get a hit, but also no error. So it's just first and second, still no hits, as we have Bozzella, the shortstop, the 9-hitter, trying to start off this game. That one's deep to left field.
That's going way back.
Going back and over the wall. That one is gone. Nate Bozzella with the 3-run home run, sending the Jumbos into the lead here in the bottom of the 3rd inning.
Wow. From the 9-hitter too. Obviously, of course, the Jumbos expect that. They're pretty confident, every one of their guys, but wow, that's got to rattle. That's got to rattle you out there. Any pitcher, seeing the 9-hitter just absolutely turn on that pitch, crush it over the left field wall. The Jumbos have broken this game open.
Yeah, and that's just how quickly things can change. Pled was looking so good, even though he let up a couple runners on base. And now first pitch is a hit by pitch to Reed, and that'll be the 4th straight base runner.
And what we were talking about this whole game is Pletter already was not having he's not able to control. You see the pitching coach for the Colby Mules coming out because he knows that Pletter needs to get a breather, calm down a bit.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, of course, that sequence very much hyping up the Jumbos bench. Let's see. Bozzella, yeah, okay. I thought so. I had Nate Bozzella Jr., first career home run coming here this afternoon. 3-run homer. He is a junior, so he played a little bit 2 years ago as a freshman, but didn't get too many at-bats. And now, big 3-run homer to bust this game open.
Yeah, that was absolutely crushed. And just to go back to what this can do to a pitcher, I mean, if you think about the way the runner, there's 1 hit on the board right now. The Jumbos have scored 3 runs on 1 hit, which is actually something similar we saw, I believe, in the second game where the Mules and the Jumbos finished with the same amount of hits, and the Jumbos scored 11 more runs than the Mules.
Yeah,
it's something that happens when you just have an error, a fielder's choice. Although those, frankly, probably basically a hit. I mean, there wasn't really too much the defense could do, but all of a sudden, 2 runners on, the pitcher doesn't feel like he's done anything wrong, and now he's down 3-0. That can really get to you.
Now Cortez, that one's very much in the dirt, and a free base to Reed.
Yeah.
And Pletter feels like Jumbos have gotten in his head a bit. That one was a couple feet short of the plate.
He's aiming right now. He's scared to throw something that's going to get crushed. And when you do that, you lose all sense of control. And he clearly did that right there. I mean, that was 5-6 feet in front of the catcher. There's not much you can do.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, it's very quickly falling apart. See if Pletter can try to reel it back in. Just one pitch could be the difference, get his momentum back. That one is not going to do it, though. It's going to be high. Now 2-0 to Cortez. The one thing I'll also say, it went by so quickly after the hit by pitch immediately after, but Nate Bazell, that was also his first hit of the season. He was 0 for 7 coming into that at bat, and certainly a big hit for him.
You can never underestimate anyone, and that is hit well.
That one's deep to right field. I believe there's enough room there for McGee. He will make the catch, and tagging is Reed. Will at least get 90 feet, so pretty pretty loud out there from the Cortez. For the first out of the inning, actually, but at least we'll move Reed up over to third base.
You can afford loud outs right now. When you're up 3-0, I mean, that'll still do as much to rattle a pitcher. I mean, not everyone's going to get a hit, but if those hits, I mean, if the outs are looking, I mean, that was absolutely crushed. I mean, it was hit pretty far out there, pushing the right fielder pretty far back. I mean, that's not necessarily a confidence boost out there.
Yeah, it's not getting any easier for Pletter, although that pitch is a nice one right in the zone. I think he needed that one to get the first pitch strike on
that had a solid amount of movement, good location. First solid pitch we've seen in a bit.
Yeah, but this is the heart of the Jumbo's lineup with Cortez, Di Maria, and Dawes coming up. That one's going to be a ground ball to short. That'll be enough to score the run. The play is made at first, but hey, you take that. That's an RBI for Peter Di Maria as Miles Reed makes it 4-0 for the Jumbos.
And that's something you love to see is Di Maria. He grounded out, but he's amped. He's excited. He drove in that run. Obviously, that just shows you the camaraderie and the mentality of this team. That hey, if you get an RBI, it doesn't matter if you ground out. If situational hitting, you got the run in. That's what matters, and it's now 4-0.
Yep, and so back to the windup for Pletter as the bases will be cleared. First pitch is in for a strike to Ryan Dawes. Oh, one. That one's going to be a bit high.
Good pitch.
Fastball right there.
Yeah. Good location. Froze him at the knees after throwing a couple off-speed pitches. That's a really good pitch by Pletter.
Yeah, and now he just needs one more strike to perhaps get out of this inning. I'm going to be popped up very high. Coming in is Katz, the first baseman. Halfway down the line, will make the play in fair territory, and Pletter will escape the inning, but not before a 3-run home run from Nate Bazell breaks this game open. Jumbos now have the lead 4-0.
Yeah, and that's talk about, on one hand, of course, for Pletter, that can be a real shaker confidence. On the other hand, for Volgende, unlike last game where he had to go wait for, I believe for him at least, it was 5 innings before he got any run support. Now, you're 3 innings in and you have all of a sudden a 4-run lead. Gives you more confidence to make your pitches, to try to hit your spots, and to feel confident that, hey, one mistake won't kill me, that I can afford to really try to essentially not necessarily live on the edge, but make those types of pitches that if they work, they're really good. If not, so what if they get a runner on? Because you have a 4-run lead behind you and a solid defense so far.
Yep, certainly lets you calm down a bit on the mound. Not as much pressure with the 4-run cushion. And he'll be seeing the 3, 4, 5 batters for the Mules in this top half of the 4th. Marr, Russell, and Katz.
Yeah, and of course, if anyone is going to get the Mules going, it hopefully could be them for that. Marr, of course, hitting .458 on the season.
Yep, and he picked up the double back in the first off of Volgendi, so.
Marr also leading the team in RBIs thus far with 7. his on-base percentage is remarkable. It's .563 going into today, and now a little higher as well, because he's walking. He's walked 6 times, I believe, as well as being hit by a pitch. That's another 7 bases in addition to his 11 hits.
Yep, that's the reason he's the DH, as that one is slapped on the third baseline, just foul.
That was a good piece of hitting. I mean, you can tell he's a confident hitter up there because that pitch is out of the strike zone. It's a little low. It's off speed. He's able to turn on it. I think the saving grace was it was off speed that put him a little ahead of it, and he was able to pull it. He pulled it just a little too much down the line.
Yeah, but that'll make it 0-2 in the pitch from Voljendi. I think a bit outside. Will make it 1-2, but still a very good pitch in that situation. 1-2 now. That one's inside as Moore has to turn a bit out of the way. Two from Voljendi. Swung on and fouled back.
Almost
bounces over. Oh, they off of one bounce hits a car. That's 5 points, I think. You know.
That was very close. Almost landing in the back of that pickup truck right there.
Yeah, but a good at bat in here from Mar. He's fighting, staying alive. This is going to be the 6th pitch of the at bat, and it's going to be ground ball to second base. Again, a bit low. Well, no, I mean that's a fine throw, but
it was a little bit low. I mean,
yeah.
It's fine. I mean, it'll work when you're throwing to first base. I mean,
yeah.
And you have a solid first baseman out there adept at making those scoops. But it's definitely something. Thankfully, the Jumbos with this lead, also with they haven't made any poorly timed errors or poorly timed missed throws. They've been, not to say lucky, but they've known when to shape up and make the plays. Oh, good pitch right there, had him guessing.
Way out in front was Russell on that pitch. And you see Coach Casey giving some signs out to Duffy in left field saying to take a few steps back as Russell is at the plate. Now the 0-1. It's going to be popped up way foul in left field. It will be within the fence, but yeah, I don't think you can run that far. There's a huge amount of room out in foul territory on the third base side.
Yeah. I mean, a lot. I mean, just everything stays in.
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of people, not used to that, might say, well, the ball landed in the field. You should be able to get there. Not the case here. Oh, good pitch. Oh.
Nice pitch, but on that'll go for a ball, make it 1-2.
Just a little outside. Still a good pitch, though.
Another 1-2.
Gonna
be inside, perhaps. At least called inside.
Yeah, maybe a touch low as well. Didn't miss by much. And again, that's what you call a good miss. You can live with that because they're going to chase that event sooner rather than later.
Well, Jendi now with 2-2. Swung on, and that'll be a lane drive out to right field and a base knock here from Russell. And with one out, Colby will get another man on base.
Coach Casey is not thrilled with the lack of strike three there, but as a solid piece of contact, good solid hard line drive. Of course, on the one hand, it's one single. The Jumbos should be able and can live with that right now, but on the other hand, for the Mules, you need some base runners to get anything going. You can't score you can't score multiple runs without base runners. Let's see if they're able to string something together. They of course have been generating more production, at least getting people on base, than they did last weekend.
You have another pickoff attempt. Again, worried. Russell is 1 for 2 on the season for stolen bases, so perhaps not your biggest threat, but certainly willing to run. You know, we'll see. As we mentioned earlier, Mules love to run on the base pass. Well, Jendy's pitch now to Katz is going to be a ground ball again to Burgess. Picks it up. He'll just take the 1 at first. Did not have time to turn the 2. But you'll take the 1 out, now 2 outs with a man on second for the Jumbos.
Yeah, there's absolutely no reason you need to force that throw to second. He makes the right choice there. His momentum's carrying him towards first base. It's going to be taken, obviously, with the runner on first, getting that head start. Who even knows if you make that play at second? You definitely won't be able to turn two. With a 4-0 lead, you can afford to leave a runner in scoring position because with 2 outs, you know that it just takes one to get out of the inning.
Up and up now will be number 22, Tommy McGee, looking to drive in the Mules' first run. This is now the third time that the Mules have gotten a runner into scoring position, but haven't managed to get past second base, as Russell taking a pretty big secondary lead there off second.
Yeah, and I mean, I think he probably knows, and I think he's right, that I don't think we're going to see any attempts to pick him off from the catcher to throw back to second. I wouldn't guess as much with a 4-0 lead.
Yeah, and he needs to be ready, because on any single, you know he's going home. Ooh,
Oh,
really thought about it there after the drop from Bowman, but... Oh, okay, so the throw down will go a little bit wild. I think even if it was on target, might have been just a bit late. But
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's what the secondary lead is for. You know, Russell is very ready on any chance he gets to try to pick up another 90 feet.
And that's actually a good play by Bazell. He's able to dive and knock that ball down. Otherwise, I'm not sure if that ball doesn't roll out to the outfield and we get to see a runner on third.
That's true. That
Good
pitch is going to go in there for a strike. So now 2-1 to McGee. Of course, again, even though they've managed to get runners in scoring position, there's often been 2 outs, and again, Volgendi just trying to look to make 1 more out here to get out of this inning. The 2-1. Fouled off from McGee.
Defensive swing right there. I mean, he was more not compact by any means. He tucked his arms in. That's not going to drive the ball. You can live with that contact. It shows you that right now, Volgente is the one in control right now.
Yeah, and I think we've been talking about a little bit that just the second half of the lineup, they just don't look comfortable behind the plate. Their swings look very defensive, sometimes awkward, and you know they haven't really done it. That one reaches out, but it pops it into center field. The throw down is going to be cut off by Cortez, and not going to throw home. We'll just give up the run and keep McGee at first. But hey, that'll give the Mules their first run of the day on an RBI single from Tommy McGee.
For cutting that throw off, interesting choice. I do think he probably would have been safe.
Yeah.
Just from eyeballing it. Still, I think you can either try to let that go or at least try to turn it. I mean, it can't hurt. Still, a solid piece of hitting right there, turning it back up the middle. Still didn't look that confident on the swing, to be honest, but he did what he needed to.
Yeah, I mean, if it works, it works.
And the Mules are on the board. And as we see McGee out there, like many of the Mules, does have a stolen base on the season. And again, a 4-1 lead, I mean, 4-1 versus 4-2 can make a solid difference. I mean, and you can see it's an aggressive lead out there.
Yeah, I mean, the aggression on the base pass, as that one is going to pop just barely foul. That would have been extra bases, perhaps, as it reached down to third base line, or first base line, excuse me.
At the very least, you would have seen a runner at third.
Yep.
It would have been close whether they sent him to second, the ball being on the side of the field. Nevertheless, it's interesting to see what the contact that the Mules are making. Since that double, it seems like every hit's been that kind of solid line drive. It's going to go for a single,
Yep, now an 0-1. Nope, just kidding. Ooh, very close on the pickoff attempt. Nearly caught McGee just a bit off first base, but got back in time.
You can tell just based on the way McGee is taking his lead. Look at the way his weight seems to be shifted. He's leaning towards second base. He wants this run.
Yeah. Yeah, and you see the aggression. I mean, there's another pickoff attempt. The aggression from the Mules on the base pass. I mean, the Germans are well aware of it, which is why all these pickoff attempts are coming. But I think, honestly, Russell, when he was at second, that aggression is what gave him the run, that extra secondary lead.
That is true.
As another pitch is going to be a big strike now, down to 0-2 for Jung, the shortstop.
And over at first base, I do believe McGee's taking a smaller lead now. Hasn't changed his posture, but I think he's about a step closer. As you saw in that last pickoff attempt, he came back in standing. Wouldn't have been able to do that beforehand.
Yep.
And now he extended it once again.
Yep. Volgendi just keeping him close.
With 2 strikes, I wouldn't be surprised if he's a little more aggressive. Maybe you see a stolen base attempt here.
Yeah, we'll see what Jung can do behind the plate, facing a tough position. A swing and a miss. Doesn't matter about the runners if you can pull off the strikeouts. as Volgendi will get out of the inning, but not before an RBI single from McGee gives the Mules their first run of the afternoon. It'll be a 4-1 ball game heading into the bottom of the fourth. And we mentioned it earlier that the Jumbos managed to score their runs with just one hit. Now it's Tufts with 4 runs on 1 hit, while the Colby has 1 run on 4 hits.
Yeah,
but you know it's the timing of the hits in addition, of course, to the power. I mean, the singles. There was a nice gapper from Mar, but not quite as much power in in their hits. I mean, even if you combine all the 4 hits, is it as much as the home run? Not quite.
right, and you're completely right, and I mean, obviously the score already. You look at that and you say, well, that's weird, but I mean, again, if you think about the way the Jumbos got on base, sure, it was an error. It was a tough play. The second play, I'm not sure. They give him a fielder's choice. I'm not sure if he retires an out if they're either way, right? Because I think there's no runner at second. He's forced to throw to first. I still think he's safe at first.
Yeah.
That's really, I mean, that it was a good piece of contact. So it's not like the Jumbos got on because of these joke errors and then got lucky. I mean, they were hitting. They made some solid contacts, some solid placements, and look, baseball is a bit of a game of luck, but when you're able to string hits together, good things happen. When you're able to get base runners on, however that may be, good things happen. You saw that for the Jumbos.
Yeah, and it's a game of runs. I don't mean scoring runs, but I mean the momentum after, you know, really rattled Pletter after the couple hits and then the home run. So, you know, getting all that momentum and really the whole team was sort of feeling it. And having all that happening in a single inning gave the Jumbos all those runs at once as a swing. I think it'll go foul. Yeah. Russell will pick it up in foul territory, and that'll make it 1-1 for Ryan Duffy.
Interesting that they leave Pletter out, and it's hard to tell from
Jackson Duffy, excuse me.
And it's hard to tell from our vantage point, but I don't see anyone at least seriously warming up in the bullpen for the Mules. I mean, they clearly have some degree of confidence in Pletter, even though he got roughed up for 4 runs last inning. Just tells you about how they feel about Pletter and how they feel his role here. Ooh.
Yep. There's an off-speed just a bit outside to Duffy. And I think, you know, I mean, there's a reason he's starting this first game of the series, right? He's their ace. He, even though picked up the loss last weekend, still had a good outing.
Who sailed that one? Yeah, he absolutely did. I mean, look, I mean, giving up 4. I don't even think I don't believe he gave up all 4 runs either. I mean, even if he did, I mean, 4 runs in a 6-inning game, six at bat of innings for the Jumbos. There's nothing wrong with that. Although here this is been his problem is control, right?
Yep.
I believe he missed locations and it came, like we said, when you were gonna hang something, it's gonna be a problem. He was hanging pitches throughout the game, and that got turned on for a home run. And here you see again. One ball too high, one ball too low. That's been his biggest problem is control, and then of course when he got rattled, control again.
Yep.
But to a more significant degree.
First pitch to Bay is going to be swung on and popped into center field. Is that just going to be a nice base knock? And all of a sudden, the Jumbos have first and second with nobody out.
Yeah, it sounds like he got that off the end of the bat there, but it was a good. When you had a pitch like that, it seemed to be pretty center in, middle for Bay. I mean, he didn't make that great of a contact. Kind of died out there right after getting past the infield off the end of the bat. But like I said, when you put balls in play, when you get runners on base, good things happen. That happened for the last inning. In the last inning for the Jumbos. Let's see if it can happen again.
Yeah, Will Burgess now going to the plate. Was the leadoff batter last inning as he reached on an error. His first pitch is going to be off speed, very nice, falling into the strike zone.
I think one of the better pitches, off speed pitches we've seen for a strike that had a lot of up to down movement. It's a good pitch to get it in there for a strike. Don't forget, Burgess also started off the inning by driving a ball last inning towards the corner and almost for a home run there.
That
Oh,
one's
he's not
in
gonna.
the dirt. Yeah, they won't send him. Pretty good block there from Palmieri behind the
Yeah.
plate. Kept it in front of him. At least keeps your runners at first and second.
And if it's only Bay at first base, maybe they send him.
Yeah.
But when that ball is rolling down the third baseline, it's obviously a much shorter throw from home to third. No reason to send him there, especially with no outs in the inning.
Yeah, smart base running there from Duffy.
Absolutely.
1-1. That's
Ooh.
going to be inside. Dodging out of the way is Burgess, and he'll bring the count now to 2-1. Burgess is a senior. He's only has 6 at bats or 7 at bats with his one early today, but still looking for his first hit of the season.
Yep.
Now a good chance with runners in scoring position and nobody out. That one just underneath it as he fouls it back over the backstop.
Now 2-2 here. Not really a hitter's count, not really a pitcher's count. Wouldn't be. I think if you're Burgess, your biggest thing here, obviously you want to drive in some runs, but if you can advance the runners, that works too.
Yeah, anything to put it
Good
in play
block.
as another block. That one bounced quite far out in front of the plate. Another block from Palmieri, but that will bring it to a full count for Burgess.
And I think that can show you what 4 runs does to a pitcher. Is earlier in the game he was hitting those spots. It was out of the strike zone, but it was tempting enough, and he was sending jumbos down left and right. Now he's missing with that, and he's not tempting jumbos at all.
Full count,
that
nice
is hit
swing
well.
from Burgess to right center field. It'll be picked up there in right by McGee, and tagging is Duffy. He'll go over to third. So a solid contact there from Burgess, but at least does move up the runner, now just 90 feet away.
Yeah, you're totally okay with that. It was a good piece of hitting. And again, it's not an out that the pitcher feels confident about. And you, of course, advance the runner to third base, and that's important with no outs because another sacrifice fly drives in another run.
Yep.
And when you're up 4-1, you want to get that run back at least that the Mules were able to put up last inning, and you're one step closer to doing that. As you see, I wonder, first and third, of course, always the most interesting play when it comes to strategic stealing bases. We see Bay out there. Bay does have a stolen base on the season, so it will be interesting to see what they decide to do.
First pitch to Bowman is high, and yeah, I mean, this was how the last run of the Jumbos got at the end of the last of the bottom of the third, where they just manufacture a run. You know, you get a guy to second, tag up to third, fielder's choice scores him. I mean, that's all you need. Any ground ball to the middle of the infield or a fly ball should score a run here.
And that run, that base runner came on a hit by pitch, so he actually manufactured that run without a hit.
Right.
We've seen can be the theme of the Jumbos today is only 2 hits on the day.
Yeah. On top of that, hit by pitch, wild pitch makes it to second, tags up to third, fielder's choice scores. I mean, you'll take runs like that.
Right.
And now the 2-0 to Bowman.
Oh, he put a great piece
field. And making the catch there in center is McConnell, but that'll be plenty deep enough as Duffy will tag up. And again, that's the manufacturing run. That's the RBI there from Connor Bowman, scoring the 5th run of the game for the Jumbos.
That's another solid piece of contact. And what was important about that was the way he hit it. When you hit the line drive like that, it's much harder to read and set up. Obviously, it's pretty deep. I don't think they're going to have a play at home, but you saw out there the center fielder kind of caught it on one knee, stumbled a bit. That just ensures there's no chance they're going to get him at home. It's an easy run, and it's a 5-1 lead. Anyway, the runner is off.
Yeah, the first pitch to Bozzella sends the runner. That's Bay making the stolen base as the throw is high from Palmieri. He'll get in to second and puts himself in scoring position with Nate Bozzella at the plate.
Bay got a good jump there. I don't think the Mules were expecting that. You also saw an off-speed pitch, so that's obviously a little harder to throw him out, and not a great throw. All those things together, it's an easy stolen base.
Yeah, that's Bay's 2nd stolen base of the season. He has not yet been caught, so he's been caught. So he's 2 for 2. As Bozzella now facing a 1-1 count.
Of course, Bozzella, the hero, that broke this game up, and that's another solid swing on that.
Forrester moving over to his left will make the play, and will get the Mules out of the inning, but not before the Jumbos scratch across another run, making it now a 5-1 ball game.
And like we mentioned, the pace of the game has slowed down a bit for sure. But that's obviously a product when you have no runs through the first 2 2.5 innings, and then you have 6 runs across both teams in the span of inning and a half. It's definitely going to slow the game down. Of course, we see Volgende, no surprise there. He heads back out there, no one warming in the Jumbo's bullpen. Again, no surprise as we head into the 5th inning.
And Volgendi is back on the mound for this 5th inning. As again, you may have heard, calling out from the Jumbo's bench will be the 8 and 9 batters to start off this inning, with catcher Paul Mary and left fielder Marcus Forrester to start off this top half of the 5th for the Mules. First pitch, fastball outside.
Good to see, though. You still see some pretty solid velocity out there, of course. Still something always to keep an eye on. And Volgende is maintaining that speed out there. You see he just blows it right by them. That's again, Daniel. What have we seen from these bottom third for the Mules? With a couple exceptions, they put a couple swings on it for singles, but otherwise they don't seem to be able to catch up. They look a little unsure of themselves when they're in there. Oh, good pitch. I think that's just a little low and out. Good frame, though. Always try to track it to see if that was at the knees or not. And it looked like it might have been maybe an inch or two below.
2-1 now from Volgendi.
That's right in there.
Right there, just blows it by him.
And didn't think so on the Mules bench. Unfortunate for them because they don't make the calls. Saw Paul Mary give a little look back there. Of course, he knows more than anything about the strike zone, being the catcher.
Now when he makes contact with Burgess at second, is going to range over to his right, pick it up, and pick up the first out of the inning.
Burgess, after having a couple problems with his throws to start, he's made 2 or 3 straight. Solid throws right there. Also might be a product, when you have the sun come out, the grass dries. Gets a little warmer, much easier to get a grip on the ball, make a solid throw over there. The Jumbo's defense overall has really settled in. Kind of every time there's a ground ball for the first inning or two, you felt a little unsure about where that throw might be heading. As you see, right in there for a strike, right above the knees.
Yeah, this is left fielder Marcus Forrester. He picked up a single back in the 3rd inning. Now in his second at-bat, will foul the pitch back.
Of course, Forrester is, of course, the speedster he's had 2 hits, as we mentioned, on the day. Both, on the season, and 1 on the day. Both singles, and then, of course, when he's on, he's running. So he's definitely your typical 9-hitter in that sense. He's there to get on base and get the second on a stolen base.
Another good contact again there to Burgess at second. He's had quite the busy day.
Yeah.
Another easy out, as it will be quickly 2 outs for the Jumbos.
It was really interesting. Like we said to keep an eye on. I don't know if anyone else noticed. Bit of a weird bounce. Kind of hopped pretty high off the ground there. I believe on that 3rd bounce off the grass there. It didn't pose any of the problems, and thankfully we haven't had too many ground balls on either side that have needed to be with runners in scoring position or runners on base where that's posed a problem.
Yeah, and McConnell now swings and misses on his first pitch. In terms of the fielding, I mean, at second base, that's why we say Burgess playing pretty far back. I mean, at second base, you get plenty of time to make the throw usually.
Right.
So he's playing it back, waits for the ball to come to him, as another swing and a miss from McConnell. Volgendi making quick work of this inning.
Yeah, he's got to feel really good about the way he's pitching right now.
0-2, wind up from Volgendi. Fastball this time fouled off by McConnell, keeps the at-bat alive.
Interesting. You've seen Volgendi try to go for the off speeds occasionally. when he's up 0-2. But really interesting is when a pitcher's feeling it, sometimes they say basically, whatever, I'm going to try to throw my best fastball right by you. I think that's what he tried to do there with up 0-2 in the counts.
Another 0-2. This
Oh,
one right
just
there,
outside.
but
Oh,
can't get the call this time.
another good miss. The Mule, I mean, the odds that like might get called a strike plus a chase are pretty good there.
This one's popped up high. It'll stay in the infield. Cortez underneath it. First baseman ranges over. Probably could have been Burgess's ball as well, but either way, picks up the out. And very quickly, the Jumbos get through this inning. Volgendi rolling. Still 5 innings pitched, just the 1 run given up so far. And we will see Plutter returning to the mound for the bottom half of this 5th inning. He'll be facing off the top of the order. For the Jumbos, this will be the 3rd time through the order. So far, actually, Plutter has done quite well against the top half of the Jumbos order. The top 4 batters are 0 for 7 so far on the day through the first 2 runs through the lineup, with just a hit by pitch, the only base runner. And of those, 0 for 7, including 3 strikeouts. Unfortunately for Plutter, he hasn't really rolled. He hasn't returned back to how he felt in the first couple innings. He had 3 strikeouts through 2 innings, but hasn't had any since. And of course, the 5 runs given up, and a lot of other deep fly balls, some pretty loud outs. So really looking good for the Jumbos as Miles Reed will try to continue it. First pitch from Plutter to Reed. That'll be in for a ball. Wind up on the 1-0. Swung on and driven to right field. Nice drive there from Miles Reed. And a early base runner for the Jumbos. That'll be his first hit of the day. Again, he reached out on a hit by pitch earlier in the day, but
solid piece of contact right there.
Yeah.
To lead off the inning, he puts a good swing on it. It's a good hard line drive into right field. Definitely what the Jumbos want to do, which is they don't need home runs right now. They just want to keep manufacturing offense. They have that luxury where they can take it slow. They can get some base runners on and see what happens. Ooh, off-speed pitch. Might have been a change-up there. Didn't look like it had, either way, didn't look like it had too much movement.
Yep.
But he did successfully get Cortez ahead of the pitch.
Yeah, so that one gets past Cortez, but you know, as we see swinging from Reed, it's just very quickly the Jumbos have gotten
Runners off.
as Reed will take.
I think he fouled it.
Yeah, they'll call the foul, so Reed.
Oh.
So that's another essentially batter's interference, but he's called incidental. Is that?
Yes.
Did I hear that right?
Right. So when you hit the batter on the bat, when you hit the catcher on the backswing,
yeah.
they don't call that interference because it's not necessary. Yeah, as we hear the explanation from the umpire, I mean, if he did in fact hit him with the backswing, I'm guessing he did. Didn't seem to be too much of an argument.
Yeah, I did see that Palmieri behind the plate dropped the ball, so I mean,
yeah,
maybe tipped his glove on the backswing. I'm not sure how common that is, but twice in.
I remember David Ortiz used to do it a lot, especially when you have left-handers standing pretty far back in the box.
Yeah,
it can happen. Yeah, and obviously I think it is a bit unreasonable for you to say control your backswing, because obviously the catcher's taking like 3 steps in to release that ball, coming close to the bat. So they don't call it an interference or that incidental contact. They just send him right back. And he's off again.
There he goes. Reed, this one not even going to throw down. The ball's in the dirt for ball 2.
Yeah.
And Reed will, without a throw, pick up his 3rd stolen base of the season.
To be honest, I felt like he could have made a play there. I mean, the ball, obviously when the ball's in the dirt and you scoop it, you have no chance. You just don't have that much time. He was able to catch that in the air. It would have been a tough play. Interesting that they didn't make an attempt to throw him out at the very least.
Yeah, and we're seeing that bit of a difference here between the Mules with Pletter and the Jumbos with Volgendi, that even when you know you have some runners on first, there really haven't been many pickup attempts. You know, he's just really focused in on the batter, and that's given opportunities for the Jumbos. They've taken some bases.
And that was true last weekend as well. Volgende and Mara were both very aggressive as far as attempting to pick runners off. Even though there were no actual stolen bases or stolen base attempts, there were a lot of pickoffs on the Jumbo side. Not so for the Mules. It seems to be whatever it may be, a mindset, or it's just the way pitchers like to operate. We know pitchers have their own superstitions and habits.
And Cortez will lay off ball number 4 as he gets a free pass to first base. First time on the base pass for him on the afternoon, and it'll be first and second for the Jumbos with no outs, and DH Peter DiMaria coming up to the plate.
Talk about someone you want to see going up there with runners on base. It's definitely Peter DiMaria. Hitting a pretty solid 364 coming into the game. He only had 1 RBI. That was the thing. So interesting to see if he can get some more on the score sheet here. Takes a strike.
Yeah, maybe not this season. Maybe he hasn't had the opportunities, but last season, his freshman year, he actually had a 40 or 41, I can't remember, RBIs, which is and that's in only 40 games. You know, so very impressive. He's and now and he'll just wear it on the arm. But the Jumbos are excited for that one as the second hit by pitch of the day from Pletter will make the bases loaded, none out for your cleanup batter. Dawes coming up to the plate.
That was something else fascinating about last weekend is we saw a lot of hit by pitches, especially in that second game between Thompson and Driscoll on the Mules side. You saw, as we see Mules coach heading out. I'm not sure if this is going to be a substitution. We do see someone warming in the bullpen.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, but we haven't. Unfortunately, we don't have a good angle of the bullpen from here, so we can't quite see who it is.
I don't believe they're taking him out yet because I don't. Yeah. They're still tossing warm-ups in the bullpen. Yeah, he's going to stay in for now. But just to get back to what I was saying, we saw, I believe, 4 hit by pitches in that, at least in that second game. I know Thompson, the relief pitcher, came in and he had 4. He himself has 4 or 5 hit by pitches on the season. Something. I mean, I think the Jumbos maybe hit 1 person, if that. I mean. Yeah. It kind of just spoke to the fact that the Mules struggled with control. That seemed to be their issue. You see that again here. Jumbo's getting some free base runners. Yep. Just the little things that the Jumbos are besting the Mules at. Stealing bases. Even though that's the Mules' specialty, the Jumbos were successfully able to do that. Getting runners on base. You're seeing that right now. As the Mules still have more hits than the Jumbos.
Yeah, it's the consistency from Pletter that it just hasn't quite been there, that he's losing track of some of these balls. As his first pitch to Dawes is going to come in high. And I think also that mound visit was really just a stall, because giving some time for your pitcher in the bullpen to warm up a bit, because bases loaded with no outs, you're still quite a bit of a distance from finishing out this inning.
Absolutely. I think it was also probably to set the defense. As you see, the first and the third baseman are playing pretty far in. The middle infielders are not. So clearly they're willing to give up a run here for the double play, which again does make sense. When it's not so much every run, it's avoiding a massive inning that puts this game away.
Yeah, definitely a big, close from Palmieri. He does pick up the block. It gets away from him just for a sec, but not enough for a chance for a run. So that'll make it a 2-1 count. And definitely, the corners have come to the plate for sure. You have the force out, so why not?
And Palmieri came into this game. His scouting report said he is good back behind the plate. We've seen that he's been able to stop basically everything back there.
There's a nice pitch. Thought it was a bit high, but gets the call. Now it'll be 2-2.
Yeah, not great placement. I mean, again, you hate to see those kind of pitches reward where they're like these hanging off speed pitches that really aren't placed that well. But a strike's a strike, and now 2-2.
Yep, Pletter looking to pick up the first out of this inning. That one's going to be low. Another good stop from Palmieri behind the plate.
3-2. He's got to make a pitch here.
Yep, and runners will be ready to run.
Think we'll see a steal of home on the 3-2 count, Daniel? Good
big
pitch.
swing, a very important pitch there from Pletter, excuse me.
Yeah, that's really impressive. It takes a lot. You got the bases loaded, Jurgic, and he just throws his best fastball that he's got, throws it right by him.
Yeah, and after having just given up a walk, just given up a hit by pitch, comes back with the strikeout on a full count.
Absolutely.
And perhaps can get out of this inning. Now a double play would end the inning, given the opportunity, as we have Jackson Duffy back to the plate.
Absolutely right. He sailed that one. Corner infielders still in, so you can tell if the ball's hit there, the play is at home.
Yep.
Makes sense. But if the ball is hit to the middle infield, they are going for that double play, like you said. That can always get a little dicey, obviously, especially when you're hit to the middle infielders. Are they able to turn it in time?
Yeah,
But
and that'll be high to Duffy. I think in this case, especially, I mean, this is usually what you're going to be with bases loaded and 1 out. But also, I think you aren't too worried about the speed from Di Maria, who's at first right now, and Duffy at the plate. So
absolutely, and of course, to make any type of fielding play relevant, you need to see some strikes.
Yep.
And that will do it.
That'll do
right
it,
there, yeah.
I think Duffy was waiting for that one. Might as well after the 2-0
Absolutely.
count.
I mean, when you go to you've had already a base runner. I mean, you've had a hit by pitch. You've had a walk in this inning. You had a 3-2 count. There is no reason to be aggressive right now. Obviously, if you see a pitch you can hit, go for it. But if it's not yours early in the count,
that one he was nearly on. That was a nice pitch. He could have turned on that one. Unfortunately, got a little underneath it. Sent it back to the backstop. And that'll make it now 2-2. Good chance for Pletter. Come back in this inning, perhaps get out of it without any damage done.
And he's also been focusing more on his fastballs, I think, because he's been struggling to locate his off speed. Now that he has 2 strikes, maybe if he goes back to it, as we see right there, he does. That can happen when you're not confident in your pitches. It's obviously much easier to locate a fastball generally. With his off speed, he hasn't been able to locate it. He's waiting until later in the count when he knows he can afford a miss and still not, and have that 2 strikes. But another full count, because he's not able to make his location.
The full count of and that's going to be high, and Jackson Duffy will get his 2nd walk of the day, his 3rd of the season, and that'll walk in a run.
I believe
for the Jumbos.
That will end Driscoll's. That will end Pletter's day. It will. Believe we might be seeing a left-hander come in, but look, you gotta Pletter. The 3-run home run really killed him. Otherwise, it's been a lot of small things, which obviously is a good sign for the Jumbos, because obviously if you can generate offense without that power that we know they have, that works as well. With that said, Pletter is going to come out, giving up 6 runs. He is of course responsible for all 3 base runners. As we mentioned, only 3 hits. And you've had 4 base runners in this inning, 1 hit. That'll tell you that's kind of the day it's been going, and it also shows the Jumbo's plate discipline has been really, really good.
Yep, they've had now, I believe, 3 walks picked up, in addition to, of course, the 2 hit by pitches. As we see number 21, Cam Garfield, coming in relief.
Of course, Garfield has pitched. Garfield has struggled in his limited time so far this season. He's pitched an inning and 2/3, but he's given up 4 runs, 3 of those earned. He also walked 2 batters in the course of, I believe, 7 plate appearances, 7 different hitters he faced. That gives him an ERA, of course, with a unfairly small sample size of 16.2. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure that's definitely more innings, and that ERA will come down. Still, however, he's struggled so far, so not exactly the most confident pitcher that the Colby Mules are putting out there, which again makes sense. I mean, not to say that the game is over, but it's definitely more slowly but surely getting away from the Mules. As you see, actually a fairly unorthodox delivery out there for Garfield, if you want to take a look.
Yeah,
very interesting.
Very quick step.
Interesting release point.
Yeah, Garfield, a senior, number 21, coming out of Wellesley, Mass. So not too far from here. Actually, I don't know my master's geography.
Yeah,
to be
no, it's
honest.
not too far at all.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Probably 20 minutes, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, but definitely
Yeah, so
almost like a
it's-
home game for him.
Yeah, back near his hometown. But yeah, so obviously put in a tough situation with the bases loaded. Yeah, he does have this very quick
Yeah.
motion, quick arm movement. And as we have some data from the analysts behind
Yeah,
us.
and this kind of confirms what we were talking about, which is Platter, he threw 86 pitches, not a terribly high number by any stretch of the means. The important thing is he only threw 44 strikes.
Now batting 13,
Doing some
K.
quick math, that puts him just over 50%, and that's not where you want to be as a pitcher. And that tells you he was hitting pitchers, even when he wasn't walking people, when he wasn't hitting people, the Jumbos were forcing full counts on him, making him work. That's really important. This is really good, good number for the Jumbos. And another pitch, not close to the strike zone. This can happen coming in. You don't really have any room for error. I believe this is I believe this happened last week in the second game as well, where Thompson for the Mules came in with the bases loaded.
Yep.
And got kind of hit around for a bit and then settled in.
Yeah, it's tough. He didn't have that much time to warm up
Oof.
as well either. I think because they were trying to stall for him.
Right.
And now unfortunately starting off with 3 balls, 3-0 count here to Brandon Bay, and you have to imagine he's just watching this one. And that's going to be ball 4, a 4-pitch walk, and the Jumbos are just getting free bases right now.
Yeah, and I mean, this kind of tells you, I mean, just looking down the roster of the 12, I believe, pitchers, maybe 13 pitchers that have seen action for the Mules. Garfield has the second least innings pitched. It's not like they made a choice here, which is this game they wanted someone who can log the innings and get them home without wasting some of their better pitchers. But that's kind of showing right now. 4 straight pitches, 4 straight balls, walks in another run.
Finally does pick up a strike here in the first pitch to Burgess.
That's high and
but
tight.
that one's going to be ball, and Burgess now facing the 1-1. That one's going to be a bit outside as Palmieri has to stretch out of his box to go reach for it. And, anything here, the Mules still looking for perhaps a double play to get out of this inning. Again, like the corner's still looking for the play at the plate. That's a nice pitch. Gets it in there now. 2-2 count.
Correct me wrong, Dan. Have we seen any off speed yet? I don't believe so. Another concerning thing, which is if you're not able to locate your fastball. Of course, I'm not sure of his pitching repertoire, what pitches he has, but he's sticking with the fastball here. That might have been an off-speed
Yeah, that
pitch.
one was, and really got Burgess there. Picks up the second out of the inning. Is going to be a strikeout, and Garfield makes his first out.
Now batting number 20, Connor Bowman.
As Bowman will come to the plate on the day, he is over 2. Though he reached base on a fielder's choice back in the 3rd.
And of course, that fielder's choice was pretty important because I believe it immediately preceded the home run.
Yep, certainly did.
And again, that fielder's choice, I think it's a little unfair. I mean, I think he might have been. If there's no runner on, he might get credit for a hit there.
That one's going to be a bit low to Bowman, and he'll be at 1-0. As I'm trying to. Okay. I was trying to look at the Jumbo's bullpen. I do believe it's just Volgendi out there still. I expect him. He'll be back.
Yeah,
I'm
sure he's just getting loose.
Yep.
After what is working out to be a pretty long delay. A lot of base runners, a lot of walks, a lot of long at bats.
Yep. In the pitching change.
And I mean, I believe correct. I'm going to talk about this after this pitch.
Now and swung on from
There we
Bowman,
go.
and that'll go into right field. That'll
Yes,
be
and
2 runs for the Jumbos as the throw to the plate not nearly in time. Cut off from Katz, the first baseman, and the single from Connor Bowman knocks in 2 more runs for the Jumbos.
Yeah, and you can just tell, looking over at the Colby bench, well, they've seen this story before. A late game, opening up. This is exactly what happened, of course, to a smaller extent last time around, but starting, I believe, in this inning. Last time around, as the Jumbos got their first run, and again, now in this weekend, Jumbos are starting to put this game away. Of course, Bozzella now comes to the plate. He got the Jumbos off and running in the 3rd inning with a mammoth 3-run home run that broke the game open and get the Jumbos into a groove.
First pitch swinging to the shortstop. He'll just make the short play at second. That's, I believe, Jung there will make the out at short. After that, the Mules will get out of the inning, but not before the Jumbos scratch 4 more runs across, making this now a 9-1 game. Completely blown this game wide open.
And I might add, with the single prior to that, the Jumbos officially tied the Mules in hits. Even more of a while. I believe it was 7, or I believe it was last game that we saw here at Huskins, the latter half of the Twin Bill. Last weekend, it was 11 runs on 7 hits. This time, it's 9 runs on 4 hits. But that's not to say that the Jumbos haven't been putting the ball in play. They just haven't necessarily had the opportunities. They what they've been doing is they've been working counts. They've been playing smart baseball once you have runners on. They've been hitting a lot of sacrifice flies, which have been really solid hits out in the outfield. They've been getting a lot of walks. Fielder's choices with essentially well-timed or well-placed ground balls. I mean, all of these things are super important. You don't always need the hits. You don't always need the big home runs, although it helps when you have one.
Yeah, and I mean, like you say, they've made some big hits when they need to, but they also just take advantage of the opportunities that they've been given. You know, they're taking the walks, they're taking the hit by pitches, and I mean, you know, it's been good play discipline when they needed it. At the same time, Pletter now that he has completed his appearance in this game, final scoreline, as we mentioned, 86 pitches, 44 strikes, 4 1/3 innings pitched. We 9 runs, only 8 of them earned because 1 reached on an error, I believe, but only 3 hits. So an interesting 8 runs on 3 hits, including 3 walks and 4 strikeouts.
Yeah, I mean, this is not to say that it's entirely Pletter's fault, but the 3 hits are a bit misleading. I think the Jumbos really had his number when it mattered most, but getting runners on when they were able to work a lot of walks. So I don't think Pletter had his best day out there.
Yeah, and Volgendi will be returning to the mound. He is back for the top half of the 6th, facing number 8, Brady O'Brien, for his 3rd at-bat of the day. He's 0 for 2 with a groundout and a strikeout earlier.
And just to let everyone know, we do see someone, I'm not entirely sure of the number. Someone is warming up in the Jumbos bullpen.
Yeah, I would imagine that, you know, see if Volgendi can get through this inning, but take him out perhaps for the top of the 7th.
Right. Bring in the closer, get some more people some more work.
Yeah.
Of course, I will say, with 4 games in a single weekend, conserving pitchers for closer games can be super important.
Absolutely. This is going to be swung on up the gap between 1st and 2nd, and that'll be a single for O'Brien, his 1st hit of the day.
Solid piece of hitting right there by O'Brien, and it's not, and at the same time for Volgente, nothing to be concerned about with that lead. I mean, it's a ground ball. It's a well-placed ground ball. Solid piece of contact, but it's only a single. And when you are up by 8 runs, you can manage with those.
Yeah, and I will say, though, that is, they've had quite a few base runners the Mules have, but this is the first leadoff runner. So a better opportunity for them, especially with Cabot Marr, the DH, coming up. Of course, he had that double back in the 1st and a ground out in the 4th. So he's looking to perhaps, you never know what can happen. Stringing a few hits together. There's a big swing and a miss. but Colby just trying to get themselves perhaps back into this game a bit.
O'Brien has the second most attempts, I would like to point out. As far as stolen bases, he's 3 for 4 in the season. You can just tell by his posture he's ready to run at some point in this at-bat. Good pitch.
Yeah, nice pitch, and I'll bring it to 0-2 to Mar. Yeah, O'Brien perhaps thinking about Vahundi. He takes a quick look, and now he's going to make a pickoff attempt. Oh, but it gets past Cortez. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be far enough away.
That's always hard as a first, the runner at first base, because you're diving back in, so you're lying on the ground, and you're told put your head face the other way.
Right, you can't see anything.
Because you don't want to get hit with the ball because you don't know where pickoff's going.
Yep.
You got to rely on your first base coach, and even that obviously can take a bit to register what he's saying. So can't fault the runner there. Ooh.
This pitch is going to be high and I think a bit outside from Volgendi. They get 1-2. Bowman looks over for some signs. O'Brien.
Wouldn't be shocked to see a stolen base attempt here. Nope.
There's a swing. Pop
Well,
fly.
that's heading towards
That's
us.
towards us. Cortez, I think, has enough room. He will
Yes.
make the play in foul territory.
Good
And,
play by Cortez.
Yep, and that'll be the first out of the inning. You'll take those easy outs, just a
Absolutely, you
pop
will.
fly in foul territory.
Now batting number 4, Andrew Russell.
Yeah, I mean, we keep mentioning it that there really hasn't been much solid contact.
No.
A lot of the singles, just ground balls into the gaps, and I mean, those are great to pick up some base runners to get some hits, but
Right.
unfortunately, unless you string a bunch of those together, it's not going to create that much offense.
Absolutely, and Russell's one of the batters who was able to get one of those solid singles, but that's the important thing, singles. And the Mules have not been able to string enough hits together to really make a solid dent in this lead. And when you're playing small ball, you need to be able to do that. The Jumbos have, the Mules have not.
There's another nice hit up for Russell, and it's the same placement as the last hit. And just like that, it'll be first and second for the Mules with just one out. So, I mean, here's your opportunity. Here's perhaps stringing some together. We keep mentioning that Burgess has had quite a busy day at second. He's made quite a few plays, and a few hits have just gone past him.
Number 10, Jonah Katz.
And it'll be Katz now coming up. He is 0 for 2 with a couple ground outs on the day.
Katz was one of the more important hitters besides the three best ones that we read out at the top. He was hitting 308 coming into the day. Obviously, that's probably dipped down a little bit below 300 now that he's 0 for 2. But he is someone for the Mules that can and needs to be a catalyst. Oh, I think that's a little out.
Yep, and that'll be a first pitch ball here to Jonah Katz, the first baseman. Volgendi, and we'll see again on how aggressive the base runners are in terms of the leads that they're getting. Again, it's any single, probably going to be sending O'Brien home.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. And what we have seen with Volgende is he's clearly, I mean, look, he still pitched a great game. And I think this is just more of a comparison to how absolutely dominant he was last game. He's been just a little less in control. More base runners for the Mules, of course, 6 hits, a couple other base runners mixed in there versus 2 hits and 1 walk from the entirety of last game. Still, game management, he's done a really good job.
Yeah, that pitch is going to be inside to Katz, and I'll bring to 2-1. And I think the biggest difference is, we saw it a lot last week that he's always been able to really induce these ground balls, which has been great. But in his 6 innings of work last week, he ended up with 8 strikeouts, which is very impressive. Today, he's got 4 through 5 1/3 now. So a bit of a difference. Perhaps just a little more contact, and with enough contact, you're going to get some base hits.
Yeah. On that note, I wouldn't be surprised as you see he's missing. He's throwing a few. He's now down in the count 3-1. Wouldn't be surprised if his time is, depending on how this batter goes, coming to an end soon.
Yep.
With as you can see, whoever is in the bullpen, I believe it's 35
Silas Reed
Yes.
is warming up right now as he
Okay.
gets a swing and a miss from Katz now on the 3-1. And that'll bring it to a full count.
Of course, Reed was used in a very similar situation last game when it was about similar score.
Yeah.
So not really too much of a surprise there, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him come in depending on how this batter goes.
The 3-2 from Voljendi. That one's going to be fouled off from Cats. And we'll do it again.
3-2, 1 out. Daniel, I don't believe the runners were off there. I'm guessing they won't be again on this pitch.
Yeah, they'll be, you know, certainly ready with the secondary leads. We'll see. Certainly some movement there from O'Brien.
That's out, yeah.
And that'll be ball 4. So Voljendi now with a walk. I believe that is his first walk of the day, but now coming at a not the best time, as that'll now be bases loaded with just 1 out for the Mules. And Tommy McGee coming up to bat. He had the single for the RBI back in the 4th.
And if you're the Mules, you're looking up at the scoreboard saying, where was this 3 innings ago? I mean, unfortunately, again, not to end this game too early, but this kind of gives you the sense of maybe too little, too late. Still, however, important opportunity for the Mules.
Yeah, the first pitch is going to come into a strike, and I mean, you never know. One swing, make it a 4-run game. You never know.
That is true, and obviously, that can happen. We just haven't seen that so far, with only 1 extra base hit for the Mules so far in this game.
Tommy McGee currently at the plate has one of the 2 home runs from the Mules this season. So I mean, that, you know, perhaps he's one of the guys you want. Even though he's let's see. He's just 4 for 25, I believe. Let's do some math for. I don't know. 160, I think that is. Batting average so far on the season. The 1-1 now. That one's gonna be
held out
right
there for a little longer.
Yeah.
And that kind of just speaks to, you said they only have 2 home runs in the season. I believe they've played a handful of more games than the Jumbos.
Yeah, they played 10 games.
Jumbos have not played that many. Jumbos have 7 home runs. So that tells you 2 different styles of hitting.
This one's going to be fouled back. And that'll be the 2nd strike here on McGee.
That was a good pitch. McGee did not have a good swing on that. Choked up a bit. Kind of got the pitch looked like it got in on him a bit. Putting the count at 2-2. Solid pitch there to set up potential strikeout.
Recheck his signs, I believe. And Voljendi now takes a look back at the runners. The 2-2 again fouled off. Good at bat here from McGee, fighting off these pitches.
Yeah, I think that is interesting. McGee, and this again speaks to the Mules. He's not going up there looking to hit a home run as much as he may want to.
Yeah,
and you can just tell by his stance, the way, his approach, his work. He's looking to work the count to get a pitch he can hit and put something in, looking to drive the ball, which is how the Mules operate.
That one's popped foul. Is there enough room for Bowman? It's a tough play.
He got it.
And he does make the play. That's a tough play always. Coming behind home plate, drops the mask and does manage to hold on to it for out number 2.
3rd or 4th time we've seen a pop-up like that to this general side down the behind home to the first base. And Jumbos have been good to be able to get good reads on those and make those plays. That's a huge out. Of course, 2 outs now. I don't think it really changes any positioning-wise, because the Jumbos were already looking to just get the out. They could afford to give up a run, but still 2 outs. Just need 1 more to get out of this jam.
Yep, now the Mules rely on Caleb Jung at the plate, trying to drive in some runs this inning. He will watch the first pitch go pretty far outside from Voljendi.
Jung has the other home run for the Mules. And that was a really key home run in that last game of the 2nd doubleheader last week. That catalyzed the Mules' comeback and eventual victory.
This one makes contact. There's Burgess there at 2nd. We'll just toss it short over to Bazella, and the Jumbos will escape the inning without giving up any runs. Very dangerous there from the Mules, but unfortunately they aren't able to scratch off any runs as Voljendi gets through 6 complete, still with a 9-1 lead.
Impressive by Voljendi. They get out of that inning, that jam. That's how he's been. That's the mark of a good pitcher. Is he clearly doesn't have the same stuff that he had last week. Not to the same extent, where he's able to just mow people down left and right. This time, however, he's able to work out of jams, and that's arguably as important because you're never going to be able to. It's going to be more rare than not that you are able to just send people down, give up only 2 hits in the game. So, really impressive work. But wouldn't surprise me to see his day be done.
Yeah, we
will
see.
Yep.
Yep, and for the Mules, Garfield is back to the mound after his 2/3 of an inning in the 5th. And we will be, after the in the 5th inning, the whole lineup had a chance to bat 9 batters, so we will be back to the top of the order with Miles Reed.
Miles Reed, someone who also had a really important, some really important at-bats last weekend. He had a really key home run, I believe the key home run that broke the game open for the Jumbos, that broke the ice in the first game on last Saturday. And he would believe was batting 8th or 9th at the time. So you can tell Jumbos feel confident with him that he's hitting, and for good reason. He was hitting 429 coming into this game. So just a really impressive job by Reed as well. And he's, I believe, 1 for 2 on the day, along with the hit by pitch.
Yeah, I think that's also one thing to mention, just as a bigger picture thing for the Jumbos, that there's been, it's been a while since we've played, of course, without the season last year, so a very different lineup than the last team we've seen for the Jumbos. And so there's been a lot of changes with the lineup, a lot of different players. Only 4 or 5 players have actually played in all 4 games, so a lot of different lineups are being tried out from the coaches here.
Yeah, and whatever choices they've made, generally they've worked so far. The offense has not really been a problem, of course, and they've won 3 times. In the 4th game, they scored 9 runs. So it speaks to the depth, I think, of this team, especially when you get consistency and performance from whoever's in the lineup, whether they be 1st or 9th.
And Garfield's first 2 pitches are outside to Reed, so that'll bring it to 2-0. Wind up, there's a nice pitch, gets the swing from Reed.
Swinging for the fences there. He almost swung out of his shoes. You could tell it was a really just aggressive swing. Wanted to make contact there, drive it far, which is, I guess, understandable when it's 9-1. And
that one is right towards us, over our heads into the parking lot again. And just like that, it'll be a 2-2 count for Reed.
I always try to position myself so that Daniel is slightly in front of me, so there's like less of a window of opportunity for myself to get hit.
Human shield?
Yes, exactly. Oh, good.
Yeah, that one looked pretty good. It might have been outside.
Yeah.
Might have been high.
Yeah. A little up and away. Still a good pitch.
Yep, and that'll be worked now to a full count for Reed. Solid line drive, but right at the second baseman, O'Brien.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It's a nice little loud out. Maybe 3 or 4 feet, in either direction. That's a solid single. It's kind of like what we were talking about, where sometimes you get these nice little ground balls that find holes. Sometimes you get these hard line drives that go straight to people.
Yep.
It's part of the game.
And that will bring up Cortez for his 4th plate appearance. He has a couple of fly ball outs and a walk last inning, looking for his first hit of the day. Swing from Cortez will make it 1-1. The 1-1 now. That one's going to be low and away. Garfield is working on his first plain inning. Of course, last inning came into a difficult situation and did okay. I mean, he didn't give any of the batters that he led on base didn't score, but unfortunately, since he came in with batters on base already, he did some of those hits led to runs. But now he's got one out, and the 2-2 is going to be just a bit high to Cortez. Another full count from Garfield.
Full count now. That's going to be low.
Just low, and that'll be a walk to Cortez, his second walk of the day.
And look, there's nothing wrong with that pitch. Kind of in any other situation, it's not a bad pitch, but 3-2. I mean, I think he's clearly trying to paint the corners, especially in the lower part of the strike zone, just to minimize damage. But when you do that, and he hasn't had that great control out there. Garfield hasn't. So when you do that, you're gonna miss sometimes, and saw that right there.
Yep, and now he'll face Di Maria for the first time. First pitch swinging,
yeah,
right
that
to the
was
right
hanging.
side. Yeah,
That was not a good pitch at all. I mean, I don't know what I'm not sure if that was. I mean, first of all, the fastball. Garfield's fastball is by no means I don't think as fast as either starting pitchers. But whatever he threw there was just, it didn't do that much. It was hanging, and a really good swing. Di Maria recognized it immediately and hit a sharp ground ball right through the hole.
Yeah, that'll be the first hit of the day for Di Maria. He's 1 for 3 after that single, in addition to a hit by pitch and a run. As we'll take a quick timeout, as Ryan Dawes will be up to the plate. He is 0 for 3 on the day, with a couple of strikeouts, in fact. Garfield, of course, now difficult situation. Now with 2 runners on base and just 1 out, but nice pitch to start off this at bat.
That's the pitch that he wanted to throw.
Yeah, to Cortez.
To Cortez on that 3-2 count that he wasn't able to do. Of course, everything's a little different when it's a 0-0 and a ball is just another ball.
That one's a bit low.
And it's really great to hear. I mean, you hear the Jumbo's bench after every pitch being super excited, yelling out, good leave, good eye. It's a 9-1 game, and they're still amped.
Yeah, a big part of the Jumbo's team is the camaraderie.
Absolutely.
The 1-1 now from Garfield. Thought about swinging was Dawes, but instead he will watch strike 2 come in.
Yeah, I don't think he was too sold on that being a strike. You can just tell by his body language afterwards. But again, I don't think anyone would blame the umpire if the strike zone expanded just a tiny bit, given the score, and given that there's another game to be played. I think time just got called. Not exactly sure why.
I think, yeah, the ump just called it for himself, put the pitcher in batter, seemed to still be ready to play.
Yeah.
But here's now the 1-2.
Oh, that's a
that
good
one
pitch.
is going to be in there, and that'll be the 3rd strikeout of the day for Ryan Dawes.
Whatever that was, I'm not sure if we'd seen too much of that, but that actually had some movement. His other pitches so far had been more focused on change of pace, more than that dynamic movement. But whatever that was, I think that surprised Dawes up there. He really wasn't expecting that. You could tell
Yeah,
he
he
was a
wasn't
little
ready.
discombobulated with his weight, his motion.
Yeah, just basically caught him.
Yeah.
Ooh, that one very high. First pitch to Duffy is a ball, and he's already faced quite a number of pitches like that. He has 2 walks on the day, just 0 for 1. He's managed to score 2 runs. And now with 2 outs, perhaps looking to add even more insurance for the Jumbos as he watches another ball. This one low and a bit outside. The other thing, I feel like the pace of the game with
I was
Garfield
about to say the
slowed
exact
down
same
just a
thing.
bit.
Yeah. That's a good strike.
There's a nice pitch from Garfield, but it's just the extra second that Garfield take, on the mound, step before,
Yeah.
like really thinking about the pitches, waiting for the signs coming in from the bench.
I think the last 3 innings have taken about twice as long as the first 3 innings, and I don't even know if that's a joke or not.
Yeah, the Garfield now 2-1.
Ugh.
Swinging is Duffy, just barely gets a piece of it and fouls it back for strike number 2.
And he wanted that he clearly wanted that. He just missed it a little bit there, a little off on his swing.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about the time is just that the second game will be delayed a little bit. It was originally scheduled for 3:30, but of course that's just an estimate.
Yep.
Last week it was actually earlier.
Yeah.
It was by like 3 the game
Yep.
started, but there will be about a half-hour break in between games.
Yep.
So we'll mention that again when this game ends.
Oh,
As
well,
a nice
and- oh,
base
what a
knock from
play.
Duffy. Oh,
He's no
nice
play.
stop from Jung, but unfortunately couldn't come up with the ball. At least
Great
keeps it in
play.
the infield and perhaps saves a run.
Absolutely.
As Cortez is now stuck at third.
And those are things, not to say that Jung's necessarily playing for his spot, but when you're evaluating players, you're saying, look, especially on the Colby side, you're saying, okay, it's a 9-1 game. Sure, I understand why people might not be playing that hard. With that said, like those plays, I mean, they won't show up on the score sheet because it's just another single. But that probably did save a run.
Yep.
I mean, that's the effort you want to see on the Colby bench because there will be inevitably some close games where that might matter, and that's ripped.
First pitch to Brandon Bay is going into center. McConnell actually bobbles it just for a second, and that's going to be 2 runs for the Jumbos as Cortez and Di Maria score on the single from Brandon Bay.
That was roped right into center field, and really that was only about 20 feet, I believe, in front of the center fielder, but it was hit so hard that it just came down on the line so fast the center fielder didn't really know what to do with it. As you saw, he bobbled it out there because it just came up. It got on him so fast. Great, solid piece of contact. The Jumbos continue to
yeah, and that
put
should be 11 to 1 the
I
scoreboard.
I was a little confused there.
Yeah, we're looking at the scoreboard out here. It should be 11 to 1, but I believe we have it on our score sheets correctly. As Burgess will return to the plate for his 4th at bat. He's 0 for 3 on the day. And with still opportunities for even more runs, even with the 2 outs for the Jumbos. Second pitch, Burgess swinging. There's Jung making a tough play, ranging. Is he going to do it? Not quite. Katz has to come off of the bag to try to stop it, and he doesn't pick up the ball. And I believe, yeah, that one does go down as a single, I think.
I'm not. Yep.
There it is. All right.
Yeah, I think that was a really tough play. He was able to set. I mean, I think he did everything right. He just had to rush the throw because, I mean, the ball, he just had to go so far. I think the first baseman was kind of interesting to me. I think he kind of came off the base. I think he made a decision that he wants to essentially stop the bleeding because obviously if you go for the play by staying on the base, the ball could get by you much easier. Good stop back there by Palmieri.
Yeah, Palmieri, that's also saving a run. I mean, that one's in the dirt and certainly outside from Garfield for the first pitch to Connor Bowman.
Palmieri's been a bright spot behind the plate. As advertised, he's been really solid back there.
And there's a nice pitch. That one's just at the letters to Bowman. That'll make it 1-1. That one's popped up over our heads. That'll go back into foul territory. I didn't hear any crashing of windows, so, you know.
Another sigh of relief for the players who drove themselves here.
Yeah.
And also, I think a lot of those cars belong to like the softball and to the lacrosse team.
Yeah.
So that would be unfortunate to come back and see your car totaled because of an errant foul ball.
Yeah, and there's a nice take there from Bowman. Thought about swing, but it was a bit high. And that'll make it a 2-2 count. Garfield now comes set. Off the end of the bat, just flares into center field, and that'll be 2 more runs for the Jumbos as Connor Bowman knocks in 2 more for a single.
Everything's going right for the Jumbos. I mean, like you said, baseball can be a game of inches. It can also be a game of well-placed flares. That's what I call a well-placed flare. I mean, that barely leaves the infield, but no one really has a chance at that. It's just going to float out there and die, and it's an easy 2 run, more runs for the Jumbos, and they are now up 13-1.
Yep, so that'll be 13 as Nate Bozzella returns to the plate. He is 1 for 3 on the day with, of course, the big home run to start off this barrage of runs from the Jumbos. And for the second inning in a row, all 9 batters in the lineup for the Jumbos have made it to the plate. So just shows how much they've been able to do on the offensive side.
Like you mentioned, Bozzella is very familiar with this situation in this game. Of course, came up with first and second this time believe when he came up in the third inning, he had no outs, but he was able to turn on a ball and drive it. See what he can do here, faced with a similar situation.
Yeah, and already a good count for him, 2-0. This one, he tries to swing on it, pops up. It'll be just barely in territory.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
man.
Palmieri couldn't hang on. Will be a foul ball. Yeah, that was tough. It was right above home plate. He was running into the umpire
You
at
hope
first.
he's okay. Yeah, you hope he's okay. Well, got up a little slow there, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really the umpire's fault, but
Yeah.
It's kind of a no-win situation because obviously the umpire is not really adept at tracking the ball either. So
Right.
he doesn't want to look up and lose sight of everything. So he kind of just follows based on the catcher where to go.
Right.
So he's not in the way. Oh, let that one go.
Just a bit high, and that'll be 3-1 to Bozzella.
I feel like I jinxed Palmieri. I mean, I thought he had been having a really solid day back there. That's obviously one he'd like to have back.
Yep. And now the 3-1 from Garfield.
Oh,
a
he
swing
turns on
and
that.
drive to left
That's
center.
gonna fall on the gap.
Yeah, McConnell's going back, but it'll be at extra bases for Bozzella. That'll be 1 run is in. Bowman is rounding third, and he will score as
Oh my
well.
God.
Bozzella with a stand-up double.
Wow.
2 more runs in for the Jumbos.
I mean, look, we were talking about how the Jumbos were playing almost not small ball, but they were focusing on, they were driving a lot of runs in on singles. You had that 1 home run by Bozzella. But specifically Bozzella, and as well, you're seeing a lot more hard hit balls in the last couple innings. And that kind of looks, we were making fun of the Jumbos for, not making fun, but poking fun at the fact that they had less hits than the Mules. Not so anymore. They're up to 4 more hits than the Mules the last innings. They've really gotten the bats going as far as power.
Yep, and Miles Reed, who made the line drive out pretty loud out of the top of this inning, is back up for the second at-bat. And yeah, I mean, just this inning, there have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 singles and a double.
And a lot of those have been much harder hit.
Yep, very solid contact. This one is, again, over our heads for a foul ball.
I think the worst feeling in the world might be if you're if you're one of the men on the roster assigned to go get the foul balls, and then you come, and then something really important happens in the game, and you're out in the parking lot. Oh, good pitch.
Ooh, nice. And that'll do it. That'll actually get out of the inning for Garfield, but not before the Jumbos get 6 more runs across. 6 runs on 6 hits.
Wow.
And completely wide open now. 15-1 is the score heading into the top half of the 7th. And we will see, yes, it will be a pitching change. Volgendi's day is done. And let's see, I believe it is number 35, Silas Reed, the first year actually coming in to close out this game. Since it's a 7-inning game, this will be enough. With 3 more outs, the Jumbos will pick up the win. We'll see if Reed can do that in short order.
Yeah, and what we saw, I believe, in the previous game that he pitched around this time last week, he got 2 innings of work. Did give up 4 hits, but he had 6 strikeouts, if this is correct. So really impressive. I mean, you can tell he is someone with dynamic stuff, obviously, and that's kind of why you see him getting the nod as a freshman to come into games over some of the more experienced guys, because they really want him to get work and be able to show off that stuff.
Yeah, imagine that. We were covering, that was the game we were covering that Reed was in last game, and yeah, he pitched 2 innings. All of his outs were strikeouts, although a bit odd that a couple of them were dropped third strikes that were put outs from catcher throwing down to first. But yeah, so I mean, he's quite the strikeout pitcher. And we'll see what he can do against the bottom the bottom of the Mules lineup with Palmieri and Forrester leading off at this inning for Colby.
Yeah, and that kind of tells you that, I mean, if you look, he gave 4 hits but 6 strikeouts. So when he's able to locate and when he's able to generate those swings and misses, he's clearly dynamic. It's more of a matter of being able to get those swings and misses with well-timed balls, because when it seems like when they are put into play, whether it be luck, solid hitting, a combination of both, they do seem to find their way down.
Yep, and so with Volgendi's day done, he will again have a 6-inning appearance, same as his appearance from last week. So he'll have gone 6 innings, 6 hits, just the 1 run and 1 earned, including a walk and 4 strikeouts.
Really impressive. He's only given up now in those 12 innings total 1 run and 8 hits with 2 walks. That's really, really impressive stuff.
And this is actually going to be a pinch hitter.
Number 44,
Number
Dylan Nastri.
Dylan, I believe from the pronunciation guide, this is Natri. So hopefully we're pronouncing that correctly, but this is Dylan Natri, number 44.
Oh,
and
he
the
turns
first
on this
pitch
one.
swing deep to right field
I mean,
over the head
that's
of Bay,
gone.
and that is
Whoa.
gone, just like that. First pitch from Natri, didn't even get to pronounce his name completely, and that's already a home run for Colby. Just need 13 more.
Well,
Wow.
consider me shocked. I mean, I mean, you have a couple things. One is that Colby is not a power-heavy team. They only had 2 home runs going into this. Second, considering this game, they've had basically all singles with the exception of 1 double. Third, the pinch hitter who has not seen a single pitch today. Really impressive piece of hitting. You got to hand it to him, even though, of course, the score is what it is. Still impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, that's let's see. That he's only had 5 at bats on the season, and on that one, just first pitch swinging and really great contact. Of course, also it's a pretty short porch out there in right field, and just clears it. So that's probably I don't know 330, 340.
Yeah, definitely by no means the farthest home run we've ever seen, but I mean, you could tell it was well hit. I mean, it was going way back there. And
Yeah, and
yeah.
now we're looking at Silas Reed. Of course, it's tough when your first pitch goes over the fence.
Yeah.
And perhaps a little bit of unease. Now 2-1 here to Forrester.
Good pay. Oh, looked like maybe it was a little inside. Here's the pitch. That's another rope, and that's going to be another single. Another solid piece of contact. So, like we saw last time around with Reed, a lot of people put balls in play. I mean, he did get those 6 strikeouts, but of course he also had 4 hits. And just a note on Volgente, unlike what we saw with Pletter threw 86 pitches, right? He only had 44 strikes. Volgente was up to 97 pitches, but he had 63 strikes. He was able to dot. That's a big difference between the two. He was able to hit his spots and pitch for strikes, and that makes a big difference as we see another pickoff attempt. Knowing full well the Mules are aggressive on the base path, wouldn't be shocked to see someone steal a base here.
And back to the top of the order, this is McConnell. This is the people you want to keep this rally alive, especially with no outs. And one thing I will also say, Natri, the pinch hitter who just came in, it's his first career home run, so congratulations to him.
Really, it was a really impressive piece of hitting too. I
Yeah.
mean, coming in like that and just on the first pitch.
Yeah, he was ready for it, as that pitch from Reed is going to be quite low in the dirt to McConnell.
Now, obviously, generally for the Jumbos, it's a pretty low stress inning, it being the score that it is. For Reed, however, you hope he's approaching it like he would any other inning. As a freshman, this is really important to get his innings in and to show what he's got to come back from adversity. As you see a good pitch there, blowing it by him, because that's really important. Is especially what coaches look for is the ability to game manage. If you don't have your stuff, if you're getting hit around, how do you work around that? He's giving up a home run. He's giving up a single. Let's see what he's able to do from here.
Yeah, B is now ahead to McConnell, the 1-2. That one's off speed. McConnell doesn't go for it, though, and that'll make it 2-2.
Something about Reed I've noticed is I'm not sure if the Mules are able to pick this up, but it does seem like he slightly changes his motion when he throws that off-speed pitch. Might be able to tell. So you see this is fouled back. This might be hitting. Oh, man. I think
In between.
That's landed in between 2 cars. So.
It almost hit the car that was driving away. I mean, can't get out of here fast enough. But yeah, so I mean, sorry, good at bat here from McConnell, 2 and 2,
Oh, where is
and
that?
now 3-2.
Where is
Man.
that? Coach Casey is not letting the umpire have it. It's a 15-2 game, and he's making sure his voice is heard because that looked like a pretty good pitch to me.
A nice piece of hitting from McConnell going back in center.
Oh.
And over his head is going to be Reed.
That was.
That'll be extra bases for McConnell. And Casey, Coach Casey for the Jumbos, even with the situation, unhappy with that play from Reed. It just goes over his head, and that'll be a double from McConnell. And I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Well, it is unfortunate. He did not get a good read. Reed did not make a good read on that.
Can't live up to his name, I suppose.
No, not there. I mean, and it was definitely kind of, you could tell it was when the ones that are hit over your head directly at you can be the hardest to read because it's really important that the way you turn, if you turn one way or turn the other way, that makes a huge difference. You saw he made the wrong first step right there. He turned the wrong way. He turned, I believe, initially to his left, turned his shoulders to his left, realized the ball was tailing away from him, and that cost you a few steps, plus a late jump, and all of a sudden it's over your head. Still, with that said, a solid piece of contact right there, and all of a sudden the Mules are keeping this game a little more interesting.
All right, and that will bring up number 8, O'Brien, who we've mentioned earlier. He's 1 for 3 on the day with a single back in the just in the last inning, in fact.
There it is. And again, like I was mentioning, this is an important step for Reed. Obviously, the outcome of the game is by no means in question. At least not yet.
Yeah.
But it is important to see how he responds from adversity, giving up solid contact, not an error, but a poor play out by his defense. Good pitch right there.
Yeah, I mean, he has had some good pitchers, and I mean that's the reason he has so many strikeouts in so little time. But you know, just doesn't seem to be able to place his pitches all the time, and every time he misses one, the Mules have been able to take advantage. The 0-2 pitch out of O'Brien.
Oh, that's oh my goodness! Where the hell? Where was that?
Yeah, that one was quite the slow off-speed pitch. Hung up for a while, and Jumbo's bench not happy with that call. But
I think that should have absolutely been a strike. I mean, obviously when it starts so high, umpires are going to frown on that. But the way where that cross was absolutely a strike.
And follows it up by spiking it in the dirt. Long look now from Reed on the mound. The 2-2. Swung on just off the end of the bat from O'Brien over the head of Cortez. Can't quite get there, just barely foul.
Another poor, I mean, I think you might have really hear Coach Casey there. Another slow read right there, over there by Cortez. It looked like he either froze or took a slight step in.
Yeah, that's what Casey was saying.
Yeah.
They say this especially for outfielders, any pop fly. First step is always back.
Absolutely, it's much harder. And I mean, one, it's much harder to recover from a step in. But two, obviously, if you're taking a step back and it's a step in, that's a single. If you take a step in and it's back, that could be double, triple. Right. So I mean, just from a safety perspective, you always want to take that step back. Good pitch.
And again, O'Brien makes a bit of contact. This one will be fair and picked up by third, and the throw down to first. Cortez will pick up the out.
Good throw over there.
Yep, that is Dawes over at third making the nice play. Just barely stayed fair. The call was made by home plate umpire that it was fair. You know, of course, the Jumbos, given the situation, will perfectly happy to give up the run for the out. So that'll be Forrester will come in to score on the fielder's choice, and McConnell moves over to third base.
Good stop back there by Bowman. And I think that's a good point you make, which is just hit hard enough at third base that realistically they could have had a shot at home. But there's no reason to do that. When you're up by this many, I mean, if you're trading a run for an out every time, Jumbos will still win by double digits.
Yeah, you
So
can trade a run for
you're
an out. If
okay
this is a 9-inning game, you
Right.
could still trade runs for
You're okay with that. Oh, good location. That's a little low, and I think it did cross right below the knees, but that's a really, really good miss. Even if Casey doesn't completely agree, I think either way, it's a really good pitch.
Yeah, 2-0 count now to Mar, who is DH. Big swing, pops it up a bit, coming in. Is going to be Bay. I don't know if he can reach it. Cortez nearly, well, it's actually just a step away from it, but it does manage to get into the bullpen, and Noah makes the out.
Well, that's always a tough play when it's tailing away from you. I mean, so he's basically looking over his shoulder about trying to track that, with his back mostly to home plate, tailing into the bullpen, which is in play. As we found out last week, but it's still when you're like, I mean, obviously you're trying to track the ball. You're also trying to figure out where are the people in the bullpen. There's people warming up right now. Where's the fence? All those factors makes it a really difficult play.
Yeah, he ended up just a bit short on it, but that'll still be a 2-1 count for Reed looking into Mar.
Oh, that is
Another
stroked.
Yeah, very good contact there, but knocks it foul down the third base line. And that'll make it 2-2.
McConnell over at third base looked like me anytime a ball comes anywhere near our direction. He was a little scared there, even though it was a solid 10 feet behind him. Oh, good pitch with the off speed.
Yeah, got him way out in front was Mar, and that'll be the strikeout. There's the strikeouts that Silas Reed has been putting up in his previous appearance. Now, with 2 outs on the inning, just looking for one more to finish off this win for the Jumbos.
Yeah, really smart idea right there. Clearly, Reed has that velocity to make an off-speed pitch. That change of pace really important, and he was able to do so there.
Looking to continue this game is number 4, Andrew Reed, as the first pitch gets him swinging out in front. Reed, of course, has, so Reed has had quite the day. He's 2 for 3 with a couple singles and a run scored. So a pretty good day for him. He'll be looking to keep this game alive just a bit longer. The 0-1 pitch from Reed. Off speed, it'll be outside.
Yeah, that off speed is really interesting. It's one of those more traditional, just almost 12 to 6 curveballs. There's a lot of up and down movement. Oh, that might sting.
Yeah, they lost control of that one right on the upper shoulder or upper arm near the shoulder of Russell.
Yeah, good to see that Russell's okay. Obviously, when it hits you in the arm, that's probably more going to just leave a mark, bruise, sting a bit, more than cause any long-lasting damage. Still, though, that was one of Reed's faster pitches on the day. So good to see that everyone's okay. Of course, Reed now, again, looking to settle down a bit. He's only got one more out he needs.
And this will bring up first baseman number 10, Jonah Katz, as he looks at strike number 1 from Reed. Katz is 0 for 2 on the day with a walk back in last inning. And again, first and third for the Mules. The 0-1 from Reed, way out in front is Katz. That'll be 0-2 very quickly, down to his last strike.
Yeah, Reed's got him where he wants him, getting him to be way ahead of that off-speed pitch. Now he could go back to the off-speed. He could hit him with a fastball. A lot of options here, down 0-2. Oh, that's right.
Pitch is right there. Umpire doesn't want to give it to him. Jumbo's bench is not happy with that one. They're halfway over the fence to celebrate. But regardless, it's still 1-2 to Katz. Reed just looking for one more of these pitches there. Katz, good contact and down the right field line. Brendan Bay is over, but that'll be extra bases. McConnell's already in. Russell is going to be held at third, and that'll be a stand-up double for Jonah Katz.
And look, again, we're not to the point where we need to question the outcome of this game. With that said, this is really important for the mindset of the Mules, given that they're going to play another game in 30-plus minutes.
Yep.
Right? I mean, and they had not been able to get any offense at Huskins at all, facing the pitchers that the Jumbos have been able to throw out. All of a sudden, they've, I mean, not to say they've blown it open, but 4 runs is, you want more than that. And you want them earlier in the game, but at least they're putting up offense. They're getting extra bases. They're putting good swings on the baseball. That's a really important mental step going into the rest of the games this weekend.
Yeah, and definitely, I mean, with no runs scored, I mean, this is pretty much the whole lineup has been able to hit this inning. And now, as you perhaps heard over the PA announcement, not sure what you can hear through our mics, but this is a pinch hitter. Coming in for McGee is going to be Ryan Hecht, number 20.
Ryan Hecht, he's a very patient hitter. He's worked 5 base on balls. Oh, they got him. They
picked him off at
Wow.
second to end the game. That's a way to end it from Reed.
Wow.
The move behind him will pick off Katz at second, and I think it's Bozzella with the final put out. And an interesting end to this game. The final score of this one will be 15-4. The Jumbos with quite the offensive showing here today, putting up 15 runs on just 10 hits.
The only other time I can think of a pickoff ending a game for us, that World Series game with
Oh, yeah.
Uehara picked up Colton Wong that many years ago. But yeah, an interesting way to end a really interesting game. Just, I mean, it's really the story of 2 games. If you look at the scoreboard, you see you have the first 2.5 innings, no runs by any team. Then the next few, I'd say the next 2.5, next 3 innings probably after that, the Jumbos just dominate. And then if you really want to consider it almost the third part of the game is this last half inning where finally the Mules were able to break through and put something on the board.
Yeah, and after a game time of about 2.5 hours, just after 3:30 here, the Jumbos will pick up the first win of this doubleheader and of this 4-game series with Colby. The second game will be right here on JumboCast. You don't need to change the link or anything. It'll be right here. It should be starting in about half an hour. We'll have a couple new commentators, a whole new crew for that. So that should be starting soon. In the meantime, there's also, of course, women's lacrosse game, I believe still going on for the Jumbos. And the second softball game. I'm not sure if the second softball game has started yet. But, you know, there's lots of JumboCast going on today. So, yeah, you know, it's a really good game for the Jumbos. Definitely shout out to Nate Bozzella. I would say MVP of this game. The home run that broke it open, and a big double as well. 2 for 4 on the day. Any final thoughts, Scott?
Really impressive game for the Jumbos up until that last half of the inning. It'll be interesting to see how that carries over to the second game. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if we see similar starting pitchers to what we saw last weekend. So kind of that same storyline. We'll see if the Jumbos and the Mules can figure each other's starters out, and see where that goes from there.
Yeah, we'll certainly see. Last week it was Mayer and Driscoll getting the starts. We'll see if they come back for game number 2. But until then, I'd just like to thank you all for tuning in. Thank you to the rest of our crew, director Ethan Zaffaroni, and our cameraman Sam Klugers. All right, and we have been told to plug our social media accounts. So our Facebook page is we stream, actually the softball game is on our Facebook page. We also have a Twitter account that has all of the games posted about. I think an Instagram.
Yes, Instagram as well.
Instagram at
Tufts
JumboCast, where we post our podcasts. Is that true?
Yes, as
Yes,
well
we
as
post our podcasts
as well as game information.
and game information, and we've done like profiles with some Tufts Athletics players, as well as some of the people here at JumboCast. So yeah, check those out. I don't know. This might be my last game commentating. It's possible. As I see
No,
here,
it won't. We'll make sure it's not.
Okay,
Daniel.
well, we'll see. Anyway, thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
Hello and welcome to Huskins Field for Game 2 of this doubleheader here on JumboCast. It is the Tufts Jumbos coming in now 4-1 versus the Colby Mules, who are now 6-5. Game just finished about a half hour ago. Tufts winning that 15-4. I'm Lucas Pyle, joined alongside me Scott Blatt. Scott, you were commentating that game. What do you have to tell us about that one and what you're looking forward to here in Game 2 of this doubleheader on a bit of a gloomy Saturday afternoon?
Yeah, hopefully we're finally starting to see the sky clear up a bit. It's really almost a game of 3 parts from last time around. You had the first part, first 2.5 innings, no run scored, a pitcher's duel. The second part was basically the rest of the game up until the last half inning. Tufts absolutely dominant on the offensive side and solid pitching as well. And then right at the end, Colby put up a little bit of a fight. And normally I'd say, though, that doesn't really matter. The score was still, I believe, 15-4 at the end of it. With that said, it's a little bit of a mental boost for Colby, who hadn't been able to even crack the scoreboard here at Huskins last weekend. To get on the scoreboard, I'm interested to see how that plays. They're going, of course, against Cameron Mayer. He is one of the better pitchers for the Jumbos. Last weekend, we saw him dominate this Colby team, and of course, that was true for all of the Jumbos pitchers who held Colby scoreless the entire weekend, but Mayer especially really was hitting his spots. I remember doing that game, and he was living on that outside corner and really making Colby look outmatched. That's another interesting storyline to watch, which is how does Colby approach him, knowing that they saw him last weekend. He's no longer an unknown, of course, being a sophomore. It'll be interesting to see how they play that, now with that mental boost. And, of course, on the Jumbo side, they've offensively had no problems this year. They're going against a familiar pitcher, and I believe will be Nicholas Thompson. And he came in for relief last time around in the second game, and he got roughed up a bit. But he eventually settled down and kind of held the Jumbo scoreless for about 3 or 4 innings there. So it'll be interesting to see how all of those storylines come together in this game.
Yeah, for sure, as we see Meyer just getting his final warm-up pitches in. Coming into today with no runs allowed this season. As we've seen, Tufts, this is the only side that they've faced against, they played against, 4-1, all games coming against Colby.
Yeah, and of course, 5 games now. 4 games coming into the day now. Now make it 5 games. 4-1 against Colby. So clearly, just based on that, you got to say the Jumbos got to feel confident going in. They've playing really good baseball. The only game they lost, I believe they led for the first half of the game. They still scored 9 runs. So, interested to see where this goes as we're about to play ball.
Here we go. First pitch, 17 versus 17. And it is low for ball 1. Leading off for Colby McConnell. Patrick McConnell. It's one of their better hitters coming into today, hitting .462.
And just a quick note, as you see, the umpires have made a change. That might actually be important. We heard on the Tufts side, as well as the Colby side, that they felt they were being squeezed a little bit on the outside corner last time around. Of course, and from experience, that seems to be where Mayer likes to live.
And he gets a strike on that pitch. Putting it at a 2-1 count.
And like you were mentioning, Colby really has 3 strong hitters, McConnell being one of them.
And that one popped up high, short to right field. And it is caught by Bay for the first out of this second game.
Yeah, and like we were mentioning, if you look down Colby's roster, you see 3 hitters hitting above 400, at least coming into today. That might have changed a bit after that first game. You have McConnell, you have O'Brien, you have Marr. 1, 2, and 3 for the Colby Mules. After that, there's a clear drop-off in the offensive talent.
And that one fouled to the right-hand side.
On top of the cage over there, that might be stuck for a little bit, sitting on top of the bullpen.
Of course, here at Huskins Field, if you park here during a baseball game, you are living dangerously.
Yeah, we always try to track every ball that goes behind us to see who is lucky and who is unlucky on that day. And good pitch on the outside corner there.
That's 0-2 the count now. Mayer in a strong position in this at-bat. What can O'Brien do? That one just a bit wide for the first ball of this at-bat.
And you're totally okay with that 0-2. You're okay with a miss, just trying to get some pitches in the batter's mind. Maybe make him think a little more about what you're going to throw next.
And that one gets away from catcher Sowell.
Or something to keep in mind is Mayer, although only pitching 5 innings last week, and he had 8 strikeouts, so he was averaging over a strikeout and a half per inning, so that's clearly his strong suit.
That one again fouled to the right-hand side.
Pretty similar place, telling you that on both swings so far, you've seen O'Brien late on that. They've both been on fastballs. That's a good sign, which is if you're getting him late on your fastball, then there's the chance you could blow one by him.
O'Brien staying in this at-bat. This pitch comes in again low. And he did not swing on that. So it's 3-2 the count now. A nice 3-2-1. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Here in the top of the first at Huskins Field. Trying to deliver. And that one grounded to short. And oh! Unlucky there. It seemed as if Noon had made a good play there, throwing it to DiMaria, just couldn't get a hold of it. I think that one's going to go down as an error.
Well, what you want to really see there is that those are really tough when it's coming right at your feet. I think that obviously hindsight is 20/20. Might have been easier for him to extend a little more and try to catch that one in the air, because the bounce was really close to him. As you could tell, his glove was almost behind him once he caught it like that.
Throws back to first just to keep him honest.
And something we focused on a lot in the first game, the Mules love to run. They have a ton of stolen bases. O'Brien being one of them. He's the second most attempts. He's 3 for 4 on the day. Good pitch right there.
And he got Mayer swinging there, strike one. And we saw the game 1 of this doubleheader actually ended on an attempted stolen base, but they threw him out at second.
Yeah, that was really, really impressive. I mean, and that's something you've seen from Tufts is they will attempt a lot of pickoffs at first base, and as we saw, second base.
That one going in for a nice strong pitch, strike 2. And Mayer is pitching strong at the moment, and if looking to get his first strikeout of the game. That one popped up. That one again to right field. And that is a comfortable catch again for Bay for out number 2 of the inning.
Yeah, and what you saw, I think it was some sort of off-speed pitch there, and he got, I believe that was Maher, ahead of that there, and he got him a little leaning, kind of more of that little loopy swing, got him under the ball, and it's an easy pop-up. Good pitch right there, and now we see Russell coming to the plate.
There's the pitch. That one.
Ooh, a little outside.
Yeah.
I will say, we owe it, from our vantage point, sometimes a little hard to tell where that ball misses.
Definitely.
Appreciate sometimes the umpire giving that indication. And right there he said, hey, that was a little outside with a little hand motion.
Here the 1-0 count. Again throwing back to DiMaria at first just to keep Brian honest.
Yeah, and we talked about this as a major storyline. The Mules playing significantly more, I believe 6 more games than the Jumbos going into this game, and yet they have significantly less home runs. They only have 3 on the season.
Nice pitch there.
And so the Mules really generate offense, not by driving the ball out of the field, but by stealing a lot of bases, by just kind of stringing some smaller hits together. That's why if you're the Jumbos, you're so concerned about a potential stolen base.
Mayer with a pitch. That one low,
he's
and he's
running.
going. Will he make it?
Oh,
Called
great
safe.
throw. Yeah, I think he was safe from our. He got a good jump off that, and the ball rolled a little bit in front of home plate. It was still a great throw, though. Really well timed, really well placed, making it that really close play.
And really good catching there from Sal because he had to block the pitch and then was
Right.
still able to get a good
Right,
throw.
absolutely.
2 outs, runner on second. High for another ball. Puts it at the, I believe, a 3-1 count.
Yeah, a little concerning. And then we saw this happen a little bit towards the end of last game where Mayer struggled a bit with command. You're kind of seeing that here, that his command's a little off and he's missing a little bit, probably more than he'd like to.
That one, swing and a miss, strike 2.
Not a confident swing right there, and I don't even know if that was a strike, but he really just blew it right by him.
Yeah.
And Russell was clearly looking for something to hit, generate a run there. Wasn't able to, and he's really a lot of doubt there in that swing.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Big at bat here. Merritt trying to look to end the side, which he does. Big strikeout to start off for Tufts going into the bottom of the first. Well, Tufts getting a big out there to start the inning. I believe leading off for them will be Reed.
Yeah, so absolutely 1 hour on the day on the throw. 2 first base. Still no hits given up though. And I believe we saw this happen again last week where the Jumbos made an error. I believe it was in either one or both of the games in the first inning, and it created a scoring opportunity. One thing turned into another. You had a runner on second base, and neither game, but the Mules able to convert. That's important. It's an important mental win for the pitcher to say, I can work around. I mean, obviously, it's good to have a strong defense, but if they make a mistake once in a while, I can work around that. Now, on the Mules side, of course, we're going to see Nicholas Thompson once again. And for those who watched the second game will remember that he came in relief of Frank Driscoll and promptly was hit pretty hard in that first inning where he came. He actually came in with the bases loaded, so kind of a no-win situation.
Yeah.
But I believe the bases were cleared and then a little bit more as well. Afterwards, though, he really did settle in. He pitched well, and one thing to keep an eye on is as well with his control. I believe he hit 3 batters over those course of those 4 or 5 innings, and I believe walked a handful more. So that's something to keep an eye on. And the Jumbos, of course, are a very patient team as well. So just keep an eye on that and see how the Jumbos approach these first few at bats here.
Well, what I saw, especially in the first game of this doubleheader today, was Tufts being, as you said, very patient at bats, fighting hard, even if they're down a strike, 2 strikes, still getting, and we saw them get a lot of walks on runs. And so, that's, incredibly important. It's not always pretty, but it gets the job done.
Right. I mean, at the end of the day, you want to look at the scoreboard and say, did we win? Did we score enough runs? It doesn't matter how we got them. You could say that about these last couple of games of the Jumbos. Last game, of course, I believe they got out hit by Colby. And there we go.
Nice, driven in to right center field. Perfect start for the Jumbos, first hit of the game, and it goes in favor of the Bows with Reed.
Another nice swing. We saw that actually from both sides, but a lot of those line drive singles, especially on the Jumbo side, towards the end of the game, you saw there's that one inning when the Jumbo scored 6 runs on 6 hits and I believe 5 singles. And a lot of singles were like that. Just putting balls in play, good solid contact. They're not going for doubles, but a couple of those together, all of a sudden you have an opportunity.
And pitch in for a strike, and you just feel Thompson. Good to get a strike after, your first pitch, letting up a hit. Next pitch, getting a strike on the next batter. Always good to get that confidence back.
Absolutely.
Cortez at the plate right now. Swinging and missing, strike 2.
Yeah, blew it by him right there by Thompson. Obviously really good for him to be able to get up 0-2 after first pitch contact, first pitch single to Reed. So I always say it's about how you respond to adversity, especially early in games. That can set the tone for the rest of the game. It'll be interesting to see what he's able to do and what he decides to do on this pitch here.
Thompson taking a bit too long there. I think just a bit worried about speed there of Reed on first.
Yeah, well, Reed has 2 stolen bases on the day. The young season. So definitely a threat out there.
Thompson taking his time, looking to try to get strikeout. It's a little wide there of the strike zone. 1-2
Just a little wide, too. That's like a solid pitch right there.
Yeah. Again, sometimes from the booth, not always the best of angles, especially with the lefty hitter.
Yeah, absolutely.
To
Definitely.
block that view.
Yeah. Still, it's what you'd call a good miss. That's in
That
there, yeah.
one's a strikeout there. Thompson got his pitch, and he gets back into this inning with the first out.
I got to say, really impressive batter by Thompson. Given after that first pitch, you think you might be a little rattled. First pitch contact, solid contact at that, but he came back, he threw 2 straight strikes, had a good miss, and then hit his spot. Really impressive.
Well, here's DiMaria up to the plate. He's been hitting pretty well at 364 coming into today. We saw he brought a run home by taking a hit by pitch the last game.
Whatever works.
Well, that one, I think, yeah, just got a tip, so he'll have to go back to first. Here's the 0-1 count. That one popped up, foul, heads up. Don't think I heard any crashing sounds there, so I think it missed some of the cars, but that goes to 0-2 the count.
Safe for now.
There's the pitch. And I think a good work there from Katz, just made sure to hold Reed at first, as he was thinking potentially of going to second.
Yeah, Reed got an aggressive lead there. Keep an eye on that. This was almost a pitch out. It wasn't, but it almost functioned like that. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point they might try to little pick off from catcher to the first base.
1-2 pitch. That one popped up to the shortstop with a comfortable out number 2. That's Russell making the play. And Thompson, after that first pitch, allowing the single, now has got 2 outs in a row.
Yeah, got under that pitch a little bit. You could tell a little out in front. I think it was something off speed. But good recovery so far from Thompson. You've got to be encouraged by the Mules if you're the Mules pitching staff right now.
Now here is Sowell up to the plate.
Sowell getting his first plate appearance of the day. He only has 6 plate appearances on the young season, but 4 RBIs, including a double, a triple, and a home run. Every single one of his hits so far has gone for extra bases.
Well, this is his first season, of course, because last season canceled due to the pandemic. Sophomore now coming in. And correct me if I'm wrong, Stop, but with a lefty pitcher, it's always harder to try and pick off someone.
Absolutely. Yeah, because of course the lefty pitchers have the 45-degree rule, which is as long as they don't make a motion to home plate, they can essentially act like they're going to their windup and then make a motion to first base. Right-handers, of course, can't do that.
Ooh!
And we hit a
Foul
car
back, and it hit the top of I think a Jeep? I don't know. But it's 1-1 the count here with 2 outs for Sowell.
And of course, the best left-handers it's all about body language. Obviously, a lot of left-handers have a tell. Like that one, it was a little different, as you can see. I think the first one was a little easier to pick up. That one, he's clearly trying to get in the runner's mind. about confusing them. Where is he going? Where is his body weight going? So it can be harder to get in there, especially a good jump off a left-hander.
There's the pitch. That one looked high, and it's going to be called ball 2.
Yeah, it was definitely it was definitely close, but the Jumbos will take it, of course. For those of you who were here in the first game, we saw a lot of chatter back and forth, especially on the Jumbo side, but on the Mule side as well, as far as strikes that were strikes, balls that were called balls that could have been strikes.
That one's going to be called a strike. Strike 2. So now it's 2s across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the bottom of the first. And that's fouled to the left-hand side.
Good job by Sol there. He was able to, obviously, that was an off-speed pitch. You could tell all his weight was at front.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to be able to drive it far, but he was able to foul it off. That's really important because some pitches you just need to fight off to get to the pitch you like.
Yeah, it seemed he was looking ready for that fast pitch and was able to get contact, keep himself in the at-bat.
He's off on the first base.
That one is popped up. It should be a comfortable out. And it is. Play made there by Reichman, and there ends the first inning. Colby 0, Tufts 0. Thompson, after letting up a hit, had a strong inning. A strikeout included there, and it's 0s on the scoreboard.
Yeah, solid inning all around. I think pretty equivalent, honestly, if you look at both sides get a little base knock, and both pitchers work around it. So not really sure who you can say had the better inning per se. I think it's a good recovery overall by both pitchers.
Well, going into the second inning, Meyer still has a shot at a no-hitter. His perfect game is gone. As for Thompson, no chance at a perfect game or no-hitter. I believe up to the plate for the Mules will be the number 44, Nostri. Who, coming into today, not hitting great per se, only hitting 200.
Of course, but I believe he had the home run off the bench in that first game. It was really, for those of you who were or weren't watching, it was very impressive. He came in, I believe it was the 7th inning. His final inning, Mules were down 15-1 at the time. Came in as a pinch hitter. First pitch he saw, he turned on it and drove it up over the right field wall. It's a pretty impressive piece of hitting, and I think the coaches are going to reward that, given that he's back in the lineup, of course, coming off the bench in the first game.
Here he is, the lefty up to plate. Where did he hit that home run?
He hit it right over the right field wall, probably just almost directly over the right fielder's head. So right in smack dab in the middle of right field.
We see that first pitch called ball. Again, the umpire signaling that it was a little wide. That one high.
Yeah, it looks like he tried to put a little extra oomph on that. Got a little bit away from him. Seen a couple misses up high, which is actually something we did not see that much from Mayer. He had pretty good, consistent strike zone last game
That's
around.
another one.
Yeah, he was really thriving when he was hitting his lower spots, like I would say probably below the belt, like right knees and right above the knees. Not the same approach today, at least not how it's been executed so far.
That one, and he's going to walk Notry. And the Mules have a runner on base to start the second inning.
And we look at Mayer last week. He only had 1 walk, of course, with 8 strikeouts. So
Now batting number 34.
consistency and location, he had control. He had the control he needed. Already another walk this inning. Look at the Mules trying to put something together.
And he throws to first just to keep him honest. But up to the plate right now is Reichman, who got the final out in that first inning for the Mules. third baseman.
And a note on Nostri, he is not one of the faster Mules, and he has not attempted a stolen base yet.
Nice pitch for strike one after 4 straight balls.
And that's
for
where you want to
Meyer.
see him, is right above the knees. It was a little in on the inner half of the plate, but that's okay. That's where he wants probably to live. That's where he was living last time. And of course, against the same Mules team, it worked to perfection. That's a really good pitch.
Nice, right and down the middle, strike 2. So after a tough first at-bat now, second at-bat of the inning for Meyer going much better. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Meyer getting his second K of the game.
And Reichman just looked overpowered there. I mean, again, it's his first plate appearance of the day. So you do understand that, hey, obviously he hasn't seen too many live reps today, but still, he really just did not look like he had a chance. Offered a half swing on the second pitch and a weak swing there for strike 3.
Up to the plate now is McGee. And he sees that one go low for ball 1. Tommy McGee coming into today, hitting 130. That one high for ball 2.
Just a little up. Looks like it crossed the plate right above the letters. Of course, right up above the top of the strike zone. Interesting that Mayer also has 2 different deliveries from the stretch. If you notice, he sometimes uses kind of that high leg kick. Oh, I believe that did not.
Well, the first base coach for Colby thought it hit McGee, but umpire says no, but it is ball. Is it ball 2 or ball 3 in the count?
I believe that was a foul.
Oh, it might have, yeah. Might have hit the bat.
Yeah,
so
I believe there was a foul, and that's why I think you saw the first base coach up in arms, but he didn't see an argument from the hitter, and the runner is off.
Can he get him? Safe. So that's the second successful stolen base attempt for Colby this game. And as he said, Scott, they love to steal bases.
Yeah, something to keep in mind, interesting there. Someone seemed like a little late there to cover the bases. So they caught, obviously the way they're positioned, they're both kind of far away from the plate, from the base. With that said, it looked like the ball and the fielder arrived at the same time. That makes it really hard, unless the ball's played perfectly, to be able to get the tag down. Not that I think it would have mattered there, but something else to keep in mind, especially with an aggressive team like the Mules.
Yeah, and you're saying Natri, one of those slower ones, well,
Yeah.
you got there well. There's the pitch, but good response from Meyer to get a strike.
I guess I
3 to
shouldn't.
the count.
I was just seeing no plate appearance. I know stolen base attempts, knowing how fast this team is, and I might have just assumed, made a poor assumption there. Of course, he only had been on base once or twice, so that might have been why.
That one fouled up.
Coming right towards us.
Oof.
Oh.
And you're just seeing Saul there trying to make the play. Couldn't get there in time. And McGee staying in this at bat. Right now, if he can get on base, it put Colby in a really good spot here in the second inning. But the flip side, of course, if Meyer can get his 3rd strikeout of the afternoon, and then Tufts in a solid spot to get out without allowing a run. 3, 2, 1. Meyer delivers.
Oh, man,
and he just
a little
missed.
out, I think, yeah. Again, Meyer only had 1 walk the entire game last game, of course, going 5 innings. That's his second this inning. Not great. That's not a great sign, obviously. You don't want to be walking anyone.
Well, he still got his no-hitter intact, but
Fair enough.
but let's see if he can get out of this early jam here. There's 1 out, so good potential chance for a double play, but up to the plate. Catcher Katz.
Good pitch. That's where you want to live. That's the spots he was hitting again last week. Those lower pitches. It's important to notice he's been missing a lot up. I'm not sure if that represents a change in location or more just issues with control. So keep an eye on where he's able to locate.
That one, I think, probably just a little wide, but it's 1-1 the count.
Also interesting, I think we can all see from this camera, interesting to see where the catcher sets up versus where the ball ends up being placed. That always gives you an idea of where it's being, where the ball is going.
That one.
I don't know where that one was. And that's something, again, that you saw, is the catcher set up low to the ground.
Yeah.
And I thought he hit the spot there, so I'm not sure.
You could see sort of his pant legs moving
Yeah.
there. That was coming in with a lot of speed.
Yeah.
2-1 the count. He's got base runners to worry about. That one fouled back, so it's 2-2.
And just like I was mentioning earlier, I think Mayer has two types of deliveries when he is at the stretch. He has one with a higher leg kick, of course, that usually generates more power. You'll see the other one more of a sidestep with that's quicker to the plate. You'll probably see that more often when there's only a runner on first base. He's trying to hold on the runner, which of course is a strategic choice, but of course also impacts velocity. Good
Swing
pitch.
and a miss, strike 3. Meyer getting his third strikeout, and now in a solid spot to get out of the inning.
Really,
up a run.
Yeah, great pitch. That's where you want to live. That's where he's best, when he's hitting his spots low, because it sets up even those pitches out of the strike zone that start off in the strike zone and then move downwards. He was able to do so there. Great at bat for Meyer.
And now Forster up to the plate. He's batting 111 on the year so far. That one fouled to his bench. 0-1 the count.
Forster is one of the faster Mules. He's not a power hitter by any stretch, but he's 3 for 3 on stolen bases, and sorry, I should add 4 for going in, but he had another one in the first game, making him 4 for 4.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one fouled back. It'll be 0-2 the count.
I think he's a little bit lucky there, to be honest. That was an off-speed pitch that I don't think was low enough. And you could tell the way that Forster reacted. He kind of saw his eyes lit up a little bit because that was hanging a bit. He'd been able to turn on that. That could have been trouble.
Here's a chance. 0-2 the count. 2 outs. Runners on first and second here for Meyer. And that one driven into left field for a single. Runner coming home. Will he make the play? And the run scores, and Colby up 1-0 here in the second inning.
Really good piece of contact by Forster. He had the second hit of the day. He had a hit earlier in the game. Really solid swing. Something to keep an eye on is that relay. It wasn't the best relay throw into the shortstop. It took a bounce. It wasn't the hardest throw, and that cost them about a second that really mattered. Of course, it's always super hard to execute any type of relay throw, from the outfield, but nevertheless, maybe a missed opportunity.
That's the first run allowed by Meyer this season. He starts off this at-bat with a strike up against McConnell, who I believe flat out to right in his first at-bat.
This is also the first time the Jumbos have trailed here at Huskins this season.
There's the pitch, a little wide, so 1-1.
Of course, we now have the top of the order coming up in McConnell. Going into today, he was hitting .462 with 12 hits in his 26 plate appearances.
Pitch just fouled left. And you just think, if you can hit it to that left field side, there's so much room out there.
Absolutely. If you hit a ball that kind of goes down the line and then tails, that you don't have the luxury of hitting that off the fence, especially when you have a left fielder who's playing a little bit off the line here. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That ball could go and roll for a ways down there.
You just get that nice bend to it, and it stays fair. A lot of green space, but also it's the pitch high. Flip side, there's also a lot of space there to potentially get, a foul ball.
Right, that's what we see a lot of times is that ball seems to be tailing. You're like, there's no way.
Strikes 2 outs, 2 runners on base. That's fouled up and caught for the third out of the inning. Well, Colby in front, 1-0. RBI single from Forrester. And Colby, Mules take the lead. As he said, first time Tufts has been behind at Huskins Field this year. Thompson back on the mound after a pretty solid first inning. And up to plate for the Jumbos will be Duffy. Jackson Duffy, another sophomore on this Jumbos team who coming in today was batting .333.
Leading off for the Jumbos, number 27, Jackson Duffy.
Yeah, solid start to the season for Duffy. Of course, with a triple as well as 2 RBIs in his 6 plate appearances coming into the day.
Here's the first pitch of the bottom of the second. Is a strike. Solid pitch from Thompson.
And now it's really interesting to see, for the first time here at Huskins, it's interesting to see how the Jumbos respond to adversity, of course. Any runs scored against them had come when they were already up significantly. It's the first time they've been down, that they've been chasing the score.
And swing and a miss. Or looked like he maybe got some, did he say tipped it a little there? Or was
I'm not sure. It was a weird swing because it was,
Yeah.
I believe it was an off-speed pitch, and he still looked like he was a little behind on it. Kind of, you want to see a better timing there.
0-2 pitch.
Ooh.
It's close, but called
Yeah, it
ball.
looked a little outside, I think. It was a good take in any case, because obviously those are really hard to be able to make solid contact on.
Here's the 1-2 pitch for Duffy, left fielder. And he drives that into left field for a base hit.
He did a great job. He turned on that one after seeing a few, looking a little unsure of himself there. He made a great swing on that, and he drove it. Solid piece of hitting. That's again a constant theme for the Jumbos. These hard line drive singles. And obviously they had a couple extra base hits that put them over the edge, so keep an eye on that. It's just setting the stage. They're getting some good swings. Feels like it's the extra base hit that the longer fly ball might be coming up soon.
Brandon Bay up to the plate, senior, right fielder. And he drives that
There we go.
into left field again. Another hard hit, single, and they've got runners on first and second with 0 outs. Good response, good start to this inning.
Yeah, and it's clearly a mentality that the Jumbos are saying, look, I mean, obviously if you see one, turn on one, but don't be afraid to just put the ball in play, to put a good swing on a ball, get some nice contact. More often than not, you're going to have good things happen when you put the ball in play. We've seen that throughout today, of course, with the Jumbos scoring a lot of runs on less hits. And here again, it's 2 singles. All of a sudden, you have the pitcher rattled, and you have a great scoring opportunity.
Pitch to Parada, called ball. Justin Parada, another sophomore. Got a lot of sophomores on this Jumbos team.
Parada has not gotten on base yet this season. Of course, only on 3 plate appearances, so pretty small sample size.
There's a pitch, big swing and a miss. That's strike 1, so 1-1 the count to Parada.
Got him with the off speed there. He's a little ahead of himself there. Not sure if Thompson is aware of this, but obviously when you have a hitter who hasn't gotten on base yet, you want to keep them guessing, keep them unsure of themselves. And I think that's what Thompson's trying to do here.
He's going for the bunt.
That's a really good bunt.
Well, that's a good sacrifice play from Parada. It means that Tufts, it's 1 out, but it advances both runners and puts them in a good chance to score a run.
That's
here.
a really solid bunt, really solid, and it got the job done. That's what matters. Obviously, you could say, well, he didn't get on base. That's not what's important here. With no outs in the inning, important is getting the runners in scoring position. So that there's so many things that can drive in that run. Interesting to me that I think the infield is in. I mean, that just shows you the Mules are not confident. Usually you wouldn't see the infield in on a 1-run lead in the second inning. The Mules, I don't think, are confident in their ability to generate runs, and they want this to protect this 1-0 lead at all costs.
That first pitch called ball.
Which at the same time means that there's a lot that could get over
room.
their head. Yeah, there's a lot of room because the outfielders themselves aren't shading in at all.
And we've seen Tufts, both of their base runners got on with strong hit singles.
Yeah.
That when the infielder was deeper, they weren't able to stop. If it's in, no
Right.
chance.
Right. I'm not exactly sure about this. Nevertheless, they're doing it anyways.
That's high for ball 2. Maybe they've seen something here with the DH Flavin, that Connor Flavin, who maybe they think they're better suited at putting the infield in.
Yeah, Flavin hitting 200 on the season, 1 hit in his 5 plate appearances. Another sophomore.
There's the pitch that is fouled hard to the right.
The cars are safe yet again.
Cars are safe, yeah. Just waiting to hear. Do you hear something loud? No, everything's okay.
Still a hitter's count at 2-1. Lefty on righty. Flavin, you're hoping Flavin's looking up there, looking for something just to put in play.
Duffy on third, Bay on second. That one fouled back again.
Thompson really reared up and tried to drive it right by him there and almost was able to do so.
2-2 the count now.
Wouldn't surprise me if they look low here because obviously those are hard to hit, but even if you make contact, the odds are it's going to be on the ground. They're clearly playing for things on the ground. I wouldn't be surprised to see something low, maybe off speed. Oof. We got the low, not the off speed.
Yeah, it was low. You can, again, seeing those pant legs move,
yeah.
But it's called ball, so 3-2-1. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. A big pitch here.
Yeah,
Difference
absolutely.
between a bases loaded and 2 outs.
A really big pitch coming up, and for Flavin, he has taken 2 walks on the season, so he's not afraid to watch one go by.
That's
one high.
Up.
There you go. Well
and
done.
It's a walk.
Well done. Really well done. Of course, the number 9 hitter, Bozzella, coming up. But this is not Colby. Even if you have a short memory, you can't forget that Bozzella was the one who drove a 3-run home run to break open the score in the first game. And interesting, as you do now see, the middle infielders have gone back to double play depth, so they are going to sell out for the double play here. The corner infielder is still shading a little in.
Off-speed pitch there to get strike 1.
Start him off with the off-speed. Trying to just get it over the plate, get ahead in the count. That's something that's important for Thompson because he's obviously, when you're ahead in the count, opens up a wider range of pitches you can make, of flexibility you have with locations.
That one low. We were looking at off-speed, but low this time, but it's 1-1.
Absolutely, an off-speed, low and off-speed, and far more likely as well to generate a ground ball. And clearly, Colby, that's what they want. They want to be able to get a ground ball, and get the force at home. They want to be able to get a double play, whatever it may be.
Thompson the pitch. That one fouled.
Probably for the best. Side. Probably for the best that goes foul. The ground ball hit that hard. If it's obviously if you can get it through, great. But if it's at a fielder, then that's probably going to turn into a double play, probably going to turn into a force at home.
Thompson just can't tell if he's something with the ball or a little discomfort with his hand.
Looks like, I think it's more of an equipment issue than anything. I think, although he is talking to the bench right now. I think he's just getting signs from the bench, I should say. So I think it was more of an equipment issue than anything else. Good to see that he's okay.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Bases loaded. And that one hit.
Oh, they should have gone home.
Oh! And it was the wrong play there from Thompson, and a run will score.
Yeah, I think that was absolutely I really think that was the mistake. He catches the ball facing home for a left-hander. He has it ready. Instead, he decides to turn because at the very least you can get the out at home there. You could probably, it was hit hard enough, you could go home and then first and get that double play.
Yeah.
That would have been, in my mind, obviously it's really hard for a pitcher to react like that still. I think that would have been the right move. And instead, of course, obviously you don't expect an error, but now on the throwing error, everyone's safe and it's a tie game.
Yeah, he had all the options in the world. It's a high throw as well, and that's why it's going to go down as a throwing error.
And sometimes what happens as a pitcher is especially once you make that spin and you realize how much time you just took, you might realize in the heat of things, oh, no,
Yeah.
I made the mistake. And that gets in your head all of a sudden, you sail the throw.
And it also seems maybe the second baseman and shortstop took a little while to even get the second there to help him out
Yeah.
because he turned and was kind of waiting for a little while.
Absolutely, and at least they were there to back up because otherwise as that throw is getting over everyone's head. That's probably another run
Yeah.
if it gets into the outfield.
That pitch, again, a ball, so now it's 2 balls, no strikes, and after being in a strong position in that last at-bat against Bozzella, now he's in a weaker position up against Reed, who, of course, got a hit in his first at-bat.
The other thing to keep in mind is throwing error that you create can get in your own mind as a pitcher. Can create doubt, can create uncertainty.
That one fouled back.
Another foul ball, and another sigh of relief for the car for the car owners at Huskins today.
2-1 is the count. That one
Blew it
big.
by him.
Yeah, big swing and a miss there
That's a
from Reed.
huge pitch for Thompson to be able to get that swing and miss to say, hey, I still have my stuff, to force a 2-2 count. Really critical pitch.
They've got Bozzella on first, Flavin on second, Bay on third, with Reed at the plate. 2-2 the count. That one, another foul.
Another foul, and I think we're good for now. Thompson, I think that's now 3 straight fastballs. With a 2-2 count, I wonder if they might mix something off speed, and maybe they have a feel. Maybe they think Reed is on the off speed, but 3 straight fastballs, and he's not. He clearly doesn't have the timing down on the fastball. It'll be interesting to see.
Reed taking his time.
Obviously, he's trying to break his rhythm there. It makes sense. Take as much time as you can. Get the pitcher to break his rhythm, lose focus, make him think more about the pitch.
Here comes the pitch. That one, another foul. He is just staying in this at-bat, Reed, wearing down Thompson.
Yeah, and even no matter what happens in this at-bat, once you you keep working that pitch count. That's really important. The Mules are not that deep as far as pitchers, and it is really important to see as many pitches as you can to force Thompson to work, tire him out. So this is a good at-bat by Reed. That's in there.
Strike 3, big pitch from Thompson. That's his second strikeout of the afternoon.
Yeah, and there's the hook we were waiting for. After throwing 4 straight fastballs, I think it makes sense as a pitch, and he executed it very well. Really gutsy pitch by Thompson, and a huge out.
Well, Kyle Cortez now up to the plate. Cortez coming in today, batting .214. He sees that first pitch go high for ball 1. Goes back to that off speed. 1-1.
Yeah, that's what he's. Those are. Here's the thing about those pitches. If you can time them, they're there to be hit. They're not. They're staying in the middle part of the zone right now, so they can be turned on, if you can guess right and figure out the timing. But if you can and you watch them go by, they're working right now for strikes.
1-1 the count. Call ball there. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Obviously hard for a pitcher. You have no room to work with. You need to be able to get this out. So 2-1 count. As a batter, you know there's a very solid chance he's at least trying to throw a strike here. Obviously, doesn't always execute that way.
That one driven into right field,
And
and
it's
it'll
gonna
drop.
get down.
1 run scores. 2 runs score. It's a 2-run double with 2 outs in this inning, and Tufts take the lead at 3-1.
What a well-placed ball right down that line, but a couple feet away from the line. No chance for the right fielder out there. And that's an easy stubble. Slid in there, but really didn't need to. A huge at-bat by Cortez. And the Jumbos are right back in front. And, of course, the walks and the error come back to bite you.
Yeah, that big error. When it was 1-0, 1 out, bases loaded, that can be your second out, and then, they'd be okay. But now it's runners on second and third, 2 outs. Tufts were not behind for long, and we'll look to try and add more runs here. DeMaria, first baseman, pops that one high, right side, and is caught. So that ends the inning, but Tufts, as we said, not behind for long. They lead 3-1 going into this 3rd inning, and it's down to some good hitting there from Cortez.
Yeah, and I mean, not to beat up again too much on Thompson, but imagine if he's able to make that play at home. Say, even if he doesn't turn the double play, if you can just get that out at home, now it's still 1-0. You have 2 outs, and what happens to the next batter? You get him out, and you're out of the inning. It really was a strategic error, not to mention, of course, a throwing error, but just a mental error as well. I really think the play would have been at home there.
As we go into this 3rd inning, look at the pitcher stats. Meyer for the Jumbos, 2 innings pitched so far, has 3 strikeouts, 1 hit allowed, 1 run allowed, and 2 walks. While for Thompson for the Mules, he's pitched 2 innings, has a walk to his name, 2 strikeouts, but has allowed 3 runs and 4 hits. And correct me if I'm wrong, because it was his error, that'll go down as still as an earned run.
No, it won't
won't?
actually. It won't actually, which I've always wondered as to why. I mean, the idea is, of course, earned run. It's almost they're trying to separate the idea of like how well you pitch versus how well everyone feels. So we'll go down as an unearned run. Obviously, mentally, that's a different story. It can make a big difference. Whether you have, obviously, of course, and that was objectively his error, both mentally and throwing error. I mean, you could have gotten that out at second. So. But it's a completely different game now for Mayer. Coming back out, of course. Previously, it was 1-0. He was losing. Now you have runs at your back. Obviously, it's not the largest lead the Jumbos have had, but it's still run support. You know you have that run support. You can feel confident again that, hey, my one mistake or my couple mistakes in the past inning are not going to hang over me. I can get back right out there and get back to what I do well.
It's O'Brien at the plate, and he fouls that back. Seems to be a continuing theme of this game. Colby only have 1 hit so far today, and that was Forrester with that RBI. That one popped high. Should be caught. And is by Bay. That's his 3rd fly out to him this game.
Yeah, solid piece of pitching, not too high in the zone, so even though he gets air under it, just going to go more high than it is far. An easy out, and good way to come back from the last thing, which was a little rough.
Meyer up to plate, sees that pitch called strike. That one driven to the gap and will get through. So big hit there for Mayer.
Solid piece of contact right there, right up the middle. Not the hardest hit ball, at least in the air, but solid job by Mayer, and another runner on. Obviously from Mayer, that wasn't the case last time around. He was able to put them down pretty consistently. He only had given up 2 hits coming into this game. Now, obviously, another second hit with a couple other base runners mixed in, and now Colby's back and ready to go.
Up to the plate now, Russell. And he's going. Can they make the play? It's another stolen base, successful for the Mules.
Yeah, and I was about to read, but now it seems like a moot point. But Mayer was 3 for 3 on the day. Sorry, on the season as far as stolen bases. He is another one of the Mules. It looks like the umpire has him doing a little field work while he's over there. Yeah, he's another one of the Mules who likes to run. And now you have a runner in scoring position, nobody out. Sorry, 1 out. But still opportunities to get that run in.
There's the pitch. Called ball. So that's 1-1. Count right now. Forward trying, hoping that he gets this big second out in this inning. Do they sense a strikeout?
Close pitch. It's a good miss again. 1-2. You can live with that. It's tempting enough that you might get a swing and miss. Now it's a big pitch. 2-2. Runner on. What does he do?
And that was a bit high. He did get some contact on that swing there, Russell, so stays in the at-bat.
Yeah, I was able to get him to chase there. You could tell based on where the ball was going as well as the catcher's reaction. That was a high and out. Was not going to be a strike. So good recovery by Russell to keep himself in the at-bat.
Here's the pitch. That one fouled to the left-hand side now.
I was also out of the strike zone, up and out. Looks like they might have found where to attack Russell. It's 2 straight pitches. He's chased. See if they keep that going.
Russell 0 for 1 on the afternoon so far. And it was low. Check swing. He was good, so he stays in the at-bat. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out.
After going 2 pitches above the strike zone, they tried to get him and confuse him even more, hit him low. And he almost got him, but good job holding up. Now we have another 3-2 count. Big pitch right here.
That one
he
driven
strokes
hard,
that one.
and that will drop in for a double. Will the run score? Big play at the plate. It will. And on the throw, Russell gets to third.
Russell is amped if you look over at third base. It was interesting. I think he actually got a really late jump over there at first base. Not Russell, I should say. But Mar. It seemed like I could tell by the first base coach that, he wanted him running as soon as that ball was hit. It didn't look like it was going to be caught. He was a couple steps behind. It actually ended up working out because on the throw, Russell's able to advance to third. All of a sudden, although it looks like they gave the run to Tufts accidentally, it's now a 3-2 game.
First pitch high, but big play there from Russell, and good running as well. He saw the 2, but then was anticipating.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really good awareness. He had a pretty big lead there. That's a good pitch.
Called strike. Well, Mayer in a bit of uncharted territory for himself, of course. hasn't allowed a run before coming into today, and now has allowed 2. There's still has to get 2 outs in this inning, and there's a runner on third. So yeah, we're just sort of waiting for whoever's manning the scoreboard just to maybe realize that they've given Tufts an extra run.
Well, it's always the Tufts people standing next to them, so I'm not sure they're too concerned right now. Good pitch.
Big swing and a miss there for Nashri, who I believe was walked on his first at-bat.
Already with a home run in his first and only plate appearance in the first game.
That one driven hard to center field.
Should be deep enough.
And here we go. Should be comfortable. And is. And Colby have tied this game up. Nashri with a big sac fly to make it 3-3.
Yeah, that'll get the job done. That's what Tufts was able to do last game a couple times, is drive runners in through sac flies, through ground balls that advance the runner. Colby's taking a play from Tufts' playbook here, and it's now tied. I mean, this is really shaping up to be an interesting back-and-forth game.
Well, maybe the person who's manning the scoreboard knows something that we don't and has looked into the future, and Tufts are going to get a run in the bottom of the third, but
I can promise you that's incorrect, given that Tufts hasn't actually batted in the bottom of the third yet. But with that said,
the pitch, that one hit hard, but very wide left for foul ball.
Way ahead of that one. That one landed way over there in the other field. Not really very close. And some unlucky Tufts player has to go all the way and get that.
And the pitch.
Good pitch.
Big swing and a miss. And that's strike 2, so 1 ball, 2 strikes. Marin trying to get out of this tough inning for himself, in which he has allowed a 1-run double and then runner advancing to third and a sac fly. Which he does.
Strike 3.
That's a big play there from Marin. He gets his 4th strikeout of the game. Getting Reichman there, looking.
And it looks like the scoreboard has been turned off. So someone realized the mistake.
Yeah. But it's 3-3. Colby responding well after falling behind. And after a scoreless first inning, we're getting some runs now here at Huskins Field.
Yeah, and this is really kind of reminiscent of the last game of the last doubleheader last weekend, where that was really the only close game. Once someone scored, it actually went back and forth. All the other games, once Tufts scored, that was kind of it. Tufts kind of took control, but less so.
Pitch to pitch to pitch. You don't take pitches off. You don't take your bats off.
Now again, renewed life for Thompson. Of course, he made the mental error and really allowed Tufts to get back into the game and then take the lead last inning. But his team came back offensively, was able to help him out and keep him going, and tie this game up. So now he has new life, some sort of new confidence that, hey, again, my error's not going to cost my team, not today, because we are back in it. Now he just has to go out and make his pitches.
And up to plate, Sowell. 0 for 1 today, coming up against Thompson.
Pitch is going to be low.
Now batting, number 28, Clay Sowell. Now playing third base for Colby, number 12, Caleb Jung.
And the announcer saying, calling out a change there at Caleb Jung for Colby, subbing in at third base. And I believe Reichman now out of the game. That one fouled.
They have a chance. Oh,
And 3 players trying to go that for Colby, but not able to get there. So they're keeping in the setback.
yeah, it wasn't very high hit. That was the thing. It didn't go too far away from home plate, but it was kind of both in this awkward no man's territory. And plus, that wasn't super high in the air, made it a pretty difficult play.
One, two, the count. Thompson taking his time. Just got to feel maybe, get that first out for him. It'll be a big confidence booster.
Absolutely, absolutely.
There's the pitch. It's low. 2-2. And that one again low. So now it's 3-2. Sal doing a good job. Taking his time, wearing down Thompson. That one driven hard to left field and drops in for a single. Good start to the inning for the Jumbos.
Lucas, where have we seen that before? Hard hit ball for a single out to left field. That's the 3rd time in the last 2 innings. That's what's been the catalyst for the Jumbos. They've been seeing balls when they're able to turn on balls. That's what matters. Turning on balls, getting ahead of it, and picking good contact. That seems to be the recipe right now for them.
Well, that is the 5th hit of this game so far for Tufts, and just their 3rd inning hitting. And now you've got 2 players coming up who've already have hits today. One of them, Duffy, is up at the plate. Sees that pitch and takes it in for ball 1.
Good pitch in there.
Called strike, 1-1. That one low.
He's going to run, and yeah, he's going to make it. Great read. I mean, it really, you can't blame the catcher on that one because but when the ball bounces at least 2-3 feet in front of the catcher like that, those are really hard to predict and control. So once you see that, if you take off right away, it's really hard to catch a runner. And
good anticipation from Sal there.
Absolutely.
Just noticing the ball was, short and good base running, and now you got a runner on second with no outs. The pitch coming in, it's called ball again. And now it's 3-1 the count, and Thompson's in trouble.
Yeah, just to your point on Salo, it really is an important read that he sees it going into the dirt. He says, okay, I'm going to take an aggressive lead. And if I see that ball roll at all, I'm off. And it's really good anticipation and gets him a great head start.
Here's the pitch. Driven hard.
Oh, boy.
To left field. And it's gone! Big 2-run home run for Duffy and puts Tufts on top, 5-3. That was going, gone over that left field ball. Tufts regained the lead.
Absolutely crushed. Once again, a great piece of hitting. What have we seen from Tufts? And it's the way they've read Thompson is if they can get ahead on balls and they can drive things, pull those balls to their, that's what they've been successful at. And we had seen it before with singles, and now we've really seen it. Absolutely crushed by Duffy.
That one, first pitch going in, a strike there, Duffy. He cranked that past, I believe, the 3.54 mark out in left field. That one is popped high. Right field should be caught by the second baseman, and is Brian making the play. And that is the first out of the inning.
Now batting number 1, Justin Parada.
Here's the hit driven to the shortstop. Can he make the play? Oh, it's a wild throw. And Parada will make it to second. And that is an error there from Russell. Should have been a comfortable second out, but it was a wild throw. You could see it immediately from when it left his arm. Wasn't going to make it to the first
Yeah, it
baseman.
just sailed on him, and the first baseman was able to get a glove on it, but not enough. And honestly, that might have hurt him because it kind of rolled slower to the fence. Ultimately, easy to advance in that throwing error from the shortstop. Another runner in scoring position.
Now we got Flavin, who was walked last time. And, you know, interestingly, we saw him in his first at-bat. Infield came in. Second at-bat now, infield just staying deep.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously now that it's 5-3, the runs are on. And I think that would be interesting to see. I think Colby maybe has a little more confidence that, hey, we can score some runs.
And that one gets past the catcher. He doesn't know where it is. But Parada is going to, play it safe there. And that's the right call, stay at third.
Yeah, maybe a split second longer, you could almost argue he could have gone. I think with a 2-run lead, only 1 out in the inning, I think it is the right call. Maybe with 2 outs, it's a different story. But with 1 out, I think it is the right call, just to play it a little safe.
And Katz there had no idea because he turned around to his right-hand side. The ball went to his left. And now, big moment here. Can Thompson get out of this jam? A runner on third, only 1 out. Infield has come in. And that one, Flavin there, doing enough to keep himself in this at-bat.
Absolutely. With a 2-run, again, it's so early in the game. I think it just speaks to Colby's fear, really, that Tufts could get away with it, that this could get out of hand, that they need, that every run does matter. That's not usually the case when you're early in the game. But for Colby, it seems like that is.
Ooh, and he takes the hit by pitch. And now we got runners on the corners with an out. Tufts bench certainly happy about that.
Yeah, obviously it's kind of a mark of confidence. It was off speed. He stood there and took it. Didn't try to get out of the way, really. It was just like, I'll take my base. And that's obviously what we want to see. It's team taking one for the team.
Well, Bozzella up to the plate in the second inning. He was the one that hit it straight to Thompson, and that led to the throwing error, which the run came in. What's the call going to be from?
I believe we do have a pitching change.
Yeah. Well, Thompson has had a bit of a tough afternoon here, especially in this third inning. He will have pitched 2 1/3 inning. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, allowed 6 hits, and 5 runs came in during his time. Of course, a 2-run homer. And Scott, who are we going to see pitching now for the Mules?
Trying to take a look. I can't see the number right now. Okay, I believe it is
the 25.
25, yeah, on the Mules.
Donato.
I think that's for Tufts.
Oh.
Donato's not for Tufts. I think it's Julian Arrow will be pitching for the Mules.
Julian Arrow, my apologies.
And he's coming in here. He's pitched 5 2/3 innings on the season. ERA of 4.76. He's a win-loss record actually of 1-1, and he's appeared in 4 games. He's given up 3 earned runs, 4 runs total, and 4 walks as well. Only 5 strikeouts, so Seems like he's given up a lot of
Attention,
walks,
please.
something
Now
important to
pitching
keep
for
in
Colby,
mind.
Number 25, Julian Arrow.
So Arrow in for the Mules.
Arrow, of course, being one of the pitchers we have not seen yet. Now, obviously, in the last week we saw Pletter, we saw Driscoll, we also saw Arrow as well, and sorry, we saw Thompson. Now we're seeing Garfield and Arrow for the first time, at least here at Huskins. Of course, one thing Thompson didn't do was he didn't walk too many people. Of course, he had that hit by pitch, but in the time he was pitching, he threw 62 pitches. He was able to throw 40 strikes. Of course, last time around for Pletter's strike to pitch percentage was right around 50 of it. So a little more in control, and that just shows you the Jumbos have been driving the ball. They've been getting the hits, and they've been doing it with the bat this time versus with their eye.
And Bozzella up to the plate. Nate Bozzella for the Bows.
Of course, like you mentioned, Bozzella had the ground ball that ultimately turned into runs on the throwing error by Thompson. He also, of course, had the home run in the first game today.
There's a pitch driven hard to left field. It's going to drop in.
That's fair.
Big single there for Bozzella. Actually, he's going to get to the second.
Exactly what you're talking about, Lucas. Just hitting that ball down the line and having it roll a bit. Yeah, that looked like it landed almost right on the line. So, and it wasn't hit too hard, almost perfect, right? Just going to die and roll out there, no one around, and that's going to bring in another run, second and third still for the Jumbos.
And Reed up to the plate now. He's 1 for 2 on the afternoon. And it almost looked there as if Forster just took a little too long. I mean, maybe I'm being a little too harsh, but it seemed as if he'd gone there a bit quicker thrown in, it would have held Bozzella at first, but maybe a little too harsh here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of space out there.
Yeah,
as
hard
we
to
said in
tell
left field.
depending on where he was positioned. Good pitch, looked a little low to me, but either way, strike one. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a tough call. I think it ultimately would have been close either way at second base, even if he is able to get there faster. And of course, psychologically, when that ball's on the line, it's inevitable that you're like, oh man, hopefully this goes foul. Maybe just a little step slower to expecting it to go foul.
1-1 the count now. Runners on second and third. 6-3 here in the bottom of the third here at Huskins.
All four infielders, with the exception of the third baseman, who's maybe a step back. Everyone else is playing on the edge or inside the grass. So clearly the play remains at home, at least to hold the runner at third base if possible.
A lot of Tufts hits this afternoon have been to that left-hand side, so Jung and Russell have got to be on their toes.
Ooh, good pitch, a little out as you see the umpire motion. The catcher clearly wanted it. He held it there for another split second or two.
2-1 is the count. That one low again. I think Katz did a good job there getting to that pitch, but it's 3-1 the count.
Absolutely, yeah. Good job, but I mean, you really need strikes right now. Obviously, don't want to walk the bases loaded, so you're up there and in your read, you're looking for a pitch to hit. You're expecting a strike, and you're looking to turn on one.
Well, it's not been a great start here for Arrow. And that's ball 4. And now we got bases loaded with 1 out. And it brings Cortez up to the plate. He has already brought in 2 runs today.
And you can tell Arrow is not even a little, very disappointed
Now batting number 7,
with that call. He's actually had a quick conversation with the umpire asking where it was. Umpire basically said it was a little up. I kind of understand Arrow. I didn't think that was necessarily that high. Looked like it to me it was at or below the letters, but either way, the bases are now loaded. Kyle Cortez, another opportunity to do some major damage.
That one fouled back.
And yet another one straight back. It's interesting, you've seen a lot of fouls back and to the first baseline. All the plays, at least in play, have been to the third baseline.
Yeah.
So it tells you that when the Jumbos are able to figure out their timing, they're really able to do a lot.
Of course, they hit the homer to left field as well. That one's low. Good defensive play there from
That's
Cats.
that's a really good play back there. And obviously, as well, I mean, that bounced a significant number of feet in front of home plate. So you've got to really be willing to take that off your chest there. He was able to, and that probably prevented at least one run from scoring.
Mules pitcher certainly making Cats work a lot today.
Yeah, absolutely.
1-1 is the count for Cortez. And it's another high one. 2-1.
Yep, let that one sail a bit, and all of a sudden another hitter's count, bases loaded. You know he's got to throw strikes more than anything on this pitch. So again, look for Cortez to try to open this game up and really give the Jumbos some breathing room.
Here's the pitch, and again Cortez, he's just very patient. He's not going to swing on anything he doesn't need to.
Absolutely.
And 3-1 the count.
And as he should be. I mean, this is if he can't find the strikes and he's struggling with control right now, he already walked the previous batter. Why not be patient? I wouldn't be surprised here unless it's a perfect pitch. I mean, he might lay off this one even if it's a clear strike, right? I mean, just go up there, make him work, make him throw the pitch.
Harrow needs something.
That's
He
low,
won't
yeah.
get it there, and that brings home a run, and Tufts are now up 7-3.
Yeah, and just looking up and down the Colby bench, you can see a lot of dejected heads, and that's really tough. I mean, you really just want to see. I mean, there's nothing harder to do than see that he walked in a run, right? I mean, you want to at least make Tufts work for those runs, and of course, to do that, you got to throw strikes. So Arrow's really got to obviously find it right now, having walked the previous two batters, generating offense for the Jumbos without Tufts even needing to do anything.
Yeah, it's not been a lot of hit on his first. Oh, and that one gets away, but Cats does get to the ball in time to keep base runner at third.
Good job by Cats again, able to keep it close enough that the runner can advance. Obviously, if you were talking about runner in first or second, might be a different story, but definitely no reason for that runner to come home.
Well, DiMaria coming into today doesn't have a home run. What a time it would be.
That would really blow this thing open. Of course, 7-3 already. Another double-digit run inning, and multiple run inning for the Jumbos, and another ball. I mean, Arrow. You understand coming off the bench. I mean, coming into the bullpen, high stakes situation. Came in with first and third. You understand that it's going to take up a couple pitches to get his footing, but we're now into the third batter. He needs to be able to throw strikes, and we already see someone warming up in Colby bullpen.
Yeah, he let up a double in the first at bat. 2 straight walks now. He gets a strike.
Oh, gave it to him. I think.
Gets a strike, yeah.
Yeah, that's a borderline pitch. You could tell DiMaria was not thrilled about that. Sometimes, especially if you can't throw strikes, the umpires are less likely to give you that. Not so here. Still, that's still a hitter's count at 2-1, and Arrow needs to show that he can throw strikes.
There's the pitch. Good. Strike 2.
I think that was the first real good spot so far. That's exactly what Arrow needed. To hit a spot, to show Tufts and show DiMaria, I can hit spots. You need to take me seriously. And these now 2 strike counts.
Can DiMaria stay in this count after being 2-0? Now 2-2. He does. Watches that go ball 3.
Bases loaded, 3-2 count, 1 out. Definitely won't see any runners running unless we're attempting a steal of home here, which it would be interesting, don't get me wrong.
That would be pulling some trick out of the sleeve there for Tufts, but here we go. 3, 2, 1. DiMaria.
That's up,
Ball
yeah.
4. Another run coming home on a walk.
3 straight walks now. Really did. I mean, you can just tell. I mean, if you look up and down the Colby bench, a lot of dejected heads down to the ground. It's really tough from a coach's perspective, from a player's perspective. I mean, the Jumbos are just standing in the box and working their counts, and that's just leading to runs without them having to do anything. And 3 straight walks is a problem for us, and I think we might get a pitching change. I'm not entirely sure if I saw the motion correctly.
It's been tough for Arrow. 4 straight batters, and he hasn't gotten an out. A double, and then 3 straight walks. He might not even record, having pitched even a third of an inning here.
And, yep, I believe he's coming out.
Well, a tough outing here for Arrow here in the third. And it looks like, Scott, who's coming in for the Mules?
I believe, I can't exactly
Don't want to make the mistake I made last time.
Yeah, I believe it's once. Currently, the coach is obscuring the number from our perspective. I believe it's Patrick Carbone. And on the young season, he has 2 innings pitched. He actually has a 0 ERA. Currently, one of the only, besides Teddy Durbin, one of the only Mules who can claim that. He's pitched 2 innings. He's given up 1 hit, a double. Interestingly, he has no strikeouts and no walks. So he's someone who's going to pitch to contact. That no walks thing is something that probably jumps out for the Mules because they can't afford to give up a walk right now.
Yeah. And that was an issue that they had even last game. You know, there were a couple runs that I saw where it was, Colby, just sort of walking them home. And Tufts are more than happy to take that.
Colby, number 30,
Patrick Carbone. Right, name read out over the speaker there. Doing his final pitches for his warm-up. Interesting release there.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look.
It's very sort of fast and then almost seems to decrease in speed.
Right, it's very interesting. It's kind of like he gets a lot of that motion going before he actually breaks his hands, and you can see it's very dynamic. I would say almost. I wouldn't say rush because obviously whatever works for him, but I'd say faster than your typical pitcher. Once you come to that set, he seems to really split his arms and throw in the blink of an eye.
Here we go, his first pitch. Looking for more luck than Arrow had here in this third inning. And that's low for ball 1. He's coming up against the catcher, Sowell. That one is fouled up high.
That's in play, very much in play. Oh, no.
And Katz, yeah, you can just sort of sense like Colby, you're just hoping, please catch it, please catch it.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Get
easy.
us a break.
It's easy from our perspective to stand here and watch that ball and be like, he's a little in front of that. Oh, no, he's too far in front of it. Obviously, it's much harder from a catcher's perspective, but...
And especially, you're looking up, and it's sort of, the gray sky. The ball can kind of get lost.
Absolutely, and the same thing happened in Game 1. I don't believe it was the same. It was a different catcher behind the plate, but a very similar placed ball and gave Jumbos new life.
There's the pitch. It's low again.
And just to wrap up on Arrow's day, he was able. He did not record an out. I don't believe he threw 17 pitches, only 5 strikes. That's not going to cut it. Not at all. No, not at all.
Especially against a Tufts offense who are very patient, take their time. That's a strike.
A relief for the Colby team, a strike.
Against what I call very persistent Tufts up.
Yeah, I mean, there's really been no break. I mean, it's not like you've had the 7, 8, 9 hitters who have been easy outs. Not at all. It's been a very balanced attack.
That one goes low. Cats did enough to block it, but we're in that situation again where it could be the third straight walk run home.
And of course, again, that would be the first walk for Carbone on the season. He has not walked anyone. So I think Colby definitely went to him in the hopes that, look, we just need contact. Let the fielders, let the defense make a play on the ball, but back at it again with a 3-2 count.
With the one out. It's
Nope.
low again, and it's another run brought home on a walk. And I think the Mules got to be scratching their heads right now. They need a little help here just to get out of this inning.
And the even worse thing, and I think, I mean, not to say thankfully for the Mules, but it isn't that close of a game right now. But the problem that you get is all these walks can almost lull your fielders to sleep. They're not on their toes. They're not like, it's dejecting. It takes all the energy out of the game, especially when it was tied going into this inning.
Yeah.
And now it's at 9-3.
And now you got Duffy, who already has a home run to
Oh.
his name and was trying to add another one there, swinging for the fences, but missing.
Yeah, obviously new pitcher, much different delivery, which can mess your timing up. It can be hard to, when you have such a change in delivery and release point, to figure things out right away.
That one driven hard, it's caught. And they finally get that second out, the Mules. Duffy got the contact, just not enough power on it, and it was a comfortable out for Russell.
And I believe that's Di Maria over at second base. He made actually a great read on that, which is, I mean, those are textbook double play balls when they're lined like that with a runner on second. But he saw that that ball was going straight to the shortstop and actually turned and went right back to second base. That saved an out right there. It's really heads-up play.
No, they got
Oh,
Bay, hit, center field. It's caught, and the Mules get out of the inning without any further damage. But the walks really killed them in this inning, and now going into the bottom of the third, it was 3-3. Now it's suddenly 9-3, and it's a whole different game.
Yeah, I mean, talk about resilience. That's what we talked about. How would this Tufts Jumbo's team, how would they respond to adversity, actually being in a competitive game here at Huskins for and losing for the first time all season? And they've responded outstanding. I mean, obviously, the constant walks, and it kind of makes it a little easier to do so, but they were still putting the ball in play. You had a couple doubles. You had some singles there to go along with the walks. So really just good overall balanced offense, and the Jumbos definitely have the runs to show for it.
And I believe it in that inning, 4 straight batters were walked.
Yep,
You had
absolutely.
the first 4 hitters of the Jumbos all walked, and just sort of giving them free runs. But credit to the Jumbos hitters, staying in at bats, reading pitches well, not swinging at anything that they shouldn't, and helping getting those runs as best they can.
Absolutely, patience is a virtue, and it really holds true here. When you know you're seeing pitchers who aren't necessarily on top of their game, whether it be with control or whether it be with location, whatever it may be, it's just a good mindset to recognize that they're not hitting the strike zone right now. You have to make them hit the strike zone, and if they're not going to do it, then take what they give you. And the Jumbos did exactly that. They took their base many times over in that inning, and they have 6 runs to show for it. And once again, we find that the Jumbos actually have more runs than they have hits, which seems to be a constant theme here, which is pretty rare if you think in the major leagues or it's something like that. And generally rare overall. But that just shows you how, one, of course, the Mules are not able to find the strike zone, but 2, that the Jumbos are being patient. They're going up there with the right mindset.
For Colby, number 22.
Now
McGee.
Meyer given a nice little break there by his offense. Now he's back out there, can regroup after a little bit of a struggling third inning.
Absolutely, and of course, I mean, Meyer, look, it's been a battle, and that happens, right? I mean, you're not going to be on top of your game every single game. That's okay. He's been able to battle through it so far, keep his team in the game. That's what matters.
Big swing and a miss there from the McGee.
Also, with this larger lead, no one warming up in the bullpen for Tufts right now. Foul tip.
Oh, foul tip. A little hard to hear that one, but umpire says so, and it's 1-2 the count here. He's looking for strikeout number 5 of the afternoon. Almost got it there, but it's fouled back.
Another thing we saw last game with Mayer, when he settled in, he got the ball, went straight to the mound, and threw. After, if it was a ball or a strike, if the catcher threw it right back to him, he went back and was ready to throw. We're seeing that again right now. It's a good sign.
That one driven hard to left field, going back. And it's a comfortable catch for Duffy there in left field.
Good read on that by Duffy. He got a good. He made a good first step, and he went back. And I honestly, from I thought that was hit a little less hard than I ended up doing it. I think so. It was a good job by Duffy out there to anticipate that. Maybe it's the wind. I don't. But mostly that ball just carried a bit. He was there and went away.
That one driven hard center field. And is a fly out there for Reed, out number 2 of the inning. That was Katz with the fly out.
And look at it again. I mean, look, these are. I mean, Mayer of course had the 8 strikeouts. He was mowing people down left and right last week. These are louder outs. It doesn't matter. He's managing right now. That's important. Game management is arguably as important, even if you don't have lockdown stuff. I mean, he's keeping the jumbos in it, and he's getting his outs.
There's the pitch. Forster fouls that one back. It seems like a long time ago, but last at bat, he brought home a run back in the top of the 2nd. Now it's the top of the 4th, and his side are down 9-3.
What a difference a half inning can make.
That pitch called ball, so 2-1 the count.
But sorry, what I was really going to say is it's really great. We saw this last game as well. Is Jumbos are up 6 runs, and the bench is still active.
Oof.
Got him to chase.
It seemed kind of high as well there. Got him to chase for that one, Meyer, and he said certainly making quicker work here in this inning.
Yeah, that was high and in there, and it was really good pitch. Sailed a little bit high, maybe a little bit outside. Not a bad miss, especially considering where he chased that previous pitch.
Well, it's full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Oof, that was high, and it's a walk, his 3rd of the afternoon. Now it brings back to the top of the order. McConnell 0 for 2 on the afternoon.
Now batting number 17, Patrick McConnell.
17 versus 17. It's the Tufts 17 who's won this duel so far this afternoon. Throws back to first.
You can see right there, there's a bit of a more methodical pickoff. That's not one where you're necessarily looking, you don't expect to be able to get him out there. It's not like a dynamic one where you're really hoping. That's more of a, hey, I'm keeping an eye on you, so don't try anything here, although I bet they will at some point.
Pitch called strike, and I believe Colby have 3 steals on the afternoon.
Yeah, and Forrester is really fast out there. 4 for 4. We saw him essentially in the first game. He stole a base. He got called back for, I believe, catcher's interference, and he stole it again. And he's off.
And that one is fouled.
And what you see here is, and notice, with Mayer, he knows he's running at first, and what he's doing is he's doing the slides, the slide set, the quicker motion from the stretch there, trying to get that ball to the catcher faster, give him an opportunity to get him out at second, because they basically know at this point he's gonna run. And there he goes again. Oh,
It's low. It gets past. He will get to second, Forrester, and it's a 1-2 count.
and I think Mayer almost got it in his own head. Mayer definitely knew that Forrester was off there. I mean, I think everyone on this field knew, and he kind of probably overthought it. He just wanted to throw a ball that would be able to get him out at second, but instead, Forrester has once again another stolen base.
Can Meyer get his 5th strikeout? He won't on that pitch. It's 2 to the count with 2 outs and a runner at second. I believe we had that scenario earlier this game.
Yeah, and I believe it was Forrester again. Look, Forrester operating down at the 9 spot. He's been on base. He's been doing his job.
That one fouled back.
Another harmless foul ball.
Another harmless foul ball.
Yeah, I mean, with just the sheer number of foul balls that end up back there, you're surprised that more cars are not hit.
And he goes back, trying a similar play to how that last game ended, but can't get the out.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a speedster on second base, there's always a chance he might go for third. I mean, at this point, it can't hurt. At the very least, you want to try and catch him sleeping like they were able to do in the 7th inning of last game.
Low again, and suddenly it was 0-2, and now it's 3-2. So good hitting here from McConnell, keeping himself in this at bat. And that's grounded.
It's gonna be a tough play if it's fair, but it's gonna go foul.
And good read there from Cortez.
Yeah, and again, look, this has been a battle for Mary. He hasn't had his he didn't have the stuff that he had last week. Control's a little off this time. He's battling it. That's what matters. Is obviously when you have 9 runs and at your back, it's much easier to do so. But he's really he's working and he's managing the game.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Murray gets his 5th strikeout of the afternoon, and Tufts keep their 9-3 lead.
That's a great pitch, a huge pitch.
So we go here to the bottom of the 4th.
See some activity in the Jumbo's bullpen. We do think we might get a pitching change coming into the next inning. We'll of course cover that when it does happen. Back out there for the Mules, we see Carbone. Of course, you want him to just throw strikes. That's what you want from the Mules. They have not been able to find the strike zone, and it's really cost them on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it looks as if that might be Myers' day completed. 4 innings, 5 strikeouts, 3 runs allowed on 3 hits and 3 walks. Not a bad afternoon for Myers. He had some good moments, had some struggles as well, but I think overall he can be pleased with how he's pitched.
Yeah, I think, especially when you compare it to last week, of course, I called this game when Mayer pitched as well last weekend. It was definitely a different feel where he was just super in control. He was hitting the strike zone. He was hitting his spots. You could tell he didn't have that same degree of command this time around. Still, when you have that 9-run lead, it's okay. I mean, he's able to pitch 4 innings, 3 runs. It's not the best. He probably will say, oh, I have room to work. But it works. It worked. It got the job done.
Parada up, hits that high. 3 players going for it. No one will get it. And Parada gets the single to start the bottom of the 4th.
Well, I think based on your reaction, Lucas, because I thought that was going a lot further than it looked like he got jammed a little bit, kind of misleading off the bat. And I'm wondering if the outfielders felt the same way, because they basically both outfielders plus the second baseman each ended up about 3 steps away. So it looks like they were just a second late getting there. Either way, we got a runner on once again.
And Flavin up to hit. Good pitch there from Carbone, and that's strike 1. Blave has yet to record that bat so far. Strike 2 called.
And interesting is that the Carbone is not coming in here with a crazy amount of velocity. His pitches aren't necessarily whizzing by you, which is why you see so much contact. I mean, they are definitely hittable pitches.
There's the pitch. This one called ball. That one fouled back.
Oh,
and we
have
got contact there on one of the cars.
looked like it was the roof. So hopefully no significant damage. But yes.
And just to note, another inning in which Tufts' first leadoff hitter gets on base, gets a hit.
And that sets the tone. I mean, that really does set the tone for the inning.
That one was comfortably high and an easy ball call. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Carbone's going to blame the ball here. I think he wanted to change for a new ball on him. And look, I mean, when he is a fairly, obviously, consistent strike thrower. Obviously, the one walk in the last inning aside, he has been throwing pitches that are being swung at, contacts being made. So the Jumbos will get their swings in this time around.
It's low again, Flavin. Taking his time in this at-bat. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Again, you're okay with that miss to a certain extent. 2-2, not a terrible miss. Solid chance of a percent chance of a chase there. But now you hope just no more walks. If you're Colby,
Yeah.
no more walks. That's in there, yeah.
Strike 3. Big pitch there for Carbone. His first strikeout of the afternoon.
Now batting number 38, Nate Bozzella.
And Bozzella coming up to the plate. He's got a runner on first with 1 out.
Bozzella's been a big part of Jumbo's offense today.
He's going. No, side to set. Looked as if he was going. And that's high for ball 2. Parada just making a big dart there, but decided to hold it.
Yeah, that seems to be what he does is he kind of takes this really this quick initial secondary lead kind of burst right there, and then he slows down a bit.
Certainly faked me out there. As that's ball 3 for
now 3-0
for Bozzella. Called strike. And Carbone keeps himself in this at-bat. 3-1 the count.
Guessing that he was told to take one there, but Bozzella definitely has the green light now. 3-1. Look for something over the middle, and he can try and drive it. Runner's
And he
off.
drives it to left field.
Oh,
And it was just called foul.
good swing right there. Really good swing, good piece of contact. Of course, that's where we saw the home run from Bozzella.
Three, 2-1 right now. Checks back to first. Parada was on his toes.
With a full count, I wouldn't be surprised to see the runner off at first. Oh, no, he's only.
Driven hard. Left. Caught in center field, sorry. And that is out number 2.
It was a good out. It was a loud out, good swing, solid piece of contact. Again, it was just right at the center fielder, and even though it was right at him, he almost dropped it. It kind of took a bad angle and kind of had to catch it at his shoe tops. Loud out, you're okay with those when you have that 6-run lead.
And now back to the top of the order, Reed. This is his 4th time to the plate. He's 1 for 2, was walked in his last
Runners
time
off.
And he gets there.
Yeah, ball was in the dirt, made it hard for the catcher, Cats, to make that transfer, and he wasn't able to get a lot on that throw. You saw it get there on one bounce about halfway between the pitcher's mound and second base, so pretty easy steal. Now another runner in scoring position.
Reed takes another pitch. That's ball 2.
Inside again.
Since 3-0 the count. Carbone digging himself a little hole here in this at-bat versus Reed. And of course, with Cortez up to plate next. He just needs one more out.
That's in there for a strike.
That one, I think, just is able to just get a tip, so keeps himself in the at-bat. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and good pitching from Carbone. Now is in a solid position.
Yeah, good job to work the count, get back into it. Obviously, the 2nd straight time he's gone down 3-0, but now still a 3-2 pitch. Still a big pitch. Gotta throw a strike either way.
Hit hard and caught in right field for the out. So it remains 9-3 after 4. Tufts got some people on base, but not able to bring them home. As we go to the top of the 5th, and we could and probably will be seeing a new pitcher on the mound for the Jumbos, and that will be the case. Scott, who do we have coming on?
Yeah, for the Jumbos, we have number 16 coming out. I don't believe he has played yet in this young season. I believe that is Stephen Landry out there. Number 16, he's a junior. And of course, no stats yet on the season to speak of. So definitely.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Tufts, number 16, Stephen Landry.
And just called out there, Stephen Landry onto the mound. Well, just some stats to look at, of course. Tufts up 9-3. It was Colby who took the lead in the top of the 2nd, up 1-0. Tufts then scored 3 in the bottom of the 2nd, had 3-1. Colby got it level at 3 apiece in the top of the 3rd, and then a big bottom of the third for the Jumbos. Gave them this 6-run lead, and zeros for both sides in the fourth. Brings it to 9-3 for the Jumbos going into the top of the fifth.
Yeah, never want to see a 6 up there in any individual inning, but interesting to see how Landry does out there, getting his first action of the young season. Obviously, first action against the Mules as well, although the Mules have been the entire season thus far.
Whew, coming in hot with a first pitch there. Landry gets a strike.
And I think everyone out there, even the Mules probably, are hoping that Landry can throw strikes, because we've seen too many walks, especially on the Mules side. Want to get this game going again.
And he
Good
gets
pitch.
another strike.
Good location there. It's a tough, and he got him a little off balance there and making a little foul tip. And it's a really good location, really strong start for the first couple pitches here.
Going with a slightly slower pitch there, but it's called ball.
Ooh, just a little out. And yeah, it looked like it was a little out. Still a good pitch.
Yeah. You can hear the Tufts bench were a little upset with that call. But it's 2-2. Swing and a miss. Good start for Landry. Strike 3. He gets a strikeout to start.
Real impressive start.
Now batting number 24, Cabot Marr.
And Marr up to the plate. He does have a single to his name. It's 1 for 2. Whew, that one a bit high. Good catching
Yeah,
there from Sowell.
sailed that one just a little bit.
That one is hit. Foul to the
He has
right.
room.
Good catch there from DeMaria.
Good range over there. Yeah, he got there just in front of the bullpen. And a good range right there.
Now batting number 4, Andrew Russell.
And that is 2 outs here for the Jumbos here in this inning. Good pitching from Landry. Good fielding from DeMaria. Tufts defense really settling in.
All right, you got it, Dan. You got it. You got it. Well, we'll take care of it. Let's go, Steve. I'll take care of it. Yes, you can. No, he cannot.
There's some
No, he cannot.
arguments here between
You'll get a letter from the rules committee on that one, man. No, you cannot.
well,
I think the dispute is about the third base coach. He's really far back in the box. I think the Tufts bench is really concerned that he's trying to essentially look and maybe get a window into the pitches. Kind of seems to dispute about whether he's allowed to be that far behind the box. Tufts bench seems to say he's not.
there's the 1-1 pitch. It's hit, and
That's gonna
that's
float in
a
there.
little blooper there into left field. And those are sort of those hits where as a defense are so frustrating, but as an offense, you'll take them all day long. I believe
Now
that
batting number 44,
that was
Dylan
Russell with the
Mastro.
hit. That's his second hit of the day. He's only one of 2 players who has multiple hits this afternoon. Autry, who has a sac fly to his name, this afternoon up to the plate.
Good pitch right in there for a strike. Just a little out, but still another good pitch. Good location as far as height there. Keeping it down. That's what obviously the Jumbos want is balls on the ground. Nothing that you can turn on.
Landry certainly bringing the heat here with these pitches.
Little out again. Yeah, it's really been refreshing for him to come in. He seems to have pretty solid control right now. Obviously, those are pretty good misses.
That one is fouled back. No one's going to get anywhere near that. It's 2-2 the count with 2 outs, runners on first here in the top of the 5th. That's driven to right center, more to right field, and is caught by a Bay, which ends the side. Tufts still up 9-3, strong pitching from Landry as we go into the bottom of the 5th. As we see the discussion now between umpire and coach. Maybe just to clarify, cool things down between the two.
Yeah.
As we're seeing a pitching change. As we're seeing McConnell pitch now for the Mules.
Yes, I think he's had 1 inning, if I remember correctly, recorded thus far in the season. Although he's not.
And now there seems to be further confusion. We're seeing discussion here between the coach and the umpire to our left.
Yeah, not entirely sure. I think there's definitely a rules dispute. Looks like we have a couple also changes.
And
I believe we might have a.
looks like Matthew Panker is out in left field.
I don't have it, no. Oh, can somebody give it to us then?
I will, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
The audience of 12 will have to figure it out. Center field at a pitch.
Yep. 7 went to center.
Move the DH. Left field went to center. 19 is in for the DH.
So it looks like Forster has gone to center field. We've got Panker in at left field. With Cortez up to bat for the Jumbo. So after all of that, I think we've got things settled for who's playing where. Most of those changes coming for the Mules. Swing there. There was a tip.
Yeah, and just to let everyone know on McConnell, he has had 1 inning of work thus far in the season, and that's about it. No other stats to report. No strikeouts, no walks, no hits given up. Nothing. So definitely not much experience on this season.
So that's another foul. 1-2 the count. Bit surprised they took out Carbone, he was doing okay. You know, the only run he allowed was a walk. I'm surprised he's still not out there.
Yeah, and it might be a factor of trying to mix in some more people. Maybe it's a strategic lineup adjustment. Obviously, losing the DH, interesting choice all the way around. But
That's driven
hit well.
hard to center field. It will be caught by Forrester there.
Yeah, hit to the farthest part of the ballpark, straightaway center. Of course, the fence is 410 out there. And that was a solid feet, couple of hands, probably 20, 30 feet in front of the warning track still. Still a good piece, nonetheless, loud out.
So now we've got DiMaria up to the plate. Made a good defensive play in the top half of this inning. And starts this with a hit to right field. Comfortable for McGee. And that's out number 2 of the inning. And so now we've got Sowell up to the plate.
Now batting number 28, Clay Sowell.
Little in, little low for a ball there. Definitely a change of pace from the previous couple pitchers for Colby. He's going in, he's working fast. Couple quick outs as well, keeping that pitch count down.
Here's the pitch. That's called strike.
Good pitch right there. It's where you want to live if you're Colby.
McConnell, well, has come in from center field and is doing an okay job.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
a little up.
If he gets an out here, it'll be the first inning where they haven't allowed a base runner.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I mean, this has been the story for Colby for these games with the Jumbos. And kind of, if you look at you can look at the scoreboard right now. The Jumbos explode for runs in a very specific innings. But it is not necessarily your sustained attack where it's 1, 2, 3 runs every single inning. I mean, Jumbos, of course, have all their runs in 2 of the 4 innings. Now 2 outs in the 5th inning, and again, nothing to show for it yet.
But Sowell in a good position on the 3-1 count. And drives it to the third base.
Ooh,
and the out made.
There. Not a good throw, but a good scoop by the first baseman. I believe that is Maher at that over there, but quiet inning, not something we've come to expect for the Jumbos, and
not something to really expect from Colby here against Tufts, but they get a nice 1-2-3.
No changes as far as I can tell. Steve Landry's still out there as the pitcher.
As we enter the 6th inning. Still 9-3 in favor of the Jumbos. No runs since the 3rd inning. We only had runs so far in the 2nd and 3rd inning.
You can hear the bottom part of the lineup, 6, 7, 8 due up for the Mules.
So we Tufts finishing up their warm-ups, and just sort of a different sort of feel. Of course, you know, great to have sports back at here at Tufts, here at Huskins Field, but without a true crowd. Of course, both benches making a lot of noise, which gives it a good atmosphere, but without the fans, that certainly does make a difference.
Yeah, and absolutely, of course, everyone's hoping that hopefully by this time next year, or maybe by this time in the fall, that things will be getting back to normal. We'll back to have some
Leading
fans.
off for Colby,
But yeah, it's
number
definitely a different
12,
feel, and I think that's probably the encouragement,
Kayla
especially
Jung.
when you'd have normally a home crowd. The Jumbos are trying to make up for that with chatter on the bench, with encouragement from the bench.
Now it's Landry versus Jung. Gives him a fast pitch, but it's called ball. I believe last weekend when the weather was much nicer, you could see people, as that was hit foul, you see people sort of on the hills of campus that overlook the fields watching on. There were some people trying to make as much noise as they could. For the lacrosse game as well, there's sort of a path behind Bellow Field, and people were cheering on there. So fans trying to find their way to support the Jumbos. Of course, you can watch the games on JumboCast.
Absolutely, of course, we encourage everyone to do so, because there's at least a handful of weeks left with just as many games as there were this weekend. Compact schedule means more games every day.
That one driven to short. Zella makes the play, and that's the first out of the inning.
Now batting, number 22, Tommy McGee.
They're the biggest shoemaker right now.
Big swing and a miss there.
And it helps that he's just a high release point that kind of gets a lot of that motion, kind of makes that ball appear higher in the strike zone than it actually is.
There's a 1-1 count to McGee.
Good pitch in there.
Strike 2 called.
Oh, I think he did go, and they got him.
Strike 3 called, second strikeout for Landry.
A little surprised there that they didn't actually go over and defer to the first base umpire. I know it's a common complaint. Generally with a lot of hitters, that they think the home plate umpire seems to know a little more when they actually do. Either way, it's a third strike, and there's 2 down in the inning.
There's the first pitch called strike to Katz. Katz, nothing of note in terms of his hitting, has had a lot of work to do defensively. That one is popped up.
I don't think he caught it. Yeah, no, it looks like he dropped it. Hard to tell.
That was,
yeah, hard to tell from probably through the camera there, but it looks like it rolled just out of the glove there. Wasn't able to hold on. Good attempt though. Especially, you like to see that effort in a 9-3 game. Could easily have just let it fall, played it off a single, but give him the effort.
and that will be recorded as a hit because Duffy almost made an incredible play there. Checking Katz there just to keep him honest.
Something you probably noticed from Tufts is no matter what the pitcher, whoever's on the mound, always making a pickoff move right away. It doesn't really matter the score, who's on first base. Before you see a pitch, there's almost always a pickoff move, keeping them honest.
Forrester.
Ooh.
Just hit. I think that looked painful. I think it was in the left elbow.
Yeah, you always, especially. I mean, it's one thing when you get hit on the upper arm, kind of just more of a flesh wound, but definitely you get a little worried when it gets closer to the bat. You got, of course, your wrist, you get hand bones that are much more sensitive. Hopefully, looks like he's okay. Looks like he's shaking it off a bit there.
Now Landry in his first little bit of trouble since coming onto the mound. Has runners on first and second. But starts off this at-bat well with a strike.
Good off-speed pitch there. Got him way out in front there. McConnell, the new, of course, Colby pitcher. McConnell has had a good season from the plate. Let's see if what he's able to do here, of course. Still one swing here, and it's back to a close game. Good block. Good block behind the plate there.
Good defending from Sowell. Reaching a little bit probably past the 2-hour mark in this game. Is that one driven and will get through and could bring home a run.
Oh, definitely will. Oh, isn't it the third?
Gets there, it's safe, and the runner gets to second. Big play for Colby to keep them interested in this game. Strong hitting.
Yeah, solid piece of contact right there. Center fielders, you can tell, playing real pretty deep there. When it's on that ground like that, takes long enough to get to the center fielder that you usually don't see the runner advance to third on a ball hit straight to the center fielder right there. In fact, it was kind of rolled out there long enough. Close play, but Colby's, they've got life.
And McConnell, who has had some struggles at the plate so far today, finally, fourth time's the charm, brings home a run. It's 9-4. That pitch high.
Like we always say, it's about how pitchers respond to trouble and adversity. And right now, can't find the strike zone. And as Tufts really gets the bullpen going now.
Ooh, he got
him
Shorely.
to go.
Yeah.
It's a big pitch, big strike. Not sure if that was in the zone or not, but either way, it's a huge pitch.
And he needed that.
Even it's still a hitter's count, but the difference between a 3-0 and a 2-1 count is really important.
Landry looking to get out of this jam. Tufts have a nice 5-run lead, but that one,
Oof, off the catcher.
Yeah. Had no idea about that one, but it's now 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on base. A lot of 2s.
Game number 2.
O'Brien at the plate right now. Can Landry get his 3rd strikeout of the afternoon?
Ooh, little high, yeah. Came in just above the letters. Good idea if you're looking for that top, but full count now.
You have to feel this is a huge pitch here in the top of the 6th. Colby stay in this, and they really stay in this game. Tufts get the out, and it could really be curtains.
That's outside.
And that's a walk.
And we're going to get a pitching change.
Well, Landry, who was pitching well, had a good start, but these last 3 at-bats.
You know Coach Casey, what he really hates is he can't find the strike zone. He's definitely can't be happy with this. Unfortunately, like you said, it was a good start, but unfortunately for Landry, wasn't able to find the strike zone those last couple of pitchers.
And we have got a pitching change incoming.
I believe that's going to be Spencer Langdon coming in.
The 15.
The resident graduate student. It's pretty solid stats so far on the season. In his 1 appearance, he's pitched 2 2/3 innings, only even a 1 hit, 1 run. It wasn't earned. He's also had 3 strikeouts, as well as a walk. So, solid start to the season. Of course, you were hoping, if you were the Jumbos, that you might be able to kind of cruise to victory here.
Spencer Langdon.
Unfortunately, now you have the bases loaded. It's only a 5-run game. A big hit here, and
Yeah,
all of a
anything
sudden-
can happen.
Yeah, I mean,
That RBI from McConnell was the first run scored since the 3rd inning. It's been a little while, but still a lot of runs scored in this game at
yeah. And as
9-4.
the sun disappears and the weather and the temperature drops, so too had the offense up until this inning.
Yeah. I have to say that sun that you were saying, talking about at the beginning of the game, that never really seemed to come.
I
But
know, and I think my hands right now are missing that sun, but. And it is interesting because in the first game, what we saw is when the temperatures were colder, harder to get a grip on the ball. We actually saw a handful of errant throws on both sides, especially in the jumbos. It didn't actually come to hurt them. Most of the errant throws were actually first baseman were able to corral them and make up for them. Interesting to see now that the weather is it's much colder. Obviously, always much harder to get a grip. We'll see how that cat plays. This next inning and a half.
we've got Marr coming up to the plate. He came into today batting .458. Mules need him now more than ever to keep them alive in this game when it was looking for a good number of innings that Jumbos were going away with this.
And for the first time in a while, you can see that hope on the Mules bench. They really they think they have the opportunity here, that they need to get back into this game.
Starts with a ball. Langdon. Yeah, that's the first time I've seen a GR in the roster. Langdon.
That's
That's
blown
low.
away. Look, like I always say, it's understandable. Bases loaded, high stakes situation coming in the middle of the inning that it takes you a couple of pitches to find your groove. The problem, of course, is you don't have that luxury with the bases loaded. You can't know where to put the batter.
2-0 count.
That's
3 straight balls to start. Team Tufts coaching staff not happy about that.
no, not at all. I would be shocked if we saw a swing here.
He gets a strike. You see the softball team have just finished up their doubleheader against Bowdoin, coming on to cheer baseball team on. Maybe that's the extra motivation that they need right now, getting that almost sort of fan support.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
driven
that's up the
in
middle.
to center field. 1 run scores. And 2 will score. Big hit there from Mayer. And it makes this 9-6.
And Mayer continues to be the lifeblood of the Colby Mules offense. A perfect piece of hitting for the Mules, exactly what they needed. Of course, you still have the runner. At least you were able to hold the runner at second. Still, driving into all of a sudden, it's a 3-run game. I mean, one swing of the bat here, we could have a tie game.
Russell up to plate. And he has an RBI on the afternoon. Mills back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to hand it to the Colby. I mean, they no quit. I mean, look, down 9-3, it would be easy to throw in the towel, take a bunch of players out of the lineup. But no, they kept in, and all of a sudden they put up a 3 spot here. Definitely an opportunity. Oh, that's a good pitch. That was a good pitch. It kind of came in a little bit. The umpire gave it to him. That's a real good pitch. I don't think Russell knew what was coming.
Yeah, Langdon now in a good position. 0-2 the count, 2 outs. Now it's Tufts who are a little bit nervous, but a big strike here, and it could settle the nerves. Langdon. Here we go.
Oh.
Woohoo! Everyone was waiting for that strike signal, but it never came. But he still has a good chance
Must have
here.
been just off the corner outside. That's a good miss, though. It's a really good miss.
Or can Russell provide something for the Mules? He waited for, and the runners advance. And a big moment there, and now it comes down to some huge pitches here with both runners in scoring position.
I really don't think you can fault the catcher there. I mean, he was able to block it. It just, the way it bounced off and rolled like about 10 feet away, and that was enough. You had aggressive base runners. This is a problem now for the Jumbos. They really got to be careful here with with Russell here.
Contact, it could potentially bring 2 runs.
Ooh.
Good defending.
That's a risky. I don't think Coach Case is gonna be happy with that. When you have a short hop like that, that's risky, taking it like with your glove in that position, because what happens if it glances off your glove? You want to get your body behind it ideally. This is a big pitch. Big pitch.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. That's fouled. Out into left field. A little hard to see where that went, but it dropped comfortably foul left.
This is the first time, genuinely, in a handful of innings that you've had both Tufts and Colby up at the bench, because everyone in this field knows this is a big pitch.
Here it comes. That's fouled back, so Russell stays in this at bat.
It's a good swing. I think that might have been up a little bit. If I had to guess, I would have said that would have been ball 4, but it's a good play by Russell to keep that ball, to make contact.
Whatever happens, it's going to be an explosion from either bench. Russell's taking his time. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners on 2nd and 3rd.
Good eye.
Ball 4.
That was a really good eye. Unbelievable at bat. You got to hand it to Russell there. You really do. Correct? Was he down 0-2? Not sure. I'm not sure.
Not sure, but he persisted.
I think he was. I think he was down 0-2, at least 1-2. He just kept fighting, fouled off a couple tough pitches. That's a great at-bat. That really can inspire you. I got the bases loaded. I mean, the go-ahead run is at the plate, Lucas.
And we got Panker up to the plate. His first at-bat.
He was swinging for the fences there. Good off-speed pitch. I think that was a really smart decision, knowing with his first at-bat, bases loaded, that he is definitely up there trying to make a big swing.
He's batting less than 100 on the year.
That's going to be in there. Oh, he's going to want that one back, I think, at the plate. I think that's one you want to be able to put in the contact. It's a little elevated off speed, something you can definitely catch up to.
Well, I think because of their substitutions, they had to take out Nantry. They lost the DH, and you would have loved to have him in this situation, but now...
Already with a home run on the day.
Yeah.
Oh, he fouled it. Oh.
Whoo, that was close. Inches away from a big strikeout there for Langdon.
What a play to
stay in it.
Yeah, what a play to stay alive. Oh, man.
0-2 the count. Bases loaded. 2 outs here for Panker.
Oh, that's in there.
Strike 3! Big strikeout there for Langdon. And they survived the Jumbos.
Yeah, that was anxiety-inducing. And for Panker, you cannot take strike 3 there. You cannot. You've got to be able to put a ball in play there. Bases loaded. Anything close, you have to be swinging. That's really disappointing for Colby. But on the other hand, great pitch to work out of the inning. That could have been a lot worse. Still, though, 3-run game, by no means over, especially considering they just scored. Colby just scored 3 runs in the previous inning.
And Tufts, just getting out of there. And potentially, obviously, of course, it would have been incredible at Grand Slam, but the leading run was at the plate there. But now Tufts have a chance maybe to boost their lead, get some of those runs back that they lost here in the top of the 6th. Up against McConnell, who has already pitched 1 inning and was the only Colby pitcher so far to pitch an inning and not allow a base runner.
Yeah, Obviously, we were all wondering. Interesting bringing in the center fielder to pitch, but seemed to work out last inning. Of course, Colby is hoping that it works out this inning. They clearly have momentum by their side. Of course, the beautiful thing about baseball is obviously there's so much. The pace of the game, it's much harder to sustain the momentum. So Tufts, it can just take one base runner, can take one good swing to change that momentum. That's what you got to do here. You gotta. I mean, you don't want to let Colby. To be fair, Frank, you've already let Colby back in, and that's unfortunate for Tufts. Obviously, you didn't want to give them any hope. But at least now you gotta. I believe we have one defensive substitution. I believe we have a substitution at catcher. Looks like Villamil has come in for Katz.
Pepe Villamil. As we've got Duffy up to plate right now. Duffy takes that one high for
Colby,
ball one.
29, Pepe Villamil.
That one low, ball two. That one foul back. 2-2's the count. That one's low.
Way to work the count. Way to work the count. I mean, that's what you want to do when you have it 9-6. I mean, don't need a home run here. Don't need to crush a ball. Just get runners on base. That's what matters. So good job to work this count full. And good eye.
4.
And we see the Mules' control problems continue.
I guess one thing to actually to be fair to the Mules, actually that's their 6th walk of the afternoon, but Tufts also have 6 walks. So both sides have had some struggles with
Yeah, and it shows. I mean, it shows up on the scoreboard. Tufts has 9 runs on 8 hits. Colby has 6 runs on 7 hits. I mean, it's not like you're lighting up the scoreboard as far as hits.
that one is low for ball 1 from McConnell versus Bay. Bay swinging, missing.
And Lucas, I bet on some of these days, I bet some regular spectators here aren't missing this weather because it has turned pretty frigid. Like I was saying, you gotta wonder if that'll influence any of the throws, the accuracy. I mean, a lot of things can change as the temperature continues to drop.
He's swinging and missing again. He does have a hit to his name in this game, but behind now in the count.
And both swings, he's not chosen great pitches to swing at. Pretty down low there. Want to see him see the ball better, get something middle in. Runner is off.
That one is hit high. He's got to get back.
Oh, that was a bit of an adventure out there.
And 4 guys coming to it. Who's going to make the play? But in the end, it is corralled, I believe, by the shortstop, Russell. As Parada, second baseman for the Bows, up to the plate. He does have a hit to his name today. That one hit hard to right field, and it's caught for out number 2 of the inning.
Solid piece of contact there. Drove the right fielder back a smidge, but pretty routine fly ball all in all. And McConnell, after giving up that walk, has settled down. He's got a
Pinch hitting
2.
for Tufts, number 33, Ryan Noon.
So Ryan Noon coming into the game.
Noon, a sophomore, previously with 1 hit on the season.
Strike called. I actually believe earlier in this game I mistakenly made a call saying that Noon was on the field, but no, this is his first bit of action in the game. I believe I mistook him for Bozzella at shortstop.
Something really weird happened on that pitch. I'm not sure if the catcher got crossed up or something, but I can't even describe it. I mean, he was not close to catching that ball. I guess it must have been a good enough pitch to be a strike, but usually you don't see catchers rewarded with that.
Won the count with 2 outs. Swing and a miss, strike 2.
Really aggressive swing right there. Noon really swinging for the fences there. Could almost tell helmet almost flew off there. Now he's down 0-2.
To the count. That's hit high.
Not very
Should
far.
be comfortable for out in left field. And it's caught by Pinker. And now we go into the final inning, top of the 7th. Tufts, no runs in that inning. They were not able to add to their lead. They'll have to defend this 3-run lead and close it out to try and win this doubleheader. I gotta say, McConnell moved from center field to pitcher and has had 2 scoreless innings. Done a solid job for the Mules.
Yeah, he's really come in. I mean, of course, he also had the big hit to keep the inning going offensively. So really, really important, important job and solid all around for McConnell. He's been good for the Mules. He's been what they've needed to get back in this game.
So it looks like we have 6, 7, 8 for the Mules. That should be looking like Jung McGee and pinch hitting or new catcher for Colby in Pepe Villamil. So it looks like we'll see him. And here we go. Langdon, Spencer Langdon, back on the mound, has 1/3 inning, has let up 2 runs, starts with a strike.
Kind of surprised, to be honest, they brought Langdon back in. I didn't think after he walked a couple batters that they would do so, but
that one is low in the dirt for ball 1.
see everyone on both benches really up, talking a lot of chatter. They know that although Tufts is in the lead right now, a couple hits here and there, and all of a sudden this will get pretty dicey.
That one's fouled back. And we got multiple Tufts players chasing after that. 1-2 is the count. That one grounded to short. And the play is made. And Tufts get the first out of the inning. Strong fielding there from Bozzella. And he made the comfortable throw to Di Maria.
Yeah, softly hit. It was a little close at first, but good overall, good play, good throw. Good enough and to get the job done, 1 out.
Now we've got McGee up to the plate. Nothing of note offensively for the number 22 for the Mules. That one's low, ball 1 from Langdon. Nice pitch in for strike one.
Solid pitch right there. At this point, you want to start off, you want to get ahead in the count, or don't get too far behind the count so you can work around and keep a lot of spots open. Good
Swing
pitch,
and a
good
miss,
pitch.
strike two. And
Good.
Langton, after a bit of a tougher outing in the last inning, is settling down here.
Yeah, it's a good off-speed pitch. After coming out, starting him off with 2 fastballs, really good choice.
Swing and a miss, strike three. Langton gets the first 2 down. Just needs one more. Second strikeout since coming to the mound for the
This
Bows.
is exactly what the Bows needed, what Langdon needed. Looks like we have a pinch hitter.
Pinch hitting for Colby, number 20, Ryan Hecht.
And we've got Ryan Hecht in. Hecht batting 182 coming into today's doubleheader. Sees the first pitch into the ground for ball 1. Langdon. Second straight ball. Two-0 the count.
Good pitch. That's exactly where you want to live. Down and away, right at the knees. Tough pitch to make contact with in a good spot.
Two on the count.
There you go again.
That's a strike. Just needs one more.
Great pitch. Another great pitch. It's exactly where he wants to be. Now the Mules are down to their final strike.
Langdon versus Hecht. Is this it? No, it's driven hard and final out. Tufts getting the job done. Last play there made by Parada, and they win this one 9-6. So that's 2 for 2 on the day for the Jumbos. They improved to 5-1. Colby go to 6-6. And Scott got a little close there, especially in that top of the 6th, but in the end, it was that third inning that really got them over the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Another outburst of 6 runs. I mean, that's what the Jumbos. That's what they've been doing, which is they've had these high run innings, right? I mean, you've seen last time earlier today you had a couple 3+ run innings. Last time around you had a couple 6-run innings. You had even in the game that was 4-0, you had a 3-run inning. Rightly, this is what the Jumbos do. Is once they get ahead in an inning, they really go and run with it, and that really propelled them to victory here.
Well, Tufts have 2 more games against the Mules. That'll be tomorrow, and then they move on to play new opposition. That'll be 8 straight games against the Colby team. But it finishes here at Huskins Field. Tufts 9, Colby 6. I'm Lucas File, joined alongside me, Scott Blatt. Stay tuned. Tomorrow we have some track and field on JumboCast, and then, of course, next week there will always be more. Thanks for tuning in. Tufts wins here, and we'll see you later.